Please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called I Always Marry Juliet.
I did knock. I assure you I knocked several times. I can read signs. It says knock before entering. And I knocked, and then I entered. Sir, my name is Rambo Bainbridge. I give you my card. Modestly, I may say that my name is not unknown in the theater. The Shakespearean theater, that is. I am no strolling player, a dashing hero in white flannels today, an elderly mountebank in a straw hat tomorrow. I have devoted my talents to the creations of the immortal bard, the sweet singer of Stratford-upon-Avon, the immortal Shakespeare himself. I take it you are not unfamiliar with his great works. Perhaps you have even seen me treading the boards in Macbeth. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty face from day to day. Or possibly as the noble Mark Antony in Julius Caesar. The evil that men do lives off to them. The good is often carried with their foes. I had great success in the part of Antony. However, my greatest triumphs have been in the romantic role of Romeo. Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear that tips with silver all these fruity tops, fruit tree tops. But soft, but light through yonder window breaks. It is the east, and Julius is the sun. I always did better with that one. I beg your pardon.
I was trying to say, what can I do for you?
Why, my dear sir, I was given to understand that casting was going on here. Why else would I pay a visit to this, rather musty cubicle? Eh?
You talk a great deal.
Naturally, sir. Speaking is my profession. Speaking is my life, my being, my métier. You speak French? I have been told I speak it like a native. Où sont les niaises d'antan? Lyon. But speak to myself briefly. I am prepared to deliver on short notice any one of a large number of Shakespearean parts. Othello, Romeo, Dromio, Bottom the Weaver, King Henry IV, V, VI, Petruchio, and Henry VIII.
I am reasonably familiar with the characters of Shakespeare, sir.
Good.
You say you have played Romeo?
Innumerable times, sir. 2 packed houses. I recall one time in, I believe it was in Moline, Illinois. Is Moline in Illinois? When they placed kitchen chairs in the aisles in addition to the hundreds of occupied seats in the house.
When did you last play Romeo?
Alas, it has been some time since. But I am a very quick study, sir, that I assure you. I could be up in several days, say 3 days.
What have you been doing recently?
I have just concluded a very successful run as, André.
A Shakespearean role, no doubt?
I am sorry to say it was not. Although it was very interesting in a, shall I say, sordid way.
What night were you on?
This, sir, was an afternoon presentation.
Soap?
Phonograph needles.
And your part?
I played the part of Clapper Claude Duddy. Heavy, naturally. A part a little like sort of poor man's Macbeth. Perhaps a touch of Kafka.
And the part is finished now.
Sir, a regard for the truth compels me to admit I was replaced by a young man who had a different conception of the character of Clapper Claude Duddy.
They didn't appreciate your technique, I take it.
That direct thought. But I also read a commercial message. My, indeed. Well, sir, shall we look over the contract?
We'll you see, Mr. Bainbridge, I seem vaguely to recall your name.
Yes. I was afraid of that.
I don't remember just how.
I am the man who married Juliet.
Ah, yes. That's it. Oh, yes.
Sir, you are a man of the world.
It's been said that I am.
I always wanted to grow a beard myself. I think I'd be very distinguished with a beard.
No doubt.
But always playing Romeo, you know, it can't be done. Besides, my beard always comes out straight. This half comes out red.
So, you're the man who married Juliet.
The man who always married Juliet.
Would you care to tell me about it?
I prefaced my remarks by suggesting that you are a man of the world, sir. As I myself am. I was young and ebullient when I first played Romeo to her Juliet. The city, let it be nameless, save to explain that it was in central Illinois, a section of our great country at that time somewhat lost to culture. However, a group of young seekers after the light, theater-wise, ventured to put on Romeo and Juliet, and I was summoned from Chicago, where I've been playing.
Playing Shakespeare?
At that juncture in my career, I was singing illustrated songs in a small house on South State Street. I shall never forget my first meeting with the young woman who played the part of Juliet.
And Elizabeth Beetler.
What? How did you know that, sir?
One reads.
Oh, the newspapers. Ah, publicity. Well, Anne Elizabeth was young, Anne Elizabeth was beautiful, Anne Elizabeth was unsophisticated, I thought. I was introduced to her at our first rehearsal meeting, and I tell you, sir, I was bowled over. I can think of nothing to say to her but that lovely speech I first quoted to you from Act 2, Scene 2. Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear that trips with silver all these booty. And she picked me up at once.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in his circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
And we went right through the scene, the entire scene, letter perfect, down to...
Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Sleep dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast, and so on. And I tell you, sir, the place rocked with the applause of our fellow players. And so we were married a week later in our costumes on the stage in the setting for Act 2, Scene 2. The romance of Romeo and Juliet was at last consummated in our presence. I like to think that the master himself, Shakespeare, would have liked that.
If Shakespeare had married him, there wouldn't have been any story.
Well, why, Jove, well, you know, I never thought of that. Perhaps he wouldn't have liked it then.
I expect.
Well, our marriage flourished for a time, and then there came the rift within the lute.
Tennyson, Idylls of the King.
Indeed? I thought that was Shakespeare, too.
Tennyson.
I must make a note of that. Well, I remember we were playing in Dodge Center, Kansas, or Dodge City, Iowa, or some such place. Fort Dodge, Minnesota, I think. I had met a young woman, the daughter of a plastering contractor, in one of our previous stands, and we found a great deal in common. She was interested in watercolor painting. Her name, I'm afraid I don't remember after all these years. By a strange coincidence, she turned up in Lake Dodge in Nebraska, or wherever it was. As a man of the world, I could do no less than invite her to supper after the performance. You understand?
Of course, of course.
And we were leaving the restaurant, much later, when we ran directly into Anne Elizabeth. There was little of the gentle Juliet about her, sir.
Well,
I was speechless. Anne Elizabeth wasn't.
so this is the friendly game of cards you're going to indulge in after the show. Well, I think I'll just shuffle you around a little bit. Oh, here's a hand for you, too. Ouch! You stay away from my husband, you hear?
It was intensely, embarrassing. It was even more embarrassing when, 2 weeks later, Anne Elizabeth found me kissing the plasterer's daughter in Union Station in Minneapolis. Sir, those Minneapolis policemen are, rough and tumble.
And what did you do about it? Did you...
The crowning blow was when Anne Elizabeth purchased the traditional weapon of the outraged wife.
What?
A rolling pin. Playing the innocent, I asked her if she intended to bake an apple pie or two in our humble lodgings as we fared across the country.
What did she say to that?
No, darling Romeo. That I'm going to use to beat your brains out if I ever catch you with that woman again. So you'd better wear your crossover beard when you go out with her again if you don't want to wear this rolling pin for a hat.
She had a remarkably pungent manner of speech. I was both sorrowed and relieved when the balcony collapsed in Act 2, Scene 2, and she broke her neck.
How did that happen?
For some unaccountable reason, a stage brace seemed to have been removed. It was very depressing.
And then you married another Juliet?
It seems to me I've been marrying Juliet all my adult life. Yes, I married another. Faith McNulty. I was playing and framing in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, or somewhere when I met her. Faith was not young. Faith was not beautiful. Faith was an execrable actress.
Why did you marry her?
It seemed a good idea at the time. As a matter of fact, it was leap year, and she asked me.
Rambo, if you'll marry me, I'll start a Shakespearean company of our own. You can be the manager and do whatever plays you want to.
I thought, what will we use for money? But she answered that before I asked.
My great-aunt Ruth in Stafford Springs left me $89,000, Rambo.
Well, I assure you that put a different face on the matter. So we were married. We were married the day after we opened in Romeo and Juliet in South Boston. The most unfavorable notices, I must say. Mine were, adequate. But poor Faith. I wish you could have heard her read that scene.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her encircled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
To borrow an expression from the street. Oh, boy. I pleaded with her to resign the feminine lead part and to allow me to find another actress. I told her she could be the manager. She could do anything she wanted to.
I am the manager, Rambo. I will do anything I want to. It's my money.
There is very little one can do to argue with that sort of thing, sir.
Yes, I should think so.
The woman had no shame, sir. Nightly I went on and suffered the torments of the, She had no sense of timing. She forgot lines. We had to hide prompters behind every tree, under every bench, outside the window in Friar Lawrence's cell. And I daily grew more and more haggard. That voice. I can hear it yet.
What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath administered to have me dead?
Act 4, Scene 3.
That's right. In Juliet's chamber.
Well?
Scene 5, Act 4.
The nurse.
Halak, the day. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead!
Well, you seem to have cut quite a swath among the Juliet, sir.
Shakespeare killed her, too.
So he did. Well,
I don't know why I'm telling you all this, really.
probably because I asked you.
Well, there were really only 3 of them.
Oh, is that so? I thought there were more.
It just seems like more. Oh, if I never play Romeo and Juliet again, I'll be happy. How about Coriolanus? I don't exactly understand Coriolanus, but then I don't really understand much of Shakespeare either.
You don't?
It's just words, a lot of it, to me.
Well, what about Juliet number 3?
Oh, yes, that Juliet. Well, her name was really Juliet. And I'm afraid she's the only woman I ever loved in all my life.
Tell me about her.
Well, I suppose she was as close to the Juliet Shakespeare wrote about as any woman could be.
You think so?
Yes. Yes, I do. There wasn't a thing wrong with our marriage. We loved each other. There wasn't room for another woman in my life. Then.
Did you dispose of her, too?
I never fully realized my own inadequacies until I married Juliet. Why do I marry Juliet? What is it that makes me do it?
There is such a thing as destiny.
Destiny. Shakespeare was always talking about destiny and fate and those things I don't understand. But they work out, do they not?
Very often.
I have a picture of Juliet. Here.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time thou wilt perform this rite. And all my fortunes at thy feet I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
It is my soul that calls upon my name.
Romeo.
How silver sweet sound lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo.
Yes, that's a very beautiful picture. And she's dead?
I wish I never had to play Romeo and Juliet again. I could play... You're doing Shakespeare, of course.
Yes, nothing but Shakespeare.
Well, what kind of run do you expect?
How can anyone tell? With Shakespeare.
That's so. I remember once in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, or Sheboygan, Michigan, I can never tell them apart. We played 5 solid weeks. And when we came back the next year, we had to cut the last act of A Merchant of Venice because a burlesque troupe from Chicago was coming into town. How about King Lear?
I've thought of King Lear.
Child of Roland to the Dark Tower came. His word was still, I, fo and fum. I smell the blood of a British man. Or, Hamlet. To be or not to be, that is the question. But I suppose you'll be wanting to do Romeo and Juliet.
I do need a Romeo.
Well, then, gaze on me, sir.
You didn't tell me all about your latest Juliet.
Frankly, I would be very happy to be back in the theater.
I must confess that I murdered a Juliet once myself.
You did? Well, for goodness sake, I mean, by Jove, what kind of people are we? Did you really?
Yes.
Did you marry her, though?
Oh, no.
Oh, well, then. I married all of mine. 3 of them.
And the last one?
No. You tell me about the Juliet you killed first.
Oh, no.
Go on, please.
You first.
Well, I told you I loved her very much. She was good for my ego. I remember those nights after the show in hotels everywhere. It was always the same.
Rambo, let me get your slippers for you.
Thank you, my love. And would you fetch me a cold bottle of beer, too?
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid there isn't any beer left. I'll run out to the corner and get some.
Oh, thank you, dearest. If you're going to do that, would you mind picking up a cigar or 2 for me? Panatellas, please.
Of course, dear. Anything else?
And I would love a sandwich, if the restaurant is still open.
Do you want a magazine, too?
No, just evening papers. Oh, if you see a racing form, bring Kit along, too. Will you?
Of course, sweetheart. I'll be right back.
I hope you will, darling. That pink shirt. I wanted to wear it tomorrow.
I'll be back in time to iron it for you, dear. Well, let me help you with your slippers first.
Oh, no. I guess I'm capable of taking care of myself, dear. You run along.
All right, sir.
Wait! You didn't kiss me!
She sounds wonderful, sir.
She was always buying me things. Such neckties. I remember one. Oh, my dear sir. And such a cook. How many, many times I fell asleep to the sound of her washing the few dishes we had. After a succulent midnight meal of beef stroganoff, or chicken morengo, or choucroute garni. Cooked, my dear sir, over a gas flame in a room as often as not. And she never asked for a cent for herself. Always had a few extra dollars when I'd had a bad session at the track. And such an actress. You know, it's amazing. I never saw her play anything else but Juliet. I wish you could have seen her.
I'd like that very much.
Yes, you would.
And what did you say happened to her?
Well, she died.
Did you?
It was very odd. Singular, I mean.
What happened?
It was a Saturday night. I remember because we had no performance that night. We played only a Saturday matinee, then a matinee on Sunday. I'd been playing cards with some of the prominent citizens of the city we were playing in, and I came home about 10 o'clock. I expected to find Juliet asleep. She wasn't. She was standing in the center of our room with a strange man. And their arms were around each other, and they were kissing. It was very bad. Very, very bad.
You killed her?
Oh, no. I am afraid I was rather violent, though. I saw red, as the saying goes. The man, who was somewhat smaller than I threw downstairs. Juliet tried to explain, but she fainted. I was sorry she hit her head on the corner of the table, of course.
Is that what killed her?
Oh, no. I stormed out of the place and went out to a restaurant for dinner. And then after a full meal, I felt a little better, and I went back, determined to forget her. I was a little late. She had hanged herself.
That's too bad.
Yes, it was. How was I to know that the man she was kissing was her brother who had just dropped in to see us both? So, sometimes I can hear their voices, my Juliet. And Elizabeth.
Oh, swear not by the moon. In constant moon.
Faith.
That monthly changes in her encircled orb.
Juliet.
Lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
Well, come along then.
Am I, hired?
I think so. But I want you to read against Juliet first. Out here. To the stage.
Why, you've got it all dressed, haven't you?
Act 2, Scene 2.
Oh.
Over there by the balcony, if you please. Take it from Lady by yonder blessed moon.
Well, where's Juliet?
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you.
I say, that's familiar.
It's Shakespeare. Go on.
Well, lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon. The inconstant moon. That monthly changes in her.
Here! What is this?
You, talked about destiny, Rambo. Here's your destiny. And mine.
What?
This is the destiny we spoke of, friend. This is your fate. Your punishment. There are the 3 you murdered. There is the one I slew.
I don't...
Remember, Juliet had to die to make play. So, I found her poison.
Who the devil are you?
you knew, friend. My name is Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, at your service.
Quiet Please for tonight was called I Always Married Juliet. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And James Monks played Shakespeare. The three Juliets were Margaret Draper, Abby Lewis, and Anne Seymour. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here's my good friend Bill Cooper.
First, I must tell you that the characters on Quiet Please are not intended to represent any person living or dead, with the possible exception of Mr. Shakespeare. And there are certain people who doubt he lived anyway. The other characters are completely the children of my own imagination. If you happen to have the same name as one of them, it isn't intended to be you. Quiet Please for next week is called 12 to 5.
Now, why did you have to be so legalistic, Mr. Cooper? Well, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents the second of a series of unusual dramatic stories written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell. In this week's story, I Have Been Looking for You, we have as our guest the star of stage and radio, Miss Claudia Morgan. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Story is entitled, I Have Been Looking for You. I have been looking for you. Your name? I do not know your name. Perhaps you are Anaitis, or Legion, or Bernice. You are Mary, or Alice, or plain Jane. You are Mercedes, Libushka, Colette. Where are you, Colette? I heard your voice when I was a child, when I was new in school, when I was a tender lad unknowing. I heard your voice as I passed the schoolroom door.
7 times 7 are 49. 8 times 7 are 56. 9 times 7 are 63.
But I pushed the door ajar and looked, and there was only a schoolroom full of children and a teacher at a desk. The cadence of your childish voice hung in the sunny air in the schoolroom, but I couldn't find you. And wondering, dreaming, I closed the door and went my way on to the confusion of another schoolroom. But your voice was with me, and I have not forgotten. Many times I heard your voice, love, as I grew older. There were other girls in my boyhood, sweet, clean-limbed girls I remember now through the years. Helen with the yellow curls. Gladys, the tomboy on the bicycle. Paula in the library. Kate, Dorothy, and Janet, and crippled Margaret. And my playmates taunted me because I had no girl of my own. But I smiled a secret smile as I turned away and walked homeward along the elm-shadowed, the flower-sweet streets at night. For always you were somewhere. And I knew I should find you one day, somewhere. How many years have passed this love? How many summers, how many yesterdays, how many heartbeats? But I knew that I should find you. I saw you at a distance sometimes, a gay red bathing suit on a beach, a fluttering cotton scarf on the winter hillsides against the snow. But when I ran to greet you and call you mine, you were gone. You had vanished. A day came when I was a young man and went away to make my fortune. My heart ached as the little station grew smaller in the rapid distance, for I knew I saw you there waving farewell. Was it to me? And I thought frantically of leaping from the train and returning. But a cloud of dust swirled up behind the train, and when it was gone, you had vanished. There was another glimpse of you, I thought, as the train roared through another little town, and a gay crowd on the station platform waved and called. And I knew then. I knew that wherever I should go, you would be also. And tears came to my eyes, as I thought perhaps I should never see your face, but always follow you, and never leave. Yes, I was young for love, but I loved you then as I loved you that first day.
7 times 7.
And as I love you now that I have found you.
I knew you followed me. I heard your footsteps down the summer dark street, with the flickering old streetlights casting shadows into the lilac bushes. And the scent of the lilacs is what you've been saying so many times. Why have I never seen your face? Or have I? Tell me.
I love you.
I've seen your shadow pass my window. I've heard the distant echo of your voice. And you were always near. My dreams have seen you, but you evade my seeking eyes. Do you remember a wide, white beach on a summer day? And the high, white clouds? And you were alone? And I was alone?
I remember.
I remember. I conjured you up out of the sound of the waves in the sand, and the rhythm of the surf was the beating of my heart.
And the sound of the wind in the dunes was your far-off laughter that I heard.
And I ran along the beach searching for you. Your presence was strong in my heart. And I cried out. I was heartsick. Then I was afraid. I swam far out into the remorseless waves. I became weary and hopeless for you. The waves fought me. They bore me down. Then I dreamed of the strong arms about me. And I opened my eyes to the sun and breathed again. And the salt on my lips I thought was not the salt of the sea, but the sting of a fading kiss. But you were gone. Then I knew my life was yours. And I was very happy for a little while. And very sad. Where did you go, love?
I dreamed of you in the sea. I dreamed that you were struggling, and I dreamed that I swam out to you and took you in my arms and brought you to the shore, and I kissed you. But there was darkness somewhere, darkness that hid your face from me. And when I awoke, I too felt the salt of your lips on mine. Was I never to see you, never to hold you in my arms in life? I thought to forget you. You must forgive me that. I thought that my mind was sick, that I dreamed in my waking hours. But which was the dream, and which reality? And how could I escape the vision of you? Always I was haunted, tortured by the thought that you were near me, around the corner, waiting perhaps with a smile of welcome when I should find you. Do you remember? You must.
I remember. When did you walk down an avenue in the snow? The lights were golden from the windows, and the bells chimed softly in the twilight. The streets were filled with cheerful people hurrying happily in the white darkness. And I was young and heard you hasten past me, a dim shape in the swirling snowflake. And I followed you until you disappeared in the storm. The cheerful, flat laughter of the people on the street mocked me again. Foolishness. There's no one. I am alone. We shall never find each other. When I wept in my sleep that night, it was your hand that wiped away my tears.
I dreamed of a woman weeping, and I kissed her eyelids as she said,
You went away.
We were new to the war that Christmas season, and even as the reluctant bells rang in a new year, I went away. I remember the gloomy, cold station. I remember the unhappy shepherding 24 motley civilians away from the lights of the city to the drafty cars that were taken somewhere. There were few to see us off that New Year's Eve. A policeman who watched us silently as we straggled across the platform. And an old man who offered us his bottle and mumbled of his days at the wars of Siboney and San Juan, the girl he left behind him. And a group of belated commuters turning away from us to study the blackboard when the train arrived. And as they closed the doors of the coaches, a fat woman pounding on the window, mouthing frantic goodbyes to a little man who turned away from her. But when our train began to move from the station, a glimpse of a woman standing alone under a dusty electric light on the platform. And then I knew, as I remembered once before, that I could never wholly go away from you, that we belonged to each other, though I might never see your face. I was close to death many times in the war. At Castling Pass, when John Sutherland and I were alone one night with Rommel's armor on the other side of the hill with a watch. And at last we knew they were coming, and one of us would stay while the other one passed in the back. I was afraid to stay. But I argued with John in the petty pride of my terror, saying I would stay while he should go back to what might mean safety. But he was tired, he said, and I was not. And he would stay. And so I went, and 20 steps away from him, I heard the 88 smashed in.
I spoke to him and told him to stay.
And I was wounded afterwards. That night I lay in the hospital camp and something happened. I knew I should die. I had no voice to call. And in the last blackness before my senses went, a nurse came hurrying to my side. It was you, I thought. But when morning came, I saw the same familiar nurse I'd known for days.
He was asleep and I awakened him.
Did you watch over me all those years? Was it your voice I sometimes heard in the still night? Have you loved me so as I have loved you? What must we do? I have been looking for you for so long, but such a time went by. Such a long, weary time since I came home. Where were you? There was one moment. I was standing on the deck when our transport came up the bay. I was looking for you. There were hundreds of boats around us, boats with great painted signs welcoming some of us home. And there was none for me. But I hoped that perhaps among all those who had come to meet their men in the harbor there might be. We were past the Statue of Liberty, nosing over to the North River where we were to dock. And a ferry boat from Jersey cut across our bows. I merely glanced at it, and I saw you. That was a happy homecoming. But when I came back from New York, when I took off my uniform and went to work again, you were gone. I searched for you. I looked for you everywhere. Where were you? What had happened? 2 years went by.
I saw you, love. They said in the hospital that I would never get well. I heard the doctors talking. And at night sometimes I talked to you. But I knew you didn't hear me. The cord was broken. I couldn't reach you. I saw you many times.
I had buried myself in my work, they said. Whatever the work was, I'd forgotten. I'd forgotten everything except that I loved you. And I tried to forget that, for I was afraid that you were gone from me forever, and I should never see you, never hear your voice again, never know your nearness as I had grown to know. I tried to lose the thought of you among 7 millions of people, among the high buildings and in the sounds of the city around me, and I almost succeeded. But then I saw you. Do you remember where I saw you? In the very center of the town, surrounded by men and women of 100 races. In the midst of a babble of sound, in the midst of hysterical, never-ending motion, in colors and darkness and flashing, searing lights. It was a summer evening, hot and humid. And a threat of lightning and sullen thunder in the clouds that towered over the Jersey Highlands. The voice of the storm quickened, rumbling over the squalling sound of the city, and the lightning crackled in the west. I was on my way home after a sodden day in a tiny office above Town Square. One of the beaten, hungry millions at the end of a colorless, unhappy day. And the subway, the crowds, and the guards pushing the milling crowds into the airless, stuffy cars. The train stopping far underground where only blind animals should live. Bodies pressed against feverish bodies, tired eyes looking inwardly toward the comforts of home and cool drinks and blessed rest. And outside the windows, walls too close, sweating and dank with moisture. And the sudden flash of stations as we roar through them, more and more speed, bodies swaying against bodies, suffocation, and the sudden fear that comes like a clutching nightmare deep underground. We're going too fast. Streams of blue sparks outside the open windows, the acrid smell of burning rubber, swift panic, clutching hands, futile fists beating screaming faces, the scream of tortured brakes, lights flickering and dying, and in the last seconds before the crash... You. I saw you. I had turned, I remember, to escape a man's fingers clawing at my eyes. I saw you, inches away from me, yet a continent away. Blonde hair rippling in the fetid breeze, red lips apart, not in fear, but in rapt excitement, almost smiling. I shouted your name. Did I know your name? And then, darkness. You knew, didn't you? You saved my life, but you said you turned your head just as the crash came. Yes, I turned my head to look at you. The steel rod just grazed your forehead. If you hadn't turned your head... I looked at you. It was providential, young man. It was you.
I knew you were there, among all those scores of frightened, screaming men and women. I knew you were there. And I saw you. In the last flickering of the light, I saw you. And then you were gone. Forever, I thought. I thought you died in the subway wreck. For long months you were dead to me. My mind refused to think of you. I couldn't picture your face again. But now I know I was near you many times. I entered a restaurant as you left.
I left the elevator at the 14th floor one day.
I got on at the 15th.
I turned to look in a shop window as you passed by.
I picked up a book at Bentana's that you just laid down, and I knew I could.
And the bus driver gave me change that had come from your purse, and I knew.
You sat behind me at a rough big concert at Carnegie Hall, and I dreamed that night.
The telephone booth at Grand Central. Your perfume still was there. All those long times when I never saw you. Times, I'm afraid, when I all but forgot you. And then I'd see a picture of you. A happy group celebrating something some night time. And there you were. There was your face, dim and smudged with ink, half turned away from me in the background. And I was off. Off to walks in the park, hoping to hear footsteps that had grown familiar through the long years. Off to a pub crawl along 3rd Avenue, drinking a tin Costello's, P.J. Frost, listening to the cadence of a voice that might somehow be there. And off on the top of a 5th Avenue bus, off on the Staten Island ferry, or an expedition through the theater crowd to certain times. Ah, my love, I have you. I said I never knew your name. I'd lay awake nights and go over all the girls' names I ever heard of. Alice, Claudia, Doris, Elizabeth, Frances, down through Wilhelmina, Yvonne, and Zoe. I'd make resolutions to pick it. I went out with other girls. But I found myself becoming bored with other girls. I looked for you and them, and I became short of speech, quarrelsome, and no girl ever went out. And I kept to myself more and more times in Central Park, till the very ice cream vendors greeted me as an old acquaintance. And more times along 5th Avenue late at night, up past the cathedral, down past the Empire State, hoping, listening, peering anxiously at every woman. I went away on long trips by myself to escape the thought of you, and heard your distant laughter. I thought I saw you framed in the window of a train that passed mine, going in the other direction. I didn't sleep much. Nights, I came home as late as I could, staggering. I closed the door and shut the city up. I was afraid to sleep. I was afraid of the dream. The dream that came so often. An empty room. Dark, high walls. A little flight of stairs leading to an open door. And beyond the door, a dazzling light. And silence. And the light draws me to the flight of steps and the open door. My voice echoes in the silence of the gloomy room. Where are you, love? Where are you?
I'm here, love.
You are there, beyond the door, in the room where the light shines. Your shadow falls across the flight of steps. You are only 20 paces away. I move towards the door. 1, 2, 3. I can't touch. Your voice.
Come here.
Another. Is that a hand on my shoulder? I turn to see. The room is empty. Another step. I can go no farther. I struggle, but there is something that holds me back, and a voice that whispers in my ear.
Not yet. Not yet.
I fight against the force that holds me, but I cannot move. What is beyond the door where the light is? Do you wait for me? Why cannot I reach you?
Come to me, love.
I cannot move. I call.
Help me. Come to me.
Come to me.
Then with the sound of a great gong in my ears, I awake trembling into heaven. I lie awake till the gray dawn crawls through the window.
The dream came to me last night. Great bright room. A light that dazzles my eyes. And I cannot move. A door that leads to darkness. And footsteps beyond the door in the dusk. I'm frightened until I hear your voice.
Where are you, love?
And I answer. And then I know your footsteps coming to me from the darkness into the light that dazzles me. But the footsteps end, and the light burns my eyelids, and the great gong
My hand was on the very lintel of the door, and the radiance of the light within struck my eyes and blinded me. And again I awoke, trembling. Did this mean that I was doomed to find? Am I to see, to hold you in my arms? What can I do? I slept a little, and the dream did not return. It was raining when I awoke, a quiet summer's rain, and the light in the street was the color of the light in the room beyond the door. Is that a sign? Is this the day?
It's raining. I dreamed of a voice that I knew. I asked him to come to me. Is this the day? The dream a message from somewhere telling me that this is the day. I dressed hastily, and I see that it's already 8 o'clock. Perhaps I shall meet him. I shall wear my new scarlet raincoat. I'll know him when I see him. Will he know me? Outdoors. Rain. Good luck, a taxi cab. Shall I meet him today?
Who says the rain is dismal? This is the day. I know this is the day. I shall walk to the office. Who knows, I may meet her on the way. I smile at strangers as I stroll through the pelting rain down Madison Avenue. Here is a young couple, lovers. I, too, am a lover. And today I shall meet my beloved. And then the fulfillment of all my dreams from the time my childhood, so very long ago. I step down from the curb. 68th Street. Traffic is stopped before the upraised hand of a policeman in the middle of the street. I smile at them. And I do not see the taxicab careening around the corner against the light, the driver frantically tugging at his wheel, very slowly it seems to me, and the cab coming straight at me. And as I looked up, the cruel wheels half a foot from me, you. And then, they moved. The dark room, with the little stairs, and the door, and the dazzling light beyond. Nothing holds me back now. I go forward to the door, and the light welcomes me. I know you are there, love. In a moment we shall meet. We shall kiss. We shall begin our life together. Shall we not? Love, where are you?
Love, I'm here. With you, Pavaner.
Yes, indeed, right through here. Now, mind the little stairs. Through the door. Yes, it is bright in here, but you have to be able to see very well in here. This is the one. The man that was killed by the taxi cab. No. There's no identification at all. This one? This was the woman, the passenger in the cab. She died of a heart attack at the very instant. No. No identification for her either. Yes, it is strange. Both of them smiling as if they were the happiest people in the world.
again.
Together.
You have listened to I Have Been Looking For You, the second in the series, Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Ernest Chappell was the man who talked to you, and our guest, Claudia Morgan, was the woman. Thank you, Claudia, for being with us. Others in the cast were Peggy Stanley, C. Wayne Gordon, and Martin Wolfson. The music was composed and played by Gene Presto. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please story, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper. Bill?
For next week, I've written you a fantastic story that I hope may give you to think as well as entertainment. Its title is We Were Here First.
So, until next week at this time, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came from New York. Stay tuned now for a fascinating story of strange events and a common-sense explanation on the House of Mystery, which follows in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Today's story, written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell, is called I Remember Tomorrow.
Could you tell me the time, please? Oh, thank you. I didn't see the clock. Thank you very much. I just wanted to see how much more time I have before a certain thing happens. I wanted to see if I have time enough to tell you what's going to happen, because certain things should be done after it happens, you see. And I'm rather afraid that it'll be up to you to do them. I won't be here. Let me see how I'd better start here. Perhaps it would be best if I gave you their descriptions. The three men, I mean. You'll forgive me if I sound a little confused occasionally. I have so many things to remember, and so little time to remember them all. Oh, yes, the descriptions. There are three of them. Lauterbach, he's about medium size, probably 40 years old, has red hair and a heavy red mustache. Lauterbach seems to be the boss, or perhaps I should say leader. And the second one is Greg. Greg is a large man, stocky, I should imagine you'd call him. He's around 50, smooth-shaven, has sandy hair just turning gray. And Frank, I'm afraid I don't know his last name. Frank is all I've heard him called by the others, and I'm certain that's his first name. Frank wears glasses with heavy bows. He has black, thin hair. And he's young compared to the others. 24 or 5, I should say. They're all very dangerous men, I'm afraid. Of course, I didn't realize at first that they were dangerous men, but the events of the past few days have demonstrated to me that they are. And as I shall show you in a few moments, I now have incontrovertible proof that they're extremely dangerous. It is quite fortunate for you that they do not know I am talking to you. However, if you will do exactly as I ask you, I feel reasonably sure that there will be no serious results for you. For myself, I already know the
the outcome, and it's quite impossible to change that. But your task is to bring to justice the men who murdered me. Or should I say, the men who are about to murder me. Let me start from the beginning. There's enough time. My name is Garrett Faber. I am by profession what careless newspaper writers call a scientist. By avocation, I am a gambler. A singularly inept and unfortunate gambler, not an enthusiastic one. In addition, I am afraid I drink. Perhaps my unfortunate cards may be in a way traceable to my propensity for martinis, or conversely, it may be that I drink excessively to forget the sums of money I lose at cards. And I should do the martini now. Unfortunately, I shall have to wait until our colloquy is over. I left a large pitcher of martinis on this table yesterday when I left. And I see by the empty pitcher that I drank its contents. As a matter of fact, I believe Frank did say I was finishing the pitcher when he killed me. Therefore, I have at least the consolation that the martinis will be waiting for me when I get back to yesterday. Even if I am to be murdered as I finish them. It's an interesting thought. I know it sounds like what Lauterbach calls double talk, doesn't it? But you understand it all presently if you listen carefully. I find many interesting subjects of thought in this room. One of them is the partially dried stains on the carpet. Stains, blood stains, where I fell. And may I look at the clock again? Oh, that's the story. 1 month ago today, 1 month ago yesterday, I was sitting in a certain saloon. I was quite thirsty. It was a warm day, and I unfortunately had no money for the purchase of any kind of liquid refreshment. My wife deplores my habit of waiting around in the saloon for an acquaintance to come in and buy me a drink, of course. But she deplores so many of my habits that I... are you married? Well, hope you understand. Well, it seems my acquaintances had other things to do that afternoon, and I had appeared presumed to sit and perspire and envy the more fortunate patrons of the saloon who had the wherewithal that I lacked. I had about given up in despair when a voice at my shoulder.
Aren't you Dr. Garrett Faber?
With some surprise, I answered it. I am afraid you have somewhat the advantage of me, sir.
My name is Johnny Lauterbach, Dr. Faber. This is Mr. Gregg.
How do you do, sir?
And Frank, meet Dr. Faber.
Pleased to meet you.
Dr. Faber, will you have a drink with us?
Needless to say, I accepted your pleasure. There was a time when I did not so readily drink with strangers, but, perhaps it was a kind of conditioning of my mind that led me to assume that these men were casual acquaintances whom I did not instantly remember. At any rate, the afternoon wore on, and we did become veterans.
How about another double martini, Dr. Faber?
Drink up, Doctor. More martinis on the way.
Let me buy one for the doc. Hey, Patty, another double martini.
And I am afraid that was the last I remembered of that afternoon. The next morning, however, I recall distinctly. I had a transcendental hangover. And I was not at home. My 3 drinking companions were still with me.
John E. Lauterbach.
Mr. Gregg and
Frank.
Mr. Lauterbach was good enough to produce a bottle of something, from which he poured me a large tumblerful. I drank it gratefully, and the dark clouds in the room dispersed a little. A second tumblerful, and Dr. Faber was almost himself again, as that condition might be. I reached for a third glass of whatever.
That's enough for now, Dr. Faber.
one more and you'd be on your ear again.
You feel all right now.
Yes, but I am a trifle foggy. Could one of you tell me where we are?
Where we are isn't very important right now, Dr. Faber.
It's where we're going to be, Doctor.
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand.
I'll tell you, Dr. Faber.
Yes, you talk, Mr. Lauterbach.
Sure. We'll listen.
Well, now. Doctor, you used to be one of the most brilliant physicists in the business.
I once had a reputation? Yes.
But bottles on that racket doesn't seem to mix.
I can testify, my friend, to the truth of that statement.
You haven't had a job in quite some time, have you?
Not in quite some time. The gentleman thinking of offering me a job?
He might.
A temporary job
With a lot of dough attached.
Would this be an honest job?
It would require laying off hard liquor for a while.
and staying out of sight.
And the payoff, that'll kill you, Doc.
May I know more about this job?
Doctor, listen. We're not screwy.
Yes?
We know something about your work in the past.
Well, I understand then why you use the word screwy. You may remember that the character of my work is the cause of my dismissal from the university.
It's probably what put you on the bottle.
What? We don't care about that, Doc.
Thank you, Frank. You are, Mr. Lauterbach.
Well, again, you were investigating time and space relationships, if that's the scientific name for it.
That's essentially correct. The university took a rather dim view of some of the reports of my work that appeared in the public print.
I remember that. They kidded the pants off you.
They did that indeed.
But we think you're on the up and up, Dr. Faber.
Well, now, I'm most assuredly very grateful.
That's why we want you to do this job for us.
You ought to do it standing on your head, Doc.
I'm afraid you haven't told me yet just what the job consists of. Perhaps I can't do it. Perhaps I should telephone my wife.
We phoned her.
Oh, you did?
We told her you'd be busy on a new project for a few weeks and couldn't get home.
We also mailed her $200.
Your retaining fee, see?
You'll be very happy to receive the money. I'm afraid I haven't been able to supply her any for some time.
We figured you'd take the job, Doctor.
Well, $200 is not much of an investment.
Not when you figure it against what this job will make for us.
Gentlemen, I'm still in the dark.
Well,
Mr. Lauterbach will explain it to you.
Yeah.
Come on, Mr. Lauterbach.
Dr. Faber, according to your experiments and stuff, time is, what you said, relative.
That's correct.
You said it's something like air or water, didn't you?
Well, that needs a little amplification.
He said you could move around anytime, like you move around in air and water and stuff.
In theory, gentlemen, I believe that possible.
That's fine. Would you prove that theory, Dr. Faber?
I was dismissed from the university before I had an opportunity to do so, Mr. Drake.
You could prove it, though, huh?
I have reason to believe that I could. Yes. And, might I ask the purpose of this discussion, gentlemen?
Why, sure, Doctor.
Certainly, Dr. Faber.
Sure. We want you to make a time machine for us, Doc.
Actually, I was traveling. You gentlemen hardly seem the type who could conceive of a time machine, much less casually order one. I hesitated. I said I wasn't sure I could do it.
You can do it all right, Dr.
I said it would cost a great deal of money.
We'll get up the money,
I
Doctor.
said it would require considerable time.
We can wait, Doc. The payoff's good enough. We can wait a long time.
And so I naturally asked about this payoff.
Have a small drink, Doctor.
Obviously, I accepted the challenge. Obviously, I constructed a time machine. Otherwise, how could I be talking to you from tomorrow? How could I be speaking to you at 10:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time on Monday, July 28th? And you are as obviously listening to me at 10:13 on Sunday, July 27th. I don't know where you are. Of course, you may be listening to me in another time zone, perhaps at 6:13 p.m. Pacific Standard Time or 7:13 Mountain Time. You see, don't you, that time is relative? That's the whole secret of time and habit. I'm sure not going to detail the machine. To me, it is relatively simple, although it's immensely complicated as you may imagine. The machine lies before me on the table here, a rather fragile little device looking something like a camera. But its fragility is deceptive. It cannot be destroyed. Now, observe here. Here is a hammer. Nothing whatever happens. And for a very excellent reason. The machine cannot be destroyed now. Tomorrow, because it must go back with me before long to what is today to use. If I could destroy it now, it would be impossible for it to go back, and the whole experiment would have become impossible. You follow me? Still no matter. I have some things to show you. Let me go back to the afternoon when I first was certain that I had a rudimentary time machine that would actually work. I had consumed a great deal of liquor. Mr. Lauterbach and his friends were very generous, and I found, strangely enough, that drinking did not seem to affect my workmanship or my thinking. Well, perhaps it did. Perhaps without it I might not have been able to build the device. It is too late now. It works, and it has already performed its function. My, shall I say, sponsors were most curious that afternoon.
How are you going to prove it works, Dr. Faber? Send something into the future?
Send what? Not me.
I rather think we will try an inanimate object first, gentlemen.
The pencil there.
Yes, the pencil. Can't hurt a pencil.
Well, if this works.
If it works. Oh, man.
How long will it be gone?
For the purpose of the demonstration, I shall send it away for, only a few seconds.
How far away?
Shall we say, tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Very well.
That's far enough.
Very well, tomorrow. 5 seconds. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Watch then.
It's gone.
Now watch. 1 second. 2, 3, 4, 5.
There it is again. Let's see it.
Doesn't seem to be changed.
It isn't.
Well, why should it be?
Listen, how do we know that pencil was in tomorrow?
Well, we don't, Frank.
Well,
where was it?
Well, yeah?
Yeah.
But how are we going to know? Tell me that, Doc. How are we going to know?
We'll have to send somebody who can come back and report.
Who's that going to be, Dr. Faber?
Not me. Not me.
Doctor, will you have a drink?
I will have a drink. I will have 2 drinks. I will have a large number of drinks. I will listen to your argument.
You invented it, Doctor. You know more about it than we do.
I will drink again and shake my head solemnly at your importunities, gentlemen.
One of us might bust the thing, you know. Go on, Doc. We have to know for sure.
Because I don't quite trust you, gentlemen. I don't know what you are up to, but slowly the suspicion grows in my alcoholic mind that you want this instrument for no good. And if I do use it and travel into tomorrow, I shall do it alone when none of you are about. I can be crafty and cunning myself, gentlemen, as crafty and cunning as I suspect you are. And I shall do my first exploring alone. Then deliberately I set out to drink myself into a condition where I shall be of no use whatever to my patrons, and their voices wavered off in a haze of my own making.
Take that bottle away from him, somebody. You gave it to him, Lauterbach. Don't use fooling letting now.
But then, after a while, it was night, and my head was reasonably clear. Then I was locked in my room, and Lauterbach and Greg and Frank were, I assumed, peacefully sleeping, and that was my time. That was the time to look at tomorrow. I looked at the calendar on the table. It said Thursday, July 3rd. I looked at the clock, 11:34 p.m. I fastened the chain on the door, and I turned on a small light at the table. And then I attached the time machine to my wrist. Carefully, I set it for 1 month ahead. Carefully, I set the dial to allow me 5 minutes in the future. And with the last swift look around, I pressed the release. It was not an unpleasant sensation. The room was dark. The light I had just turned on was out. I reached for the switch to turn it on again, and I was startled nearly out of my senses. The lights flashed outside. They seemed to be coming from the sky above, and the air was heavy with crashing sound. Had I made an error in calculation? Was I the only witness of atomic destruction? I rushed to the window. The lights continued to flash. Rockets, a pyrotechnic display of glorious sound and color. I watched it in terror for a moment. Then I remembered. I had only a few minutes. Back to the table, turned on the light, and the desk calendar glared up at me. Friday, July 4th. That was it. I had made an error. I thought I'd set the machine for a month ahead, but it was only for a day. It was tomorrow. My watch ticked on. The evening paper lay on the table. The date, July 4th, 1947. And I had my proof. I snatched up the paper and stuffed it in the pocket, and the fireworks outside died away. And the watch ticked on. And suddenly, I was back. July 3rd, 1947, said the calendar pad. I had succeeded. I had seen tomorrow today. And I had my proof. I reached for tomorrow's newspaper. There was no paper. Or perhaps I dropped it on the floor. No, there was no paper. There was no proof. I tried again with the machine. I found out some things. No matter how I set it, it would only go to the next day. Perhaps there's some kind of providence that prevents man from seeing too far into the future. I found out something else. It was impossible to bring back anything from the future. I tried it with a newspaper. I tried it with a dozen other tangible things. But I was always empty-handed when I returned. Now, my friends didn't know this. They didn't know anything about all the tomorrows I had seen. I was determined to find out what use they intended to make of my machine first. And I found out. I had held out against testing the machine in their presence so far as they knew I'd never tried it. And they kept after me, day after day. And at last, I set my price. And what do you want to use this machine for, gentlemen?
Shall I tell him, Greg?
Might as well, I guess.
What about you, Frank?
Yeah, you find out anyway.
Well, I shall not test it, gentlemen, until I know.
What if we hooked it up and sent you out anyway?
Yeah, whether you want to or not.
How about that?
It wouldn't work, gentlemen.
What?
You don't think I'm quite a fool, do you?
What do you mean, Faber?
I haven't shown you everything about its operation yet.
Okay. Tell him, Mr. Lauterback.
You appear to have us more or less over a barrel, Doctor.
Thank you.
So, we're going to make a lot of money with it.
You said that. How?
Very simple.
Too simple, Doc.
Dr. Faber, we intend to step into the future, knock over a few banks...
And come back to today with the money.
You see, Doc?
Yes, but you can't...
But what?
I didn't tell them what I had discovered. I didn't tell them my machine could move no farther into the future than 24 hours. And I didn't tell them that they could bring nothing back with them. Even if I'd sympathized with their remarkable scheme, I didn't dare tell them. I was caught. They'd find out sometime, then what? It was a good scheme, wasn't it? But, of course, there are physical laws that cannot be violated. If you take something from the future and bring it back to today, then it never existed in the future. Figure it out for yourself. It doesn't take a doctor's philosophy to work it out. So that was it. Now I had to demonstrate whether I wanted to or not. I thought fast. Perhaps I could set the machine so I could stay indefinitely in the future. I studied it hard. I thought I could do it. And they watched me. That was yesterday, today. Today to them. And yesterday to me. It was nearly half an hour ago, or if I trust the calendar, 24.5 hours ago. I set the machine for an indefinite stay in tomorrow. And they watched me curiously. They said,
"Bring us back tomorrow's paper, Doctor."
Don't stay too long.
Hurry back, Doc.
And Frank laughed as I pressed the release. Now it's tomorrow here. And you've got to help me. Because I can't stay here indefinitely. I'm going back. The machine works automatically. It'll take me back whether I want to go or not. You want to know how I know? Well, a little while ago I was sitting here alone. Tomorrow's paper was on the table beside me. And the door opened and they walked in. I spoke to them. "Hello." They walked on in, paying no attention.
You'd better get that blood cleaned up, Frank.
Yeah, it's too easy to spot.
I'll get at it again.
I looked down. There was a blood spot on the carpet near where I was sitting. I spoke again. "Where did the blood come from, Mr. Lauterbach?"
Now we know the thing works. We've got to get some money.
Oh, it works all right, Mr.
First thing, though, is to get rid of his body.
Whose body, Mr. Lauterbach?
Can't keep it there in the closet forever, you know.
Somebody might come in while we're out.
We'll dump it in the river tonight.
Has somebody been killed, Mr. Lauterbach?
Well, anyway, we owe him something.
He got paid off, though.
I sort of like the doc at that.
Liked whom?
I hated to knock him off.
Knock whom off?
Well, we couldn't keep him around after he got the machine working and tested it out for us, could we?
Of course not. He served his purpose.
Are you
I
talking
hated
about...
to do it, though. When he picked up that pitcher of martinis and took a big slug, I thought he had a hunch that something was up.
Forget it, Frank.
And he said, "I drink to success, gentlemen."
That was yesterday, Frank.
And I knew why they didn't see me or hear me. You know now, too, don't you? I wasn't there. This was tomorrow to them. It was yesterday they killed me when I came back, when I said, "I drink to success, gentlemen." I wasn't there in the room when they talked about it. I was dead. So I know now, and you know, I've got to go back. I've got to go back and be killed. Nothing can stop that. I should have known. But you've got to help me. You've got to send the police here. They've got to be captured before they can use my machine. Think what they can do with it. And they're murderers. They murdered me. You will help, won't you? Oh, yes, you will. Yes, you will. I know you will, friend. You did help. Yes, you did. It says so right here in tomorrow's paper. Look. You've got to help. They can do so many terrible things with my machine. No, I know they can't bring anything back from tomorrow with them, but they can kill. You will help. Let me read you what tomorrow's paper says about what you did. Oh, I'm afraid I didn't read it all the first time. I'm sorry. No, I'm terribly sorry. But, well, listen. Died this afternoon as a result of wounds suffered in the capture of the 3 men. That's you, friend. That's you that's to be killed tomorrow trying to help me. No, you can't change it. You can't change it any more than I can. My machine is buzzing again. I'm going back. I'll pick up my drink and I'll say, "I drink to success, gent."
Well, Doctor, did you make it?
I drink to success, gentlemen.
I Remember Tomorrow, a Quiet Please story written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Frederick Bell played Lauterbach. Kermit Murdoch was heard as Greg, and Frank Dane was Frank. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo.
Now, for a word about next week's story on Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week's Quiet Please story about a man and a murder is called Inquest.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called If I Should Wait Before I Die. I'm a practical man. I want you to understand that I am practical, utterly practical. That I believe nothing that cannot be proved beyond the shadow of a doubt. I know that men live because the lives of many of them impinge on me, who also live. I believe that they die because I've seen them die. Pure knowledge. I've devoted most of my 47 years to its pursuit. The application of the knowledge I gain is a small moment to me. I may say that it's of no moment whatever. The experiment, the deduction and proof of new natural laws is the be-all and the end-all, as I believe the poets put it. And their application is not my province. Don here does not share my opinion. Don's interest is in the applications of the laws that I and others have discovered and proved.
You don't care, Dr. Anderson, whether 1 million men and women die as the result of the application of your discoveries?
It is a matter of no interest whatever to me, Don.
I wonder if you really mean that.
I mean it. Implicitly.
You know what the world is doing with your discoveries?
Obviously, I know something of what they're doing. But I assure you it does not interest me.
It doesn't interest you that 3 men are circling this Earth in a satellite rocket as a result of your researches?
I am interested only in the data they may bring back from outer space. Data on which I may base further research.
It doesn't interest you that those data may become the basis for the building of fortresses out there in space, from which the Earth can be bombarded by some of the new weapons that have derived from your studies?
I didn't invent the weapons, Don.
Other men did, using your technical data.
Well, that's their concern.
But does it interest you that those 3 men may never come back to Earth? That they may be facing a horrible death out there, 700 miles away from this Earth, alone out there in the dark?
I have no time to contemplate their troubles, Don.
You sent them there?
I did not.
They wouldn't be there if it hadn't been for your formulas and your work.
I tell you again, that is their concern, not mine.
Do you know who they are?
Don, I'm very busy. Would you please go back to your office and let me finish my work?
Ernst Macy and Dan Seymour.
Please go away.
And your brother.
My brother?
Your kid brother, Edward.
Can you hand me that slide rule, please?
Will you listen to me?
The other one, please.
Dr. Anderson, I tell you that... Well, Anderson. Yes. Oh, this is Don, Major. When? You sure? Yes, he's here. No, I don't think so. I'll tell him. Yeah. Thanks. Dr. Anderson. Well, that was Major Hilton over at the center. They had another message from the satellite rocket at 14:55. From your brother, Edward.
What did you say?
From 700 miles out in space. From a rocket that's been circling the Earth for 3 months now, alone out there in the cold void, with such a little hope of ever coming back to warmth and light and friends. From the dark and the cold.
What are you talking about?
Your brother, Edward. He's dead. Somewhere out there in space, he's dead. Do you hear me? He sent you a message. He died before he finished it. Tell my brother, he said. Tell my brother, if I should wake before I die, and he died before he finished it. Do you know what that means? Do you hear me? Your brother!
Just hand me that notebook there, will you? No, the one with the brown cover. Thanks. Knowledge is all. The application of the knowledge is unimportant, unless it leads to further knowledge. I have no theories of life or death or of creation. Explanation or the attempt at explanation is futile and unnecessary. There are no secrets of life or death. They're chemical processes peculiar to man. They exist, and that's all. Perhaps someday I or one of my colleagues will discover the principles of this living and dying. But there's a long, long apprenticeship ahead of us before we can turn to that phase of science. And in the meantime, there are problems to be solved, answers to be proved. And it's of no importance what temporary use is made of the results of our researches. This space rocket would have been useful, no doubt, in charting the effects of cosmic radiation. But it's gone. We must dismiss it as an expedient that fails. Knowledge. Knowledge is the goal. All else is unimportant. Never forget that. It's worth any price.
Doesn't it depend just a little, Dr. Anderson, on who pays the price?
What?
The ones who die in the search?
Well, as long as the important ones don't die, the price is reasonable.
Who is to decide which are the unimportant ones?
I am important.
Yes, to yourself.
To the world.
The others are important to the world, too.
Nonsense.
There wouldn't be any world without them, Doctor.
Well, in that sense...
People like your brother.
He was dispensable to science.
To you, personally?
Are you implying that I didn't love my brother?
Am I?
I did.
I wonder.
Now, please don't try to involve me in an emotional experience, Don. I have work to do.
It might do you some good, Dr. Anderson, if you did get involved in an emotional experience. It might wake you up.
I'm awake, thank you.
No, you're not.
Kindly explain what you mean by that.
No. I don't think I will, Doctor. I don't think I will.
Well, I don't know what you mean.
You know what you're doing.
I do.
You know that the application of your research and experiment is producing the most frightful weapons the world has ever seen.
That's not my fault. That's application again.
Well, they wouldn't exist without what you know, what you've proved.
In that case, I am only helping my country.
That's what the others say.
What others?
The other scientists in other countries. They're helping their countries, too.
Well, that's their privilege.
You realize that you and the others are distilling destruction for the whole world, don't you?
That's the fault of you young military men who are converting pure research into weapons for war.
I grant that. But you are the ones that gave us that research. It's your dreams, not ours.
I wish you'd stop talking of dreams.
Well, I wish...
You wish what?
I remember what your brother sent to you from way out there in space. Dying in a rocket ship. A spaceship that grew out of your dreams.
Yeah, I've forgotten it.
Why, Dr. Anderson, you must remember it.
No.
It's like that little prayer that kids say at bedtime. Only your brother changed it around a little. He knew what he was talking about. You remember it?
Something sentimental. I remember I used to say it when we were children at night. I know. Now I
sound asleep. If I should die before I wake...
That isn't what your brother said. Dying out there in the cold and the dark.
I don't...
I'd try to remember it if I were you, Doctor. Your brother said, if I should wake before I die...
It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does, Doctor. He was telling you to wake up before you die. Wake up, Doctor, before you die and the world dies with you.
There is nothing I can do. I have committed myself to this, and I've gone too far. The others, Barshoff and Beveridge and Delaplane, they have gone too far, too. They cannot stop. It's no dream at all. It is pure science. What if they have perverted our dreams? Not dreams. What if they have perverted our studies, our equations, our living thoughts to weapons of destruction? It was not our fault. I was not my brother's keeper.
But he died far, far out there in the illimitable reaches of immeasurable cold, out where the cosmic dust lies in great cold clouds. And there is no time.
The alchemists tried for thousands of years to transmute base metals into precious ones. I only carried out their fumbling task.
But you succeeded, you and the others.
I didn't pollute the waters of Bikini.
No. You sat in a snug office 8,000 miles away, and the reports of the awful upheaval of the sea came to you, and you read them and smiled. You leaned back in your chair and smiled. They've proved what we knew could be proved, you said. And you smiled.
It was not my fault.
You dreamed of destruction leaped from the floor of the sea, and the waters were charged with death, and you smiled in your dream.
It was no dream.
And your brother and 2 other men shook hands with you and stepped into the rocket shell that was to be their tomb, and that tomb was the reality of your dream.
No.
And you dream now of more wonders upon the earth, upon this earth that one day you will destroy, you with your own hands.
No, I say...
Your dream grows brighter and brighter until the whole universe is blotted out, and you stretch out your hands for reality. It was only black.
Attention, please. Attention, please. In 30 seconds, Project Phaeton will be activated. In 30 seconds, Project Phaeton will be activated. 30 seconds.
Wait. I tell you they don't. No, not now. Come over here to the window.
No,
you must.
28
Bring
seconds.
No, take those binoculars from the desk. Quick, come on.
Is this the end, then?
This is Project Phaeton.
25
What is it? Over here, where you can see the moon.
24 seconds.
Hurry.
23 seconds.
What is it?
22 seconds.
We're going to reach the moon.
Seconds.
What?
20
Here.
seconds.
Watch the radar.
Seconds.
No, the binoculars won't do you any good.
15 seconds.
Here.
17
Watch.
seconds.
This is the project I heard about them.
Where did you hear about it?
There's been talk.
14
I'll have somebody's head for that.
13
Watch.
seconds. 12
Watch.
Is it just another radar contact?
7
We're going to reach it. We kept it a secret for so long.
seconds.
Only 10 seconds.
9
What are you going to do?
The beam is on.
What are you going to do?
Going to reach the moon with a projectile. Atomic fission projectile.
6 seconds. 5 seconds.
Watch.
Oh, Dr. Anderson. No.
3 seconds. 2 seconds.
If we do this...
1 second. Time.
I didn't hear.
Wait. Sound to reach us. Now watch. Watch.
240,000 miles.
Watch. Watch the radar.
What will happen?
An explosion we can see with the radar, I hope. It's nearly there now. A second or two.
Dream goes on.
Look. Don, look.
I pray the Lord my soul to take.
One does not always accurately foresee the results of a projected experiment. Yeah, that, however, is the purpose of experiments, to prove or disprove the theory of scientific conception. If it were possible to conduct all one's experiments personally, the margin of error would naturally be reduced to the minimum. But when a large number of other individuals enter into the operation, error and the possibility of error is naturally multiplied. Now, that's an interesting thought. I must make a note of it. In what ratio does probable error increase with the addition of new minds to a particular project? I must deduce a formula. At the moment, I do not know exactly what went wrong. It's within the realm of possibility that I might have made a slight miscalculation myself, although naturally I doubt that. It's possible that fissionable material reacts with greater celerity, for atmosphere, as we know it, is lacking. It is possible that there were on the moon certain elements unknown to us, elements that do not show up in spectrometric analyses, elements particularly amenable to chain reaction of unprecedented violence. It's mildly shocking to realize the extent of the damage done by Project Phaeton. However, I'm reminded of the theory of the philosopher Berkeley that one must doubt everything outside the circle of one's own consciousness. And certainly I have the evidence in my own consciousness. The image of the moon instantaneously disappeared on the radar screen at the precise second when my calculations showed that the projectile had reached the moon's surface. And although this is the time of the full moon, for 3 nights now in succession, it has not appeared in its customary place in the firmament. Therefore, I am led to an ineluctable conclusion, which is corroborated by other hearsay evidence. It is a fact, and I state it positively, that the moon has been utterly destroyed as a result of Project Phaeton.
Never again the sweet moonlight of the lovers. Nevermore the harvest moon rising above the hills on an October night.
But science is vindicated. Science has done it. Pure science went into the calculations. The great thinking machines ground and chattered, and the data poured out. The data that I alone knew would come. Equations no human mind could imagine. Beautiful, pure, mathematical thoughts far beyond the conception.
Far beyond the conception of the ones who die.
Calculations of mass and energy and the cosmic movements of all the planets. Allowances for the gravitation of stars 40 light years away. Corrections for the rotation of the Earth. The absolute cold of 240,000 miles of space. Pinpointed on the great crater of Copernicus.
That man has gazed on and pondered since the world began, and that no man shall ever see again.
The hand of man has reached out into space and found a target. Pure thought that sought out the farthest reaches of the mind and devised the weapon.
And in every harbor of the world the tides rushed out, and the very floor of the sea was plain to human eyes for one last look. And far out on the breast of the ocean, great tidal waves that overtook and destroyed everything that floated.
Man has at last conquered space.
And thousands dead for miles inland from the shore when the waters returned. And the moon...
I did not know we would destroy the moon, I tell you. I thought there would be a small explosion that we could see.
And man has destroyed what God hath wrought. You've dreamed well, my doctor, my scientist, my brother.
It was an experiment.
And well done. Well completed.
The lives are the price of progress.
So they are.
There will be no more wars, Don. Don't you understand that? We have proved that modern war is so destructive that no nation can afford to fight them. That's no dream.
Yes, you have proved that. You have destroyed one world. A very pretty demonstration.
It was no world. It was the moon, the dead moon.
Dead, yes. Gone, yes. But perhaps it was a world, Dr. Anderson.
Nonsense.
There's vegetation on the moon, you knew that. Radar proved it long ago. Way back in 1948.
Well...
Why could there not have been people?
It couldn't be proved.
It will never be proved now. There's only dust. And our own world, Can you think of what has happened on our own world and look any man in the eye?
I didn't intend that.
But you accomplished it.
I know it, but...
You have other experiments in mind, I assume?
Well, not immediately, of course.
Of course.
And not for years.
Of course not.
We have to go on.
Do you? You know the end of it all.
We can't stop now. We started this thing, and there's no turning back.
The point of no return.
Exactly. We have accomplished a thing that human minds could never imagine.
You have dreamed, and you go on dreaming of destruction.
No. We'll take care next time.
You will.
Of course we will. This is an unfortunate accident.
An accident? 10 million people killed on this continent alone. Cities destroyed that can never be rebuilt. The very moon, the ageless satellite of the Earth, blown to dust. Haven't you dreamed enough?
It is not a dream.
You will not wake before you die, before we die?
What can I do?
You can stop it.
Don, it can't be stopped.
It must be stopped. Man wasn't put on Earth to die by his own hand, to be murdered by his fellow men.
But what can I do?
Stop!
We can't stop. We started a chain reaction among peoples. You know what chain reactions are. You know what follows. You know that a simple fuse lit by a tiny match can set off an explosion.
That will destroy the world.
There is nothing to be done.
Nothing?
Barshoff and Beveridge and Delaplane and I say it in all humility. We know all there is to know about these cosmic forces. We know more than any other four men in the world.
Do you four know how to stop this progress?
I know. I think they know.
But you won't stop?
How?
Well, if you four could agree to put aside all this...
We can't. There is no hope.
We must go on to destruction?
We must go on.
How do you know you must go on?
I know.
How do you know?
I have been told.
By the others?
Yes.
They'll go on if you give up?
They will. I know.
What if they died?
They are the directing brains of all the research in their countries.
And?
If they died, their programs will be set back so far... They won't die.
They have died.
What did you say?
I said they have died.
It's impossible.
They did.
How do you know they died? When?
They died on a ship in the Atlantic Ocean. When everybody else died on the Atlantic Ocean.
In the tidal wave?
Yes. You disposed of them very neatly.
I didn't...
You killed them just as you killed all those others.
They're dead.
My business to know about that, Dr. Anderson.
Marshall. And Beveridge. And Delaplane.
You have no rivals now, Dr. Anderson.
Why, that's right. We're in front of the world.
What's left of it.
There's nobody to carry on their work.
Are you sure?
I know. But now...
Yes, now.
What were they coming here for?
I didn't say they were coming here.
They were, though. I know they were. But what... Why were they coming here?
Don't you know, Dr. Anderson?
To kill me. To murder me. Why, of course, they knew me. They heard about Project Theater. They knew if they murdered me, that would stop all our developments here. And they would ally themselves against us, and without the weapons that I could devise, they would... Why, they'd win the war.
What war, Dr. Anderson?
What war? Why, they'd declare war on us. No, they wouldn't declare war on us. They'd just destroy us overnight.
No.
What?
No. They weren't coming here to kill you.
I know they were.
No.
What then?
They were coming here to make a deal with you.
A deal?
Yes. They were afraid.
Of what?
Of the thing that killed them.
Tidal wave.
But that, they didn't know what it was to be, but well, maybe they were afraid of it. Maybe they were afraid of what you'd do next.
Well, they'd better be afraid.
Oh, they're not anymore. They're dead.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, remember what your brother said?
Yes, I remember. But what?
Why, they awoke before they died, Dr. Anderson.
It didn't do them any good.
No, it didn't, did it?
No, it certainly didn't.
Because you didn't awake. Now you're the only one left. You know all the secrets. You know more than any other man in the whole world.
I do. Don't I?
It's in your power now to go ahead and do things that the others can't duplicate. That they can't even come near.
It's my patriotic duty.
Is it?
I've got to. Why, Don, if I could tell you some of the things I've already planned, some of the most amazing things, I tell you, your mind couldn't even begin to comprehend what I can do.
I'm not worried about competition.
And that's right.
But there may not be any place left for you to do these wonderful things, Doctor.
Why not?
Why, there might not be any world left, don't you see?
But I can't just sit here.
No, of course
I
not.
can't stagnate.
I agree.
I've spent my whole life studying, learning, thinking and studying again. I've gone farther into nuclear fission than any other man in history. I know more than even they knew. Do you mean that I should give this all up and just sit here?
Not at all, Doctor.
Listen to me. I'll show you. There's one little thing. One simple little operation. Why, it's as simple as turning a switch the wrong way.
Yes?
It would neutralize every single atom of fissionable material in the world today.
Really?
I mean it. It would neutralize every stockpile in the world, and it would be 100 years before anybody could repair even one little bomb. Do you realize that?
There's only one catch in it.
What?
You. If you were still around, you and only you in all the world could, well, shall I say, unneutralize it.
That's right.
Yes.
And you want me to give it all up?
Yes.
I can't do it, Don. I've explained that to you. There's nobody left to carry on but me.
Nobody but you. That's right. Dr. Anderson, do you want to die?
What?
I say, do you want to die?
Die? Why, I've never particularly thought about dying, Don. Do you know that?
Not personally, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. It's curious.
But you don't mind bringing death to a great many other people, do you? Do you? To our brother Edward.
I didn't.
I'm your brother, too, Sam. I'll die, too, and everybody else will die, and you'll die by your hand if you don't give it up.
I'll die. Why? But I can't do it, I tell you.
You're still dreaming, Sam.
I tell you I'm not dreaming.
It isn't too late to wake up, Sam.
I'm not dreaming.
Yes, you are, Sam, and it's time to wake up.
I tell you.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is If I Should Wake Before I Die. Written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And my brother Don was played by Don Briggs. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, if he can get through the door, here is our writer-producer, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week I have a story for you about the man who knew everything.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
WJZ and WJZ-FM, New York.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called In Memory of Bernadine. It's a long, long ride home. It's been a long, long war for me, and I've seen places I never expected to see. I'd just as soon not have seen them. But I'm going home now. At last. It won't be the kind of homecoming Bernadine and I planned. No, not at all. How are you about depending on a woman? The woman you're in love with, I mean. Are you like me? I suppose not. I imagine I'm different. I depended so much on her that I don't know how I got by without her. As a matter of fact, I suppose I didn't. I guess that's why her memory, the memory of her, I mean, is still so important to me. What did I do before I met Bernadine? You know, it's strange. The part of my life before her is all hazy and indistinct, like when I was a kid in school and we made watercolor sketches. The paper was wet and the colors all ran together, no matter how carefully you drew in a tree or a house or something. That's the way my life seems to me before Bernadine. And that's the way it is, too, since this other thing happened. All I've got now is her memory. Well, that'll last me. I wish I could see her, though. Everything would be all right. It was Latin. You know, high school Latin. I was the prize dumbhead in Latin. I remember the first semester I got a fast 20 on the exam, and Mr. Patton, we used to get a laugh out of his name. Mr. Patton, he teaches Latin. Mr. Patton said to me, "Charlie, I have enormous admiration for you as a fullback, and I predict a great career for you in college. But, Charlie," he said, "if you want to be All-American at Northwestern or wherever you're going, I advise you to avoid the study of Latin. Because, Charlie," he said, "if you don't avoid it, they'll throw you out on your ear after about 20 minutes, no matter how far you can throw a football, and that will be sad, Charlie," he said. Well, it was good advice, certainly. But Bernadine sat next to me in the Latin class. So I stayed. Remember that thing in Cicero, I guess it is, where he's talking to Catiline, the place where he says, "How long, O Catiline, will you continue to try our patience? Quousque tandem abutare, Catilina, parientia nostra." I'll never forget that. Then Mr. Patton will never forgive me. Well, I was dreaming about something, Bernadine maybe, and he called on me, and I got up and said, "Quousque tandem abutura, Mr. Patton, parientia nostra." So I got thrown out. Isn't it funny how things start? So silly. How a little thing like that can affect your whole life. Well, I was sitting in a little drugstore on Bryn Mawr that afternoon. No sin kids came in there much, and I was feeling sorry for myself. You know how it is, the football big shot, and he makes a fool of himself. I was drinking in Walden, all alone in a booth back of the magazine rack, and somebody stopped alongside me, and I looked up. It was Bernadine.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Bernadine.
Mind if I sit down with you?
Well, I was just going to go.
I'm only going to be a minute till I drink my Coke.
Sure. Sure, sit down.
We going to win Saturday?
I don't know. Hyde Park's got a good team.
We got a good one, too.
Yeah, sure. They won't miss me.
Not going to play.
After that crack that Mr. Patton teaches Latin, I'll be lucky if I stay in school.
He isn't going to do anything about it.
Yeah, says you.
No, he isn't. I know.
How do you know?
I know. I asked him.
What do you mean you asked him?
Well, I got to thinking. I knew you didn't mean to do it.
Oh, I didn't, Bernadine.
Of course. Everybody does things like that sometimes.
Well, he was pretty sore. Listen, did he really say he wouldn't do anything about it?
Well, at first he was pretty sore. But after a while, he laughed a little bit, and he told me about how absent-minded he used to be. We laughed some more, and he said, "Well, we have to beat Hyde Park, don't we? So I guess I'll overlook it."
No kidding.
No kidding, Charlie.
How about that?
I promised him you'd really go to town on your Latin, Charlie, from now on.
Yeah, sure. What? You mean I get back in the Latin class?
Of course.
But look, Bernadine.
I can't understand Latin. I mean, I only stayed in the class in the first place on account of you. I mean...
On account of what, Charlie?
Well... Oh, I don't know. Listen, Bernadine, I'll flunk. I know I will.
No, you won't. I'll help you.
Yeah, but... Say, wait a minute.
What?
You talked Patton into letting me stay. Didn't you?
Well...
Why?
Well, school spirit, I guess.
School spirit.
Sure. You know, daffodil stand and stuff.
You know, I don't believe that, Bernadine.
You don't?
No.
What do you believe then?
I'm scared to tell you.
No, go on. Tell me.
Well, you know why I asked Patton to let me stay before.
No.
Don't you?
Yes, Charlie, I think I do.
Well, is that why you asked him not to throw me out? I mean, the same reason, maybe?
Well, usque tandem abutere, Charlie, patientia nostra.
Bernadine.
Oh, now look what you've done. Oh, Charlie, you do need somebody to take care of you.
Yeah, a thing like that, and it affects the rest of your life. Your life and hers. And the thing rolls on and on like the snowballs we used to push around when we were kids, and pretty soon the little bobble you made in high school has affected the lives of hundreds and hundreds of other people. Maybe a German corporal named Helmut Schwartz would still be alive instead of dead in the snowbank in front of the boys' school in Dierkirch. Maybe Harry Foster would be dead. Maybe... Well, it's no good wondering now. I want to think of Bernadine. Bernadine said I needed somebody to take care of me. And in the years that had slipped by since I knocked a glass of malted milk all over her green and white sweater, she's done it. Until now. And now I have just the memory of her. We made a joke out of that Latin thing. You know how family jokes are. Never very funny to anybody else, but well, they're real stoppers to you. And it is funny how many times that phrase, how long, crops up in a conversation. We made a ritual of it. We never said how long. We always said, quousque tandem. It's funny. I wanted us to get married as soon as I was graduated from Sam, but Bernadine said no, I was to go to college. So I went to Northwestern 1 year, and of course she went with me. Well, I wouldn't have gone otherwise. And then we got married.
I understand, Charlie.
No, you don't, Bernadine.
I think I do, darling.
Well, I just can't help it.
Of course not.
Do you think I'm a...
Now, Charlie.
Well, I can't help it, Bernadine. Do you think I'm a weak sister?
Why should I think that?
Well, I don't know, but I depend on you so much.
I'm glad you do, Charlie.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
You do love me?
I do love you.
Quousque tandem.
Don't you remember what Dr. Watson said, darling? Till death do us part.
Yes, I remembered. I could never forget it. I could never get it out of my mind. If I should lose Bernadine. I suppose I was morbid. Young men often are, especially when they're in love with girls like Bernadine. I suppose I was tiresome to her with all my mooning about did she love me, would she always love me, and with my constant leaning on her for support in everything I did. I wonder if many women realize how important they are to the men they marry. I know, quite simply and surely, that I would never have amounted to anything without Bernadine. And now that's a chapter that's closed. The whole book's closed. And when you close that book, it began to look like war was coming sooner or later. A lot of fellas I knew would join the National Guard. I sort of toyed with the idea myself. And one night I mentioned it to Bernadine. I'd gotten a habit of consulting her about everything. I just mentioned it to her. She looked at me over her glasses and she said,
I'd be very proud of you, darling.
And something rose up in my throat and I could feel it
choking me, and I heard my voice speaking, and I didn't recognize it at first. It's been a long time since you've been proud of me, hasn't it?
What? Charlie, what do you mean?
I don't know what had hold of me. I couldn't stop now I'd started. I said, I mean just what I say. Here I am with a little two-bit peddling job, and we haven't got enough money to buy you a decent dress, and I had to borrow $90 on my salary last month, and Hanson's talking about cutting down the staff at the office.
Charlie, darling.
Oh, cut it out.
I don't understand, dear.
Oh, you don't, huh? Then why did you say you'd be proud of me? You said it because you're not proud of me. Because you don't give a hoot about me. Because you're sorry you married me.
Charlie, is something wrong with you?
Oh, that's right. Rub it in. I'm a failure. I have to ask your advice about everything. I haven't got sense enough to...
Charlie, dear, please.
And she came over to me and reached for my hands, and I jerked my hand away. And I struck her. Yes. I can see her now, this very second, standing there, and the print of my hand across her cheek standing out scarlet red against the white. And a little drop of blood welled up from her cheekbone where her glasses had cut her. Oh, I've seen blood since, plenty of it. But that I'll never forget. Not ever. And I never got that picture out of my mind. Oh, forgive me, Bernadine. What? It's one of my memories of her. That I'll always have. And it hurts. More than you'll ever know, Bernadine. I can't talk about that anymore. I had to tell you, and now I've told you. Now you'll be charitable to me and listen. Yes, I joined the National Guard, the 131st in the big black old armory at 16th and Michigan. And I was pretty unhappy after a month or two. I wondered why I'd let myself in for such a thing. It was easy to stay away from drill Thursday nights, and I did a couple of times. I'd made up my mind to skip it for a third week. That was the night she met me as I walked out of my office door.
I thought we'd have dinner downtown, then I'd go over to the armory with you, Charlie.
Well, I was going to go over these invoices for Hanson tonight, honey, and I thought
I'll help you with them when we come home. You know, you were telling me about that wonderful place where you have lunch so often. You said they have such wonderful spaghetti. I haven't had any spaghetti for so long.
Well, of course I was trapped. I like spaghetti, too. And Bernadine liked me in my uniform, and after drill, when I came downstairs with Harry Foster, my platoon sergeant, she told him so.
I think Charlie makes a very good-looking soldier, Sergeant. Don't you?
I certainly do. I was just saying that to the captain tonight.
Well, I suppose the ROTC experience in 10 makes a difference.
It doesn't hurt.
How long does it take to get to be a sergeant?
Why, Charlie will have to be a corporal first, you know, but, well, you can't tell. It won't take too long.
That's the way it was. Bernadine could do anything. No, she didn't work on Harry Foster. I wasn't made a corporal because Harry liked me. I didn't get to be a sergeant because of it either. I worked for promotions because Bernadine... Well, you understand, I know. So when 1940 came and they called the Guard into Federal service, I was a first lieutenant. Tullahoma, Tennessee. People called it a lot of names, but for me, Bernadine was there. I was a very good officer, I was told. And I knew why I was. No, of course. And as the certainty of eventual war grew and grew, I began to think about the future. I was all right here where I could go home to Bernadine almost every night and be quietly reassured. I had no illusions about myself. What would happen when the inevitable time came and I would lead troops in battle? Without Bernadine to lean on. And I think Bernadine knew it, too. She must have known that without her I was what I said once, a weak sister. And I think she was afraid, too. If not as afraid as I was. Time came when they sent us down to Louisiana for the big maneuvers. This was to be the first test for me. Alone. But a miracle happened. They assigned me to General Ben Lear's Second Army as a sort of chief clerk, a very unimportant job. And we moved into the schoolhouse at Winfield, far, far back from the bayou country where Eisenhower and Patton and Kruger and tough old Ben were watching the young officers and deciding who made the grade and who wouldn't. And then one night, a couple of wild-eyed soldiers from one of the opposing Third Army outfits decided to pull a commando raid on Second Army headquarters and see if they could kidnap a general or two. I was sitting in what had been the principal's office when the raid started. I opened the door just in time to inhale about half the contents of a GI smoke candle, which the raiders were using to simulate grenades. Well, it isn't funny when you get a lungful of that stuff, although I doubt it would kill you. Anyway, I passed out. And it seemed long hours afterwards that I came to out on the lawn. I recognized Bill Westlake standing beside me and Brooks Watson and Barney Oldfield. I had my head in somebody's lap. And then that somebody spoke to me.
Feel better, darling?
Sure. It was Bernadine. Bernadine, holding my head in her lap in Winfield, Louisiana, in the middle of what was awful close to war.
Lie still, Charlie, darling. The doctor said you'll feel better in a little while.
How did you get here?
I just thought I'd come see you. You glad?
Yes, I was glad. You know what she did? She wangled 3 days for me from Ben Lear, and she took me to Lake Charles, and Curtis DeWare, the PRO there, got us a room in the Charleston Hotel, and I got well fast. Then we had a talk the night before I had to go back to Winfield. Well, I had to tell her about my doubts of myself and the fears that were gnawing at me. And I did. I squirm now when I remember all the things I told her.
I know, darling. You don't have to tell me. Please don't talk anymore. Charlie, I'll always be with you. I'll never leave you. You don't have to worry, dear. Wherever you go, I'll go. Why, Charlie, whenever you're worried about something, you just think about me, darling. Think about me, and I'll be there beside you, no matter where you go, darling. Now go to sleep, dear. Go to sleep. Bernadine's here with you, and Bernadine will always be with you. Till death do us part, remember? Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Captain of infantry in the Army of the United States in Lake Charles, Louisiana in September of 1941. 3 short months before Pearl Harbor. Oh, a pretty sight. Yet, there was an assurance of strength there in that room with me. The strength far beyond anything I'd ever known. And I slept in the sure faith that Bernadine had given me. Well, there's not much more to my story. Bernadine went with me wherever I went, to the Carolina maneuvers, to Fort Benning, to Fort Bragg, to Kilmer. And then the day came when there was only time to kiss her goodbye. The train waiting. Beyond that, a dock and a ship and an ocean and war. Africa and Sicily. And I worked at a desk. England. And a day in June. In France. And the winter coming on. And suddenly I was ordered to an infantry outfit. I thought of Bernadine so many times I had plenty of opportunity to write to her. She wrote to me. I was safe. But now... Well, Harry Foster, by one of those unbelievable coincidences of war, Harry from the 131, I told you about him, Harry was second in command of an outfit of the 5th Division that I was assigned to command. I remember snow. I remember German tanks. I remember Luxembourg and the smashed castle on the hill at Bianchi. And cold and snow and dead men. And the night came when I knew I was done. I knew I'd go mad before morning. I was with Harry Foster alongside the wall of the railway yards opposite what had been a boys' school in Dickish. There was that German corporal I told you about, Helmut Schwartz. He had a P-38 pistol and a potato masher grenade. Harry shot him just as he was raising his arm to toss a grenade at us, and I saw the snow turn dark under his body. And at that moment, I knew I had enough. Harry had just started over to the dead German when I saw the long nose of an 88 inch its way through a smashed window in the school. And directly in front of the gun's muzzle, you, Bernadine!
I heard him scream your name, Bernadine, and I looked up just in time to throw myself flat in the snow. The shell went over my head. I remember it hit an abandoned locomotive in the yard behind us. I got back to Charlie. I got back just as the German tank moved in on us. I still had my back turned to it when the blast from the machine gun hit me. I wasn't knocked right out. I remember how he stood over me. The machine gun slugs were cracking the air all around him. He looked down at me, and he said your name again. Bernadine, he said. Then he turned back to the tank, and I could see you.
And Bernadine was there, just as she said she would be. Bernadine's arm was around me, and I could feel her strength flow into me. And then there was another tank coming up. And I wasn't afraid, Bernadine. I wasn't afraid at all. And now I'm almost home on the homecoming I dreamed about so often. And it's so different. Well, no band, no people smiling, no laughter. All the way from Luxembourg across France in a ship with all the quiet soldiers. And the train pulling into LaSalle Street Station with me and a few other Americans. In boxes with a flag over each one. And all of us with our memories, Bernadine. And why do I keep remembering that little question of ours? Usque tantum. How long? How long? It's forever. Isn't it, Bernadine? He said, till death do us part. That's forever. Isn't it?
No, it's not forever, dearest. Death can bring us together again someday. Quousque tandem.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Bernadine was played by Nancy Sheridan. Harry Foster was Melville Ruick. Music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Perazzo, who, by the way, concludes his engagement with us tonight, friends. Gene, Bill, and I want to thank you for your helpful and artistic collaboration over the past 6 months. We're going to miss you, and I know our listeners will. Thanks and good luck. And now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week's story is called Come In, Eddie, which is about an unexpected visitor at midnight.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Quiet, Please, for tonight is called In the House Where I Was Born. Another year, and I've come back to the house where I was born. Every year I do it, just before Decoration Day. It's pleasant, 10 years. Everybody ought to go back once a year to the house where he was born. Just look around and remember.
the men came from. The house where I was born is old. The old porch is gone. The big bay window where I used to sit and watch the snow on winter afternoons. And the wooden steps go straight up from the sidewalk to the big double front door. The house was painted red when I lived there. Red with white trimming. There was a big caladium plant in the front yard. Elephant ears, my grandmother used to call it. You remember those things? My brother and I used to pull them and make umbrellas out of them. Grandma's jaws still our ears hurt. Can't even tell now where the caladiums were. In the old woodshed, there are 2 generations of it that carved our initials on. I remember CDO 1884. And my brother's initials 1905. And all the others. That's gone too. And there was a dog, little brown and white fox terrier. Her name was Trixie, wasn't it? So many years ago. Here was the living room. The sitting room, we called it. The round oak base burner with the isinglass in the doors, where the cook, the couch table with the cracked marble top where the lamp sat, the round lamp with the yellow silk shade, and my brother and I reading the Hirely Maze and wishing we too could be big league baseball players. Then on a spring night like this, Mother, sitting at the rosewood organ under the picture, playing Battle Hymn of the Republic. And there'll be a hot time in the old town, for the Spanish War wasn't so long ago. Then my father, Sergeant Major, hadn't come back from Chickamauga. And the scent of white lilac. Then the white lilac whiskey was inside. Is long gone. But I can smell the white lilac tonight. And I look on the pavement outside. The pavement they put down the year I started at school. Over the old room, a glow comes slowly to life. And there, cheerfully across the Brussels carpet, playing. And I'm the little boy who looks up at her and plucks at her dress and face. Mama, tell me a story.
Mama, tell me a story.
What will I tell you about tonight, son? Isn't it almost time for bed?
Sorry, first, Mama, please.
Well, let me see. The stag at eve had jumped the hill where danced the moon on Monin's rill. And this his midnight lair had made in dark, monotonous river hill.
What's Monin's rill, Mama?
Why, it's a little brook, a little creek, way up in Scotland and Scotland, where Roger Steele lives.
Well, why did they call it Monin's rill, Mama?
Why, I suppose it was named after somebody named Monin, son. I suppose it's a very tiny little brook, where the water is ever so cold and comes down all the way from the very top of the mountains through the glades and places where the tribes live. And I suppose not very many people know where Monin's rill really is, because it's very probably guarded by the... And I don't think they like people to come and drink at their rill. But they do let the stag come every night, and that is if he wants to, and then he goes away. And the little people ride on his back wherever he goes. And then they wake him up in the morning, and he takes them back to the rill.
Does Monin come there, too?
No, I don't think so. Monin's gone from there ever so many and many years ago.
Doesn't anybody ever see him?
No.
Doesn't anybody know him, even?
I guess not.
That's awful.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That's just about the awfulest thing that could happen, isn't it?
What's that?
Not having anybody know you.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. But...
Mama.
Are you getting sleepy?
Uh-huh.
Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage
where the grapes of wrath have stood. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his servant sword. His truth is marching on.
Grandmother's song fades, and the light grows dim, and I am in darkness again in the house where I was born. And this house where I was born is in a great city, and the wide streets are filled with crowds of people. And I remember again so many things. The thunder of the elevated railways overhead on a brisk afternoon in the autumn. And the open streetcar clanging its way up the street. My father pointing and telling me that that's the last trip of the open streetcars up Broadway till next summer. And a friendly policeman in a round-topped helmet spanking me jovially with his nightstick as we crossed the plaza on the way to the Central Park Zoo. And the house where I was born. Weary and happy in the crisp evening, climbing the brownstone steps into a high-ceilinged house with a fireplace in the front room. And a great stairway and a long, inviting banister. And a cat with a blue ribbon for a collar and the longest, sharpest claws in the world. And a telephone that you could talk even to Brooklyn with. The house where I was born. And now, a sign on the front alongside the tall doors. A sign that says Swedish restaurant. Then, still, in the concrete sidewalk at the foot of the steps, the prints of my 2 shoes that I could span with a hand. Then my initials. And the date. 1901. And I turn away from this house where I was born. For I have not done with my homeward journey yet. In the house where I was born, there is not one stone upon another. For the path of war led across its dooryard, and destruction followed for all the people who dwelt in it. But the scent of lilacs is strong in the evening air even here. And before my eyes, the scene of desolation dims, and the house where I was born lives again. And it is a spring evening. There seems to be music in the air. And I feel happiness again as I felt it that night when I first brought home my bride. What was her name? Have I forgotten?
Carry me across the threshold, my love.
Oh, darling, this is home.
A fine home, a wonderful home.
My people have lived here.
Since the 30 Years' War. You have told me that.
They don't build houses like this anymore, my love. See the wall.
On the stone from the quarry over there.
And the mortar. Why, there's my great-great-great-grandfather's blood in that.
I know. He drew blood from his own arm and spilled it into the mortar so that there would always be something of him in the house.
Well, it was also a charm, you know. The witch woman.
I know. He paid us 3 silver pieces to tell him what to do to make the house stand forever.
Well, how do you know so much about it?
You have told me so many times.
Oh, so I have. And real glass in the windows, too.
And the straw with the hand-painted tires.
There's not another one like it in the whole village.
And it's ours.
And we'll take it to America when we go.
Oh, dearest, do you really want to go to America?
Why, of course I do. You do, too, don't you?
Could we not be happy here, we two?
Why, we could be happy anywhere. But in America...
Oh, no, we will be rich, and I'll have 2 dresses, and someday we'll have a motor car even, but...
But what?
It is so far from this house where you have been born in, and why I hoped our children would be born.
Then the scent of lilacs is strong again in the air, as the voice of a beloved woman fades away into shadow and forgetfulness. And the house where I was born is swallowed up in the night. And I am alone again. And the house where I was born is a adobe shack somewhere in the Texas Panhandle. And the wide plains of the West stretch away endlessly beyond it. Now the corral gate is broken. The bunkhouse roof is gone. Horned toads squat on the decrepit porch where I played cowboy and Indian. I look above the door. Then the brand is still there. The brand that looks in the early darkness like Rafter A, but might be 2 up and 2 down, or a running W. And there's a dry, dusty smell about the place. And an echo of almost forgotten songs quivers on the air. For the Chisholm Trail went past our place, all the way from Belton up to the North Fork of the Canadian, Abilene. I've seen white-faced ballers by the thousands go past our gate. Heard the riders' voices in the hot noon, the long moonless nights.
I'm going to Montana for to throw the hula hand. They feed in the coulee and water in the gold.
And the long, slow song of horses' hoofs is music to the ears of a lost, forgotten Texan who'll never come back to stay to the house where he was born, to lay flowers on the grave up there on the little hill under the cottonwood tree. And the house where I was born is a sod-roofed cottage in the peat bog country of Ireland. And I'm 19, and returned for a visit with the old folks after 3 years in America, where I'd become all Yankee. And my brother and I sit before the door, talk at evening about the strangeness of the new world and its customs, the customs of other people beyond the various seas. And it is this very day, 34 years ago, in 1914.
And I'm betting you there'll be war in Europe before the year is out, my lad.
That's just talk.
Just talk started every war the world has ever seen. Kaiser Bill is just waiting for somebody to set the world alight. And it's many a good lad who'll come to his end putting it out.
Well, we'll never get in it.
The Americans?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Well, we're too far away. Let the English and the Germans fight it out.
All very well to say. But you'll see.
Well, you won't go.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that either.
Fight for the English?
Oh, I wouldn't like that very much, sure enough. But there's some very good Irish regiments in the British Army. The Enniskillen Fusiliers, the Royal Irish Rifles, the Dublin Fusiliers.
You stay out of it.
Right.
Well, you can't go and leave the old folks alone.
Oh, if I was as young as you now, I'd...
Cut it out. Well, you talk as if war's just around the corner.
Well, that's just exactly what I think, too.
Well, all right. But I'll be back in the States long before your war arrives. And I'll stay there, too. And I left the house where I was born, the smoky, damp little hut beside the road to the sea. And I've not seen it again, save when it comes Decoration Day time and I go back, unbeknownst to my brother. Look in the door to where he sits, an old man puffing his pipe, alone by the peat fire. And once, it was long years ago, the village priest sat with him. And I heard my brother speak of me.
Aye, it would have been different, Father, if my brother had come back from the war. He was a fine young lad, Father. Him and me, we could have done something with the place. But now, it's too late.
And
then there was a day on the ranch in the Texas Panhandle when a tall young man in Levi's and high-heeled boots saddled and bridled a horse, said goodbye to an old man, shook hands with a half-dozen cowhands and a Mexican cook, rode away toward the railroad that was to be the first lap of a long, long journey. And I remember I turned and looked back at the house where I was born. And someone was singing an old song somewhere. And here again, in the house where I was born, I stand again beside the walls of stone mortared with the blood of my great-great-great-grandfather, and in my arms, I hold a weeping woman.
Don't go and leave me.
But this'll be only a little while, my dear. Only till I can earn enough money to send to you.
I'll never see you again.
Oh, but you will. America really isn't so far away.
Across the sea will stay.
Dear, we've been through all this before. Now be reasonable. In 6 months, a year.
No.
Don't, darling.
Let us stay here, both of us. This is our home. This is the house where you were born.
Look at me, love. I love you. It'll be such a little while. You will come to America. We'll be so happy and so rich. It's such a little time to wait. You know it is.
I love you. Kiss me.
And I kissed her. And I went away. And I have never again seen the house where I was born, except in dreams, dreams such as this dream tonight, when the ruins lift and form themselves for a little moment in the darkness. She came to America. And the day she arrived, I was drafted. I was never able to find her again. But then, she was never able to find me either. In the house where I was born, there is no memory left of me. Only the 2 prints of a child's shoes in the concrete remain as a memorial that I once lived. The house where I was born has forgotten me. And the house where I was born, where my little brother and I played in the Caladium bed, it has almost forgotten me, too. There is a pack of yellowed letters somewhere in the house, lost behind a beam in the attic, maybe. A pack of yellowed letters with soldier's mail in the place where the stamp should go, and my name and an APO number in the other corner. The letters are full of names like Albert, Le Somme, Chatoncourt, Dead Man's Hill, Consenvoye, Brabant. Names like the faded letters on an ancient palimpsest, obscured by newer names written over them. Omaha Beach, Bastogne, Okinawa. They are all names of places where men have died. And one day, they'll all be forgotten, please God. I remember one of those names, those first names. I won't tell you the name of the town, a clean little town it was once with red-roofed houses, a dirty shambles in October 1918. I couldn't hear the shells from the 77s bursting in the streets. I couldn't hear what the chaplain was saying to me. I could just see a dirty-faced man in a helmet moving his lips as he bent over me. It was very quiet and very lonely. I didn't even hear the shell that killed him and the other man that was standing alongside him. It was quiet for a long, long time. And then I heard a little boy's voice. And I said to myself, why, I'm home. That's my voice. That night before decoration day so many years ago. And it was.
Mama, tell me a story. What shall I tell you about, son?
Sorry, Mama.
Well, let me see. Guys danced in the country school. They're dancing in the moon and we keep midnight low on the news.
Morning.
We will see.
What's morning drill, Mama?
Not very many people know him, Mononville really is, because it's probably very closely guarded by the military.
Many a good lad will come to his end of putting out the great fire.
Across the sea. Across the sea. Across the sea. It's just about the loudest thing in the world, Mama. Not having anybody know you.
They set a marble tomb above my shattered self, seeking to do me honor thus, to recompense the searing days, the crawling nights I died in. He lies here deep, the graven letters say. He lies here deep, unknown to all save God. Oh, sweet it is, they say. Oh, sweet it is to die the battle death. Yes, it is sweet, as gall is sweet, and wormwood. So is death. I died. I felt the bitter fire and the cleaving steel, the pain. I am content. Yet I am weary in my sentiments. The sleep of death is not so very deep. Lately the spring has come, and yesterday a tiny root of some green thing has split the stones apart wherein I lie. Its tender questing fingers seek my hand, as mine sought flowers on some yesterday forgot. Above my head, the hushed clang of arms, the measured tread of sentinels that guard my bed, forbid me sleep. My face is dim in eternity now. But once you knew me. Perhaps you wept to hear that Sergeant Death had spoke my name. Is it you that I hear through the dust, oh my brother? Is it your little song that I hear, oh my mother? I in my tomb of marble, I in my tomb of stone. I am the chief of them all. I am the chief of the dead. I died, and dying became a mystery. To every mother, her son. To every brother, his brother. To every soldier, his comrade. I, the chief of the dead. I was content to lie here masked in uncertainty, having the homage of all of you here in my marble tomb. I was content, I say. Yet now spring comes again as I saw it once before that day I died. Is it your hand that rests on the stone, oh my sister? Is it your tear that falls on the stone, oh my wife? I hear the trumpets now, the volleys sound, the sabers flash against the sun. I may not know, I may not rise. I have my beauty here alone. I, in my tomb of marble. I, in my tomb of stone. I am the chief of them all. I am the chief of the dead. Tonight was called In the House Where I Was Born. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and Ernest Chappell was the man who spoke to it. Others in the cast were Lotta Stivitt, Cecil Roy, Betty Raggy, and Jay Pavaner. Special music for tonight's piece was composed and played by Mr. Berman. The house will be ready next week. My good friend will have.
Obviously, all the characters in tonight's story, except the principal one, are completely fictitious. Some such stories fall below Fifth Avenue.
And so, until next week at the same time, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Today's story, written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell, is called Inquest. My name is William Ross, and I want to know why I'm here.
My dear Mr. Ross, in all cases of violent death, it is customary for an inquest to be held. Surely you know that, don't you?
Well, who are those people?
The jury, Mr. Ross. And if you're wondering, my office is that of coroner. Now, may we proceed, please?
Well, now, wait a minute. I want to know what these people are wearing those funny clothes for. They look more like a masquerade than a coroner's jury.
You are referring to the gentleman in kilt?
Him and the others, too. Well, who is he?
Will you identify yourself to Mr. Ross, please, sir?
My name is Duncan.
What's the idea of the Scotch outfit?
Sir, I'm a Scot. These are my usual garments.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated again. Mr. Ross?
Well, I think it's a funny outfit to wear at a coroner's inquest.
Your garments may be quite as unusual to some of the members of the jury as theirs are to you, Mr. Ross.
I must look pretty funny, then.
That is a matter of opinion, Mr. Ross. Shall we begin?
I want counsel.
That will not be necessary, sir. This is not a court of law, but an inquiring body whose function it is to determine the causes of death in the case.
Well, you find it was justifiable homicide, brother. I'm telling you.
We shall see. You were on bad terms with your sister and your brother-in-law?
They were on bad terms with me.
I see. This is a state of affairs that has existed for some time?
Long enough.
How long?
Since before she married him.
And they were married?
Just a few months. They'd been married just a few months when this thing happened.
When the murder took place. We call things by their right names here, Mr. Ross.
Well, you haven't proved anything yet.
We shall.
You find it was self-defense.
All in good time, Mr. Ross.
Well, you'll see. Go ahead. Go ahead, ask me questions.
Very well. You'll tell the truth, the whole truth.
And nothing but the truth. Yeah, I know. Yeah, sure.
I regret that it is impossible for us to call your sister and your brother-in-law as witnesses. So we shall have to depend upon your testimony completely.
Sure, yeah. I know.
Perhaps you can tell the jury something about the causes behind this ill feeling between you and your sister, Mr. Ross.
I certainly can.
Do so, please.
Well, it's pretty simple. Eileen was born in 1908, 2 years before me. There were just the two of us.
I understand your parents were wealthy, Mr. Ross.
Yes, they were. That's part of it, too.
I suspected as much. Go on.
I haven't got any money. But what's he laughing at?
Well, none of the people who come here to testify ever have any money, Mr. Ross, for one reason or another.
No, that's not funny.
I agree with you, Mr. Ross. Kindly refrain from unseemly mirth, gentlemen. Go on, sir.
Well, our parents were drowned in the wreck of the Vestas. When was that? 1927?
1928.
Yeah, that's right. 28. They left everything to us. Quite a lot of money.
Yes.
But there was a catch to it.
Address the jury, Mr. Ross.
What? Well, I said there was a catch in it. We weren't to get all the money right away. We were both underage, you see. Eileen was 20 and I was 18.
Will you speak up, please?
All right. We got $5,000 a year at first, and we were to get the rest of our shares when we came of age.
That was a considerable amount, Mr. Ross?
It was. So I was supposed to wait 3 years. Eileen got hers the next year, in 1929. I had to wait.
Did you wait, Mr. Ross?
Yes. Well, I waited till Eileen got her share. I mean, after all, it was our money. It wasn't fair for Eileen to have that much and me not have a cent. Was it?
We're not here to judge such things, Mr. Ross. This is a coroner's jury.
Well, you see what I mean.
Go on, sir.
So I saw people making money that year hand over fist. All you needed to make money was some money to start with. And I didn't have any.
What about your $5,000?
Oh, I lost that.
Gentlemen.
Well, I borrowed money from her. I mean, I didn't borrow it either. I showed her how I could make a lot more money for her by just investing her money.
But I don't want any more money, William.
I told her if I had my money, I'd put it into investments and double it or triple it. And she just smiled at me. She had the most aggravating smile I've ever seen. No matter what I'd say, she'd shake her head and smile at me.
Was that when you forged her name, Mr. Ross?
I don't think that's for you.
Well, of course, I'm no judge. You promised to speak the truth, you know, Mr. Ross.
Well, I signed her name to a bank draft, sure. I was doing her a favor. I was going to make a lot of money for her.
Of course.
And I was going to have my money in another couple of years. There isn't anything wrong with that. After all, we were brother and sister. And it wasn't my fault the market crashed. Was it?
Of course not, Mr. Ross.
Well, of course it wasn't.
Just for the record, Mr. Ross, how much did she lose?
All her money. Well, not all of it right away. There was about $65,000 on the draft, you see, but when the market started to slip, there was margin that we had to get up, you see. I explained to her in words of one syllable how if we didn't put up margin, we'd lose everything we'd invested. Well, that's where the rest of it went.
Of course, you couldn't put up your own money.
How could I? It was tied up in government bonds and things like that for another year. I couldn't touch it. I explained that to her.
And she was still unreasonable.
Well, I should say she was.
A thief. A despicable thief.
Called me names.
Get out of here and never come back.
Tried to throw me out of her house.
Not even a place to live.
She changed her tune when I pointed out she didn't have a house to throw me out of, though. Oh, brother. Oh, was that a battle?
That was when when her arm was broken?
Well, how did I know she was going to fall down? I just gave her a little push, pushed her away from me.
Women are so delicate. It's too bad, though, really, that her arm was permanently deformed.
Yeah, it certainly was. But is that my fault? I offered not once but a dozen times to take her to a doctor and have the arm re-broken and set again. Could have been done very easy. Just re-break it and set it again. But what did she do?
No, William, I like it this way. This way is a reminder. It keeps me from forgetting. It stops hurting, William. It doesn't hurt at all.
Tell us, Mr. Ross, you received your share of the estate all right?
Oh, sure. And you want to know something else? Just as soon as I got hold of my money,
You didn't reimburse your sister.
I did better than that. I took her in to live with me at my new house. I didn't charge her a cent.
She didn't have any money to pay you, did she?
No, but I let her be a kind of, a housekeeper, you see. I thought it'd make her feel better if she, sort of earned her keep.
I have no doubt.
And she had money whenever she wanted it, brother. She never had to ask me for a dime. Every week when I gave her the house money, there was always something extra for her. $5, $10, $20 sometimes. She had no kick coming.
Well, then I take it you feel she had no real reason to harbor a grudge against you.
I don't see why she should. But she did.
Amazing.
Well, I take that back. I guess she did have an excuse for a grudge. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess she did. You know, about Arthur. The guy she married.
Your brother?
No, that's right. Oh, that jerk. I didn't like him from the start.
So naturally you did your best to prevent their marriage.
Well, I was just thinking of her. What's your name?
Why, I'm the coroner, Mr. Ross. Don't you remember? This is an inquest.
Yes, but you must have a name. I can't just call you coroner, can I? Haven't you got a name?
Oh, yes, I have a name, Mr. Ross. We'll get to that. In the meantime, the jury is waiting to hear the rest of your testimony.
Oh, yes, the jury. I thought there were only supposed to be 6 people on a coroner's jury. More than 6 people over there.
Oh, yes.
Those fellas in the masquerade costumes. Listen, coroner, what's the idea of all that? Looks awful phony to me.
Well, I assure you it's anything but phony, Mr. Ross.
You sure this is a coroner's jury? Not some gag you're rigging up to make me confess?
Confess what, Mr.
Well,
Ross?
Make me talk.
You are talking, Mr. Ross.
Oh. It's like a convention at a lunatic asylum. That Scotchman.
Scotsman, Mr. Ross.
Scotsman. And that fellow there in the bathrobe.
But they're the coroner's jury, Mr. Ross. I told you.
I never heard of people dressing up like that just to be on a coroner's jury.
This is your first experience with such a body, isn't it, Mr. Ross?
Well, it certainly is.
Well, then we can forgive you for being unfamiliar with our procedures. Now, shall we get on with our inquest?
Well, this is on the up and up.
I assure you it is, sir. You said you objected to your sister's marriage.
I did.
Why?
For her own good. Here she was living in luxury.
Luxury?
What? Well, I'd call it luxury for somebody who didn't have a cent to her name, Mr. Coroner. She had a good home, her own room with a private bath even. She could use my car practically whenever she wanted to. She had good clothes. Where would she have been without me?
I was thinking of that.
I'll tell you where she'd have been. She'd have been in some charitable institution. Or she'd have been scrubbing floors or something.
Or she might have been... Well, let's not go into that.
No, that's right. And so this Arthur came along. And she falls for him.
I love him.
A guy I detested on sight.
I love him.
A guy with no more money than she had.
I love him.
I told her flatly I wouldn't take him into my house.
We're not asking that, William. We'll be all right.
Said she'd be all right. How could she be all right? What would they live on?
You took my money and lost it, William.
Wanted me to give her money.
You stole my money.
Called me a thief.
We wouldn't need much.
I wouldn't give her a cent. I gave her a home. I took care of her. I'd have got that crooked arm of hers fixed up. Why, with that arm, she couldn't even do the housework decently. And then she has the crust to want me to set her and this Arthur of hers up in their own home. Support them, even.
Where did Arthur come from, Mr. Ross? Did you know him before?
Yeah, he was in the Army. I didn't know him.
You weren't in the Army, Mr. Ross.
No, I had a bad heart, you know.
Yes, I know.
I bought plenty of war bonds, though. Every week, $18.75, regular as clockwork. And this Arthur, he didn't buy war bonds. He was in the Army. Not that the Army wasn't all right, but some of the people they had in it.
Isn't there something about taking all kinds of people to make a world, Mr. Ross? I suppose that applies to honor, too.
Yeah, I suppose it does. But I don't want any part of that kind.
What was your objection to him?
Well, to begin with, he wanted to take my sister away from me. That was enough to set me against her. Then he didn't have any job or any prospects. And he didn't like me.
I can't understand that.
I wasn't going to have him upset my way of living. After all, I'd had Eileen there with me for, well, let's see, it was nearly 15 years. I was used to her.
Hadn't you ever had any idea of getting married yourself, Mr. Ross?
Me? I should say not. Why should I?
Yeah, I suppose you're right. After all, you had a housekeeper, someone you were used to. And I understand you were quite a ladies' man, too. Marriage might upset that, mightn't it?
Yeah, it certainly would.
Well, now, Mr. Ross, we have the background to this unfortunate occurrence, haven't we? Shall we get down to details now, if you're ready?
I'm all ready. Go ahead. Go on, ask me questions.
Well, I think we'd all rather have you tell the story in your own words, without prompting.
Well, hey, listen.
Yes, Mr. Ross.
I didn't see all those other people before.
What other people?
I thought an inquest was a private thing. I didn't know you had an audience. Do I have to make a spectacle of myself in front of all those people?
Which people, Mr. Ross?
Those people back there behind your jury. And the shadow back there. There's millions of them, far as I can see. Who are they?
Oh, those people.
Yeah, who are they?
The people listening to you on the radio.
On the radio? Are we on the radio?
Didn't you know, Mr. Ross?
Well, I certainly did not.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I never heard of a coroner's inquest like this.
You said this is your first experience.
Yes,
but we're wasting time, Mr. Ross.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
We want to hear your story.
I've told it to you.
Not all of it. Come, Mr. Ross.
Listen.
Come, Mr. Ross.
Come where?
Over here to this microphone.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, but you will.
I'm not going to talk to all those people.
Yes, you are. Stand up, Mr. Ross.
I've got my rights, you know.
We are very considerate of your rights, sir. Just step this way. Now, if you please, Mr. Ross.
Where do you want me?
Right here, if you please, Mr. Ross. You can speak into this microphone so the audience will hear you clearly.
I'm not going
You're
to...
not so close to the microphone, Mr. Ross. Now, so we will hear your story of that day. We shall supply you with sound effects if they are necessary, Mr. Ross. And we even have music for you to put you in the mood, you know.
Oh, I don't know what kind of monkey business this is.
An inquest, Mr. Ross. Simply an inquest at which you are the principal witness. You're on your own, Mr. Ross. A great many people are listening. Music, please. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Well, I told Eileen I wouldn't let her marry this Arthur. I told you that, didn't I? After all, I've taken care of Eileen for all those years. And I think it's very unfair of her to want to walk out on me after all I've done for her. She's got a good home, And you have to remember that she's a cripple. With that crooked arm of hers, what could she do? What kind of wife would she make? And she's 39 years old now. That's too old to start a married life. And this fella Arthur is he's nearly 10 years younger than she is. Not only that, but how is he going to make a living for her? Sure, he was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He got a lot of medals. He was a Japanese prisoner and all that. But lieutenant colonels are a dime a dozen now. And he's got no money and no prospects. He probably thinks Eileen's got money. He thinks he's going to get some of that. Well, Eileen, you know, hasn't got any money. It's my money. And she isn't going to get a cent of it. Unless I die before she does. And there's small prospects of that. So get out, Arthur, I said. Get out and stay out. And Eileen, you see that he stays out of my house. That's what I said. And I meant it. Well, he went. Eileen cried. Eileen is always crying. What's that? What's that noise?
That's a sound effect, Mr. Ross. Perhaps you'd better listen to it a moment.
Sounds like Eileen crying.
Listen, Mr. Ross.
I won't give you up, Arthur. I won't.
Can't be Eileen. You said that...
A sound effect, Mr. Ross. Listen.
Darling, help me way up somehow. We'll work it out. You'll have to let
Oh, but Arthur, how can we? He's got to help us.
Isn't there some way we can talk to him and do something? He can't do this to me.
Darling, if he won't let me have some of the money he stole from me, how can we? Oh, I hate him. I hate him.
Did you recognize our sound effects, Mr. Ross?
I don't know how you did that.
Well, that isn't important, Mr. Ross. You did recognize it, didn't you?
Certainly I did. That was 3 weeks ago. That was the day that... Well, that was the day I really went into action.
You remember?
I came into the room. Eileen was sitting with her back to me. She didn't see me. Arthur was facing me. Eileen didn't hear me come in the room, and of course he couldn't see me. And
perhaps you'd better explain to our radio audience why Arthur didn't see you, Mr. Ross, if he was facing you.
Oh, sure. Didn't I say he was blind? I walked right up to him before he saw me. Hate me, I said. And she jumped up in front of me. I'll show you, I said, and I reached out for him. He got to his feet, and he was turning his head looking for me, but he couldn't see me. I grabbed him by the collar. I'll show you, I said, and she leaped at me. See those marks on my face? Her fingernails. And she kept screaming.
Hate you, hate you,
and
hate
he got an
you.
arm around her, and he tried to pull her away. And we struggled, and I started pushing him toward the door, and she grabbed up a heavy ashtray and struck at me with it.
And you grabbed her arm?
Well, I couldn't help it if it was her bad arm, could I?
Of course not, Mr. Ross. And, of course, Arthur couldn't see you.
How could he? He was making passes in the air trying to find me.
And you knocked him down.
And threw him out. Next time I'll kill you, I said.
You shouldn't have said that, you know, Mr. Ross.
I know.
It could be used against you.
Well, I had to protect myself. Well, all right. I figured I'd fix that. I got the doctor for Eileen. She wasn't hurt bad. She just fainted when her arm got twisted. And she wouldn't speak to me. Stayed in her room. That house was an inch deep in dust. Dishes weren't washed. No groceries. Wouldn't come out of her room. I was pretty sore. I've got a violent temper, you know. I don't brood about things. I do something about them. Well, I let her stay in her room. And then finally I got tired of it. I went upstairs one morning with blood in my eye. I hammered on her door. I said, "Open up that door, Eileen." There wasn't any answer. I hammered some more. She still didn't answer, and I said, "Eileen, open up that door. I'll break it down." I said, "I'll take the cost of fixing it out of your allowance, too." There still wasn't any answer, so I got back and I slammed my shoulder against it, and the second time, the lock broke and I fell into the room.
And she wasn't there.
That's right. She wasn't there.
But the note was.
That's right. The note. She'd skipped out on me. She'd married that author. That blind man. I thought I'd die right then and there.
You didn't, though.
No, but I thought I was going to. When I found she got into my safe, I'd forgotten she knew the combination.
How much was missing?
$15,000 in bonds. She stole it.
How much did you get from her that other time?
Well, that was different. This was stealing.
I see.
Well, I hunted high and low for her. I hired detectives, and they cost plenty, too. I didn't find her. I thought they'd be easy to find a blind man and a woman with a crooked arm, but they weren't. I used to lie awake nights thinking of what I'd do to them when I found them.
You're making some very damaging statements, Mr. Ross.
I am, so what? We'll see whether it was justifiable homicide or what. Well, they came back. I was all alone. They knew I'd be alone.
Was that the day, Mr. Ross?
Yeah, that's right. They came in. Eileen still had her key. I didn't know they were there till she spoke from the doorway of the living room.
We'd come back with her.
And he was with her, standing grinning behind her in the hall. Grinning, he thought, at me, at his new brother-in-law. His face was turned in the wrong direction. Blind men give me the creeps. She came in the room and she put out her hands to me and she smiled.
Aren't you going to congratulate us?
And my head began to swim and the light in the room seemed to turn red and I staggered as I got up out of the chair and then she backed away from me and I heard him talking dimly.
William, what's the matter?
The room began whirling around faster and I tried to speak but I got kind of mumbled and Eileen yelled.
William!
And I reached for that fool off his throat. Yes, I did. Listen to me. As I reached for his throat, I saw Eileen out of the corner of my eye, and she was picking up an old-fashioned dirk that was on the coffee table that used to belong to my grandfather. We used it for a paper knife. She was running at me, and I was trying to hold on to Arthur, and she stabbed at me, and I couldn't let go of him because he was struggling, and she cut my hand. Didn't I tell you it was self-defense? And she kept striking at me, and I grabbed the dirk out of her hand, and Arthur was kicking me, and I got the dirk, and I heard Eileen scream, and there was a great red flash in my mind, and... Well, that's all. So, that's the story, Mr. Coroner. Next thing I remember is sitting in that chair over there with your jury and your radio audience staring at me. So, go on, let's hear your verdict. Go on, let's hear it from your masquerade party jury. Go on!
Very well, Mr. Ross. Your Majesty?
Majesty? What's this?
King Duncan of Scotland is foreman of our jury, Mr. Ross.
There isn't any king.
If you will please to remember, Mr. Ross, Duncan of Scotland was foully murdered by a certain Macbeth many a long year ago.
Yes, Mr. Ross. And the gentleman in what you term the bathrobe died at the hand of a friend named Brutus.
Aye, and the gentleman in the red cap was done to death by a slip of a girl named Charlotte Corday in 1794.
What are you talking about, you...
Yes, Mr. Ross, these gentlemen are your peers. All murder victims at one time or another.
What kind of a masquerade?
I assure you, this is no masquerade, Mr. Ross. Just one thing. Your sister and your brother-in-law did not die.
Well, then, what's all this about?
Your Majesty, the verdict, if you please.
Guilty of murder, Mr. Coroner.
Murder? But you said they didn't die.
No, Mr. Ross. They didn't. But you did. Your heart, remember? And now I think you are my property, sir.
A Quiet Please story written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And James Van Dyke played the coroner. King Malcolm was Pat O'Malley. Eileen was played by Sylvia Cole. And Arthur was John Morley. Music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please story, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week's story is the adventure of a writer and the characters that he creates. It's called Bring Me to Life.
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This program came to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Is This Murder?
Thank you very much for coming to see me. I would have come to your office, but I'm sorry, infirmities prevent my going out. That's why I have to have it so dark in here, too. I hope you won't mind. Thank you. Do sit down. Just put your coat on the chair there. Anywhere. Would you care for a drink? There's some excellent sherry there on the sideboard. At least I've been told it's excellent. Amontillado, I think. I don't indulge myself, but you help yourself. Please do. Amontillado. Like the stuff that the good Montresor was drowned in Poe's delightful story, The Cask of Amontillado. You remember the story, of course. Yes. Well, help yourself. I asked you to come here because I think I need some legal advice. About murder, I'm afraid. Yes, quite. I'm afraid I'm a little hazy about things legal, so, do you mind? Like the sherry? I've been told it's excellent. Help yourself, too. Why, I hardly know where to start, but, that door? That's my workshop. I haven't been in there in quite some time. Artificial limbs. Rather unusual ones, if I do say so myself. I've invented a few devices, you see, and they've been quite successful. Oh, yes, a great many persons wear hands, arms, legs, and so on that I invented. You didn't know my assistant, of course. Well, I don't know. I don't know where he is. As a matter of fact, it's Dan I wanted to talk to you about. Dan and Joyce. Joyce was his sweetheart. No, I didn't murder them. It's rather an awkward story to tell. Are you sure you're comfortable? Good. Have you ever read the works of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley? Never heard of her? Well, she was the wife of the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley. She was a novelist. She died in 1890, nearly 60 years ago. But I'm afraid one of her novels is more or less responsible for what I'm going to ask you about. You aren't familiar with her works. Why, best-known novel she wrote was Frankenstein. Oh, it's nothing at all like the Frankenstein you've seen in pictures. No Boris Karloff, no Bela Lugosi with a flageolet, no weird castles. But it's a powerful book with a very important message. You haven't read it. Well, perhaps you ought to. I was talking with Dan about it one day in the workshop there.
We could just about make us a monster with all this equipment, Ernest.
Not a monster, Dan, old boy. I did better than Mr. Frankenstein did. At least mine would be good-looking.
Wouldn't need any spare parts of dead people either.
No, indeed.
How'd you get it to work, though?
That's the problem.
His new arm almost has its own brain.
Not much like the one that, Lionel Atwell, was that his name?
Yes, Lionel Atwell.
Wore in the picture. The one he had to manipulate with his other hand.
That's good looking, too.
No good without a brain and some live muscles to put it to work, though, is it?
Nothing is.
That's an intriguing thought, isn't it?
What?
A synthetic man.
Wouldn't have to feed him, wouldn't have to pay him wages. Great idea.
And he'd be good and strong. Duralumin arms and legs.
Chrome steel fingers and plastic muscles.
Chromium-plated head with wide-angle lenses for eyes.
Microphones for ears.
And what for a brain?
You know what Frankenstein used.
A brain?
The wrong kind of brain.
That was in the picture. He got a criminal brain by mistake, remember?
I wonder what would have happened if he'd got a good brain.
You've got the book and the pictures. Mixed up, boy.
All right. But what would happen if you could make a synthetic man and put a real good human brain in it, huh? Wouldn't it be something? Wouldn't it be... Just think of muscles that never tire. A man, a thinking man that couldn't be harmed by disease. That would be capable of superhuman things. And that would live forever.
Nice. But impracticable, boy.
I wonder...
Well, now, look, Dan, don't you go messing up my nice, clean workshop with mechanical men. Ordinary ones are trouble enough.
That's what Joyce thinks, too.
Get to work, boy. And be careful with that elbow, will you? It bends the other way. You try some more sherry. I'm told it's exit. Oh, yes. Murder we were talking about. Well, let me see. Let me collect my thoughts. Oh, yes. This first conversation that I've repeated to you, it took place about 6 months ago. I beg your pardon? Where is Dan? I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea. If you don't mind, I like to be orderly, methodical. I think the next occurrence was Joyce's visit to me. Or rather, I met her in a cocktail lounge downtown. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I dropped in one afternoon. It was 3 or 4 weeks later. And I was drinking a lemonade, I remember. My, how long it's been since I've had a lemonade. Oh, no thanks, no sherry. But you help yourself. Can you find a bottle, all right? It's so dark in here, but I'm afraid I have to have it that way. Forgive me, do. Well, I was sitting quietly, drinking my lemonade, and she suddenly appeared alongside me, sat down at the table before I saw her almost. Why, Joyce, I said. Why, Joyce.
Hello, Ernest. What are you drinking?
Lemonade. Of course. Will you have one?
No, thanks. I've got to run.
Oh, but do have one.
No, I had a drink. I'm just leaving. Matter of fact, I had 2 drinks. 3, if you must know. I don't want any more.
Why, what's the matter?
Dan stood me up again.
Dan? Stood you up?
3rd time in a week now.
Why, how come, Joyce? I thought you were...
You tell me.
What? Well,
I'm sure I don't know.
You mean you aren't making him work nights at the workshop?
Well, I certainly am not.
Well, that's where he is, all right.
At the workshop.
That's what he says.
Joyce, my dear, the workshop's right in my own home. If Dan has been in there...
Oh.
Oh, my goodness, now what have I said?
If he isn't at the shop, where is he?
Oh, I don't know.
Look, Ernest, I happen to love that guy.
Now, I'd stake my life, Joyce, he isn't out with somebody else. Another girl, I mean.
For his sake, I hope he's not, Ernest.
Well,
Because if I catch him cheating on me, do you know what I'll do? I'll murder him.
I beg your pardon? No, she didn't murder him. I'm sorry to keep you in suspense, but I'm afraid I'll have to tell you the story in my own way, if you please. Well, Joyce went away, and I thought to myself, my goodness, that Dan is a very foolish fellow. That's a very attractive girl, I said to myself. Dan oughtn't to play fast and loose with her. And she loves him, too, I said to myself. But I shuddered a little when I said it. I didn't like the way she said, I'll murder him. No, sir. I didn't like it. But she was a very attractive girl. What? Yes, I know I said was a very attractive girl. A slip of the tongue, sir. As far as I know, she still is. Well, anyway, I taxed Dan with it the next morning. Dan, I said, Dan, you look tired. I am tired, Ernest. Sleeping all right? All right.
Here you've been working nights.
Who told you that?
Joyce.
Oh.
Said you were working here at the shop.
She did.
I know you haven't been working here at the shop. Because I'd have known it.
Of course you would.
Have you been working?
If I hadn't been on my own time, Ernest.
Joyce seems to think it's her time, too.
It does, huh?
What are you up to, Dan?
Listen, Ernest, do I have a pry into your affairs?
Now, you don't need to take that tone with me, Dan.
Sorry.
Dan, that girl loves you.
So what?
Well, now, really, Dan.
I'm sorry, Ernest, but I've got so many things to think about now. I'm sorry.
Can I help you, Dan?
You think I've gone crazy.
You've never shown any signs of it, old boy.
Well...
All right. Let's get to work. But I really do think you ought to give more consideration to Joyce, old boy.
Listen, Ernest.
Dan?
You know that talk we had a few weeks ago?
Talk?
Frankenstein?
Frankenstein? Oh.
That's right.
Have you been letting that play on your mind, Dan?
I've done more than that.
Huh?
Come here.
Why, what?
Come here. See?
Well,
I told you I've done more than just think.
Do you know what he'd done? I looked. A gleaming chromium-plated head. Duralumin arms and legs.
And the fingers are high-test chrome steel, Ernest. I used your industrial type hand, you see? I haven't installed the lenses for the eyes, but there's the selenium cells for light to react on. I've got 2 small microphones for the ears. And look, the hands and arms and the legs are controlled by this solenoid.
Why, you're a fool, Dan.
Sure. But isn't he a beauty, Ernest?
You're a fool.
If he only had a brain.
Who's that? You idiot.
Think so, huh?
I'll go. Lock that thing up.
It's locked up. Who is it?
Why, good morning, Joyce.
Is Dan here? Oh. There he is. Well, hello, Dan.
Hello.
I wonder if you remember we had a date last night.
I'm sorry, I was busy.
Busy? Where? Here?
Yeah, here.
Was he here, Ernest?
Yes. He was here.
Oh. Alone?
Yeah.
Well, he was.
Well?
He was alone, Joyce.
I don't believe it.
Now, look here, Joyce.
Tell her, Dan.
Listen.
Tell me what? Tell me what, Dan?
Look, this is all foolishness. Joyce,
Cut it out, Ernest.
Go ahead, Ernest.
I tell you that. Hold it, Dan. Look here, Joyce. Dan's been working on a project of his own.
What's her name?
It isn't a her, Joyce.
No.
Show her, Dan.
Now, look here.
Stop being a fool. Show her. Unlock the cabinet there. Don't you see you're being a fool, Dan? Open the cabinet.
I don't want...
it.
Well...
What in the world's that?
It's a mechanical...
It's a monster. Oh, who do you think you are, Dan? Frankenstein?
I told you.
Let's see it. Does it work?
It certainly does work.
Can it walk?
It's made out of some of the artificial limbs I invented.
And a lot of other things, too.
Can it talk? Bring it out, Dan.
It can't talk yet.
Why, how marvelous. Make it move, Dan.
Look out. I'll make it raise its arms. Press this button here. See?
The other arm, Dan. Why, how wonderful. Dan!
Yes. That was the first mishap. That mechanical arm, that arm of sturdy duralumin, with the fingers of chrome steel, smashed down in the back of Dan's neck like a sledgehammer. Oh, no, he wasn't killed. That's not the murder I'm going to ask you about. He was paralyzed. That is, his legs were paralyzed. He was in the hospital 3.5 months. The doctors did everything they could for him, but there wasn't anything that really could be done. He was helpless. Do have another glass of the sherry. It's excellent, I'm told. Dan used to drink it. And Joyce loved it. Huh? Yes, I know. I didn't mean to use the past tense. I suppose she still loved it. Huh? No, sir. I assure you I'm telling you, what do they say in court? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, indeed. Oh, why, we brought him back here, of course. No relatives, so far as I know. And we were very close, Dan and I. Oh, yes, Joyce was here frequently. Yeah, that girl really loves that boy. I suppose it was really pretty frightful having to lie in bed all the time, unable to move. Joyce used to stay here all day and sit with him. Then at night, I'd come in his room, and the three of us would sit around and talk. Mostly about robots, mechanical men, monsters. And I brought the machine, into his room so we could tinker with it while we talked. And we talked a great deal about it.
How do you know it won't work if we put a brain in it, Ernest?
It isn't possible, Dan.
Frankenstein's worked.
Dan, that's a story.
Maybe. Maybe it's true.
How would you get a brain, Dan?
Frankenstein got a brain.
And look what happened.
But that was a criminal brain.
Look, Dan. Even if you could, by some miracle, attach a brain to this thing, it'd work. But it wouldn't work right.
Why, Ernest?
Because man has no business playing around with such things.
You think any brain would turn out to be evil just to punish a man for trying to create a superhuman thing like this?
That's exactly what I think.
Where would you get a brain, Dan?
I don't know.
Stop talking this nonsense.
The thing is, Ernest, I don't think it's nonsense.
Well, it is.
Where would you get a brain?
If I knew a doctor.
Well, you don't.
How would you know the brain wouldn't be evil?
I'd make sure of that.
How?
I'd select it very carefully.
Will you stop talking about this?
Scare you, Ernest.
You don't have to be so gruesome.
I'd pick a woman's brain, I think. Women are smarter than men.
Dick.
Want to lend me a brain, Joyce?
Well, I should say not.
You'd have a fine time, Joyce. You'd live forever.
I don't want to live forever.
Nothing could hurt you. You could do anything you wanted.
And have to live in that metal skeleton? No, thanks.
You'd never be hungry.
I like being hungry. It's too much fun to eat. And drink.
Never be tired.
Yeah, I like to be tired, boy. Good night's sleep.
I wish I could put my own brain into it. Then I could get up and walk around. Do things. Go places.
Oh, stop this morbid talk. This is a play toy, Dan. You talk as if it's coming to life any minute. All it needs is a good brain, Ernest.
Well, I tell you what I'll do, Dan. You tell me where to get a brain, and I'll get it for you. And we'll make $1 million. How's that? Well, good night. I'm going home. Gee, I'd certainly hate to have Frankenstein here put his arms around me.
Is this murder? I mean, suppose a man does take a human brain and put it into the frame of a mechanical robot. Charge it with colloids that simulate blood in the very brain structure itself. Suppose he does it successfully. Is this murder? No. Wait before you answer. Suppose that the brain goes right on living. Suppose that the operation, if you want to call it an operation, suppose it works. The brain will never die. Life goes on. The only thing that's missing is the body it once inhabited. Is this murder? The only effect is that somehow or other, while it's in the body, the brain is capable of fine, noble feelings of love, affection, friendship, of all the virtues, in addition to all the vices. Yes, that's true, but when it's transplanted, well, look at the Frankenstein story. When it's transplanted, the virtues are missing. Only the vices remain. Intelligence? Yes. Awareness. Sentience. But good is gone. Only evil remains. But that's not the question, sir. If the body only is killed and the mind survives forever, is this murder? You don't have to answer yet. Oh, you think you know what I'm driving at. Well, we'll see. Now, have another drop of sherry, do. I've almost finished. Then you can judge. Because I have another question for you. This final thing happened night before last. I went into Dan's room. He was soldering a wire onto the round, chromium-plated head of this thing, this monster. Joyce was sitting alongside him, watching closely. She didn't see Dan wink at me as I closed the door.
Hello, Ernest.
How do you feel, Dan?
Me? I feel fine.
Yeah. How are you, Joyce?
Oh, I've got a little headache, Ernest.
Well, I'm sorry. Have an aspirin.
I took one.
Too bad, dear. Well, how's it going, Dan?
I'm more convinced than ever, Ernest.
If you only had a brain.
If I only had a brain.
Joyce, I wish you could do something to snap this fellow out of this.
Why?
Why? Because, are you starting to believe this nonsense, Joyce?
Well, I don't think it's nonsense, Ernest.
You see, she's got a brain, Ernest.
Well, certainly she... Oh, Dan, I'm going to take that thing away from you.
Take away my pretty Frankenstein?
Oh, well, I should say you're not, Dan. Listen, I don't want to say this, but I'm afraid... Joyce, won't you help me?
Help you what?
Get Dan's mind off this thing,
No, she won't.
Joyce,
Dan could only get a brain.
Joyce.
Ernest, won't you help me?
I will not.
Please, Ernest. It's all ready now. All it needs...
Stop that.
Don't, Ernest.
Come on, Ernest. Help me.
I won't.
Ernest.
Joyce, do you know what he's going to do?
What?
He's going to...
Ernest.
I know what you're going to do. I know what's in your mind, and I won't help you.
What's he going to do, Ernest? What's in his mind?
Come here, Joyce. Lean over here.
Dan, darling.
Closer. Joyce, dear. No, stop. Stop, Dan! Stop!
And when I came to, all there was in my mind was a confused memory of a pain in my throat and bright lights and confused voices and Joyce's laughter. I tried hard to think. I was dazed. I found I was lying on the floor. I got up slowly. I saw Dan still lying on the bed. He was smiling at me. He said something. I couldn't make it out. And then I heard his voice.
How do you feel? Ernest.
And I tried to answer. And it was a long time before my voice came. And finally I said, "Where's Joyce?"
Why, here I am. Frankenstein.
And I stretched out my hand to steady myself. And I looked at my hand.
Arms and legs of duralumin. Fingers of chromium steel.
And I looked in the mirror. And I saw a round, chromium-plated head with lenses for eyes and... You can turn on the light now. If you want to. I ask you the question again. Is this murder? It is. And if a steel and duralumin robot takes a life, or more than one life, is this murder? Because I have been murdered, you say. I do not live. I cannot commit murder. Very well. I told you how the force of evil has taken hold of my brain. No, I didn't kill Dan. Nor Joyce. Not yet. I told you I didn't know where they are. I do. You're in the workshop back there. I locked her in the closet where my body used to be. Dan. Why, he's paralyzed, remember? His hands are strong. But against chrome steel, it won't be murder. Will it? It won't be murder either. When I kill you first. Thank you, sir. No, there isn't any more sherry. Just these.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is This Murder? It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the others were Joyce, Gordon, and Dan O'Hurley. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story for you called Summer Goodbye.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Now a listening reminder. For predictions that have a 77% chance of coming true, and even more, listen to Drew Pearson on ABC tonight. That's ABC, Drew Pearson, tonight. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called It Is Later Than You Think.
And so I venture to say that the Germans and the Japs are trembling in their boots at this moment for the word that Lindsay Bradley is on their trail. Lindsay, our loss is Uncle Sam's gain. Your fellow employees wish you success, adventure, and a bushel of medals. And in token of our high esteem for you, in remembrance of the happy hours we have spent with you in the plant, for we are all one big happy family, I present you with this 17-jewel, solid gold, imported wristwatch. May it ever remind you of your good friends here at this arsenal of democracy you are leaving to face our enemies in person.
Well, all I can say, fellow employees, fellas, and Mr. Throop, all I can say is, I thank you.
Well, yes, of course it's a beautiful watch, Lindsay. But for heaven's sake, this is your last night before you go to camp. And I do wish you could pay a little attention to me.
Oh, well, Verna, I'm sorry. I never had such a nice watch, though, and I get carried away. I'm sorry, honey, really.
Oh, for goodness sake, act like it then.
Huh? Act like what?
Act like you're sorry. Kiss me.
Oh. I should say so.
I am going to miss you, Lindsay.
Oh, heck, it isn't as if I was going overseas right away, honey. Oh, my goodness, I'll probably be in the camp for quite a while, learning things. Heck, you could come and see me often.
Maybe I could get an apartment in the town where the camp is, and the sergeants, or whoever it is, would let you live at home and just go to the camp days.
Well, I don't know about that.
It would be wonderful, Lindsay. You could come home for meals, and you could have Colonel's in for dinner. It would be just like home.
Uh-huh.
First thing you do when you get to camp is find a nice apartment, about 4 rooms, maybe 5, and I'll come right away, huh?
Well, I'll see, honey.
You don't seem to be very excited about it.
Well, I don't know how it'll be at camp. You know, I might not be able to find an apartment, and maybe I wouldn't be staying there long.
You don't want me to be with you?
Why, sure I do, Verna, but
You just want to leave me here all alone in this old place while you go off camping out and being in parades and having a wonderful time?
Well, I don't think it'll be like that, Verna. Francis Felton wrote last week from Camp Breckenridge, and he said he'd lost 13 pounds.
Well, he could stand it. Goodness, I just bet it's wonderful for the boys in camp, marching and having sham battles, and goodness, I wonder what you'll be doing this time tomorrow.
It's 11 hours now, and I'll be arriving.
What are you doing with that watch?
Huh? I was just setting it ahead 11 hours.
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out. You're at attention.
My goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? Please?
What?
Where am I?
You crazy, Mac?
Well, gee, honest, sir, I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just refresh your memory, Bud. You're at Camp Dix, New Jersey. And you're a great, big, ugly, flat-footed private in the infantry, whether you like it or not.
Well, for heaven's sake. Well, for heaven's sake, I said. How I got there, I will never know. One minute I was sitting on the Davenport with Verna right in my own living room in Highbridge, New Jersey, just for no reason, setting my watch 11 hours ahead, and then, bung, I'm alongside the railroad station in Camp Dix, and it's daylight, and this sergeant... Well, now, things don't happen like that. There's no such thing as magic. But, well, how? Tell me how. All right, you can't tell me, so I'll tell you. I'll tell you how I found it out. It was an hour later that they let us sit down a few minutes. And there was a man sitting alongside me, and he said I have a good-looking watch, didn't I? So I told him how the boys at the plant gave it to me, and he admired it some more. And then he said, did I know my watch was an hour fast? So I said, is that so? And I turned it back and...
All right. Get your heels together, all of you. Chin in, chest out, so that attention.
And I heard myself say, my goodness gracious.
Quiet.
But I just said...
And I said silence.
Could I ask a question, Lieutenant?
I'm a sergeant.
Could I ask a question, Sergeant? Please? And by goodness, I went through that whole hour again. And I was so tired when we got back to the time and the place where the man said I had a good-looking watch. And I looked at that watch. I didn't say anything this time. So time went on the way it ought to go on, and they took us to eat. But I couldn't eat anything, because my stomach was full of great big butterflies. And finally, when I had a minute, I got to a phone booth, and I waited 45 minutes, and I got a call through to Highbridge to find out what Verna had to say about it, and Mrs. Houlihan from next door answered, and she said Verna was in bed with a high temperature. And what the dickens did I do to her on my last night at home? So I hung up. Sure. The watch. Whatever I set it at, that's what time it is. Well, now, thinks I, this could be a very handy thing. But I have to be careful. Say, where do you suppose they got that watch? It's really... And then I happened to think of something. My gosh, what would happen if that watch ran down someday if I forgot to wind it and it stopped? Would time stop? Wow. Well, I'm not going to try to find out. You know, this sergeant, he wasn't such a bad fellow at that. I was sitting on my bunk one night after supper. There wasn't anybody else in the barracks, and he walked in. I said, hi, Sergeant.
What's with you, Bradley?
Oh, I'm just tired.
Ain't you going to the movies?
Oh, they run that picture in Highbridge 2 months ago.
Cigarette?
Thanks. You going?
I feel kind of low.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah. Got a Dear John.
Which?
Letter from my girlfriend.
Oh?
You know. Dear John, I don't know how to tell you, but I have fallen in love with another guy, and you and I will always be good friends.
Oh.
Yeah, great. We'll never get married, kid.
I am married.
Oh, excuse me. You happy?
Well, sure. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Great.
We've been married 4 years.
Miss her, huh?
You bet. This is a kind of vacation, though. You know. She said she might come down here to live, near the camp.
You like that?
Well...
What you monkeying with that watch?
Huh? I was just thinking of an experiment.
What kind of experiment?
Oh, nothing. There's nothing.
Want a beer? Let's walk over to the PX.
So, we walked over to the PX, and we had a beer, and then we had another, and me and my big mouth, beer always makes me talkative. The sergeant noticed I was fiddling with my watch. I couldn't get it off my mind, and finally the beer and I told him the story. Of course, he didn't believe it. He laughed a lot. He said I had a great imagination, and then after a while he walked back to the barracks with me, and we sat down on my bunk again, and well, the place was still empty, and he was still laughing about my imagination. I got huffy. I told him I'd prove it to him.
How will you prove it to me?
Well, how soon will the movie be out and the fellas come back to the barracks?
An hour?
Okay. Watch.
What are you doing?
Setting it ahead an hour.
Look, why don't you guys shut up and let me go to sleep?
Turn it back!
Will you
Turn it
douse
back!
that light
Okay,
there?
Sergeant. Brother. Yeah. See, it works.
Hey,
All appeared. Just out of nothing.
That's the way it'll be an hour from now.
Oh, gosh. What you can do with that thing?
Well, I've been using it.
Yeah? How?
I've been setting it ahead every day for a while.
What for?
See if my wife is going to arrive.
Huh? Wife?
Well, I'd like to have some warning, see?
Ah, so you can hit me for a pass.
Either that, Sergeant, or so's I can go AWOL. No, Verna's all right. We get along all right, but, well, heck, she demands. I mean, I never got out before I was drafted, and, well, darn it, I kind of like being my own boss. That is, as far as the Army had let you know what I mean? I love Verna all right, but I knew what it'd be once she got settled in an apartment here in town. Heck, Highbridge isn't far away. I could get a pass once in a while, but here in town, no, I figured that was too close. Yeah, I feel a lot different about it now, but this was quite a while ago. See, 1944, and I'd only been away from her a few months. You know what I mean? Okay. So she snuck up on me after all. I forgot one night to set my watch ahead, and first thing the next morning, I got the word that she was here. So I talked to the sergeant how to talk to her out of a pass. We kidded a little. I went to town to meet her. It was kind of nice. But, gosh, I couldn't get a word in edgeways.
Lindsay, you're so thin.
Well, I've been...
I know you. You just won't talk up to these sergeants and majors and people. Just let them walk all over you. You wait till I see somebody in authority.
Oh, now, Verna, you can't...
You've been drinking. I bet you've been drinking, but I'll put a stop to that. When we get an apartment here in town, you can have ginger ale at home, and I'll make brownies, and you can have some of the boys over once in a while.
Verna.
What?
Verna, do you love me?
Why, you silly child. Of course I do. Here, give me a kiss. Now wipe off that lipstick. Are you going to take me out to the camp? I'm just dying to see it.
Well, I thought maybe we'd stay in town.
Now, Lindsay, I'm not going to sit around in this dismal town all day and all night when there's all sorts of interesting things going on out where you're camping. I came down here to enjoy myself, and that's what we're going to do no matter what you
So
think.
that's the way it was, yakety all the time, and I got awful tired of it all of a sudden. You know, used to be I could kind of shut my ears to the yakety, but I seemed to have lost the trick somehow, and so then I thought, gosh, I'm going to see how long this is going to go on. So I turned my back, and I moved the hands of my watch ahead, and I got it 10 hours ahead, and I heard a kind of sigh or something, and I turned around, and you know what? There was this sergeant kissing my wife just as big as you please. Well, I grabbed his arm, and I tried to yank him away, but it was just like I wasn't there. And Verna spoke to him, and it didn't sound like the yakety she used on me.
Oh, Sergeant Kilroy, you're so impulsive.
And then I remembered that what I was seeing was 10 hours away, and I quick spun the hands of my watch back again, and, well, doggone it, I went too far back.
Lindsay, you're so thin.
And that was where I came in, and I had to go through all of it again. But doing a repeat on the kisses wasn't so bad, till I remembered the way she was going to talk to Sergeant Kilroy about 10 hours from now. Well, sir, about 5 o'clock he showed up, and he told me I had to go back to camp. How do you like that? He could stay in town, he said, and he'd be glad to show my wife around and keep her entertained whilst I was away, my pal. And I crossed him up all right. I waited a couple hours after I got back to camp, and then I just set the watch ahead. And it's morning, and the whole company, including Sergeant Kilroy, is turning out for reveille. Well, she stayed there. She got an apartment, such as it was. I got a lot of passes. I took the sergeant in with me every once in a while, and everything was as nice as pie. I didn't do much with the watch because I was scared of it. I took awful good care it was wound all the time. I tried once to see if I could turn it ahead farther than 12 hours, but I couldn't. When the hands got the 12 hours ahead, everything just clicked right back. Well, you see, 12 hours, the hands just come right back to where they were when you started. Anyway, half a day's enough for me. Heck, it's too much. Think it ain't? Yeah, there come a day. There always comes a day. A big bunch of us got pulled out early in the morning with our A&B bags and everything out of the kitchen stove hung onto us. We're off to the races. Only Sergeant Kilroy, he's permanent detail. He stays in camp. Great deal. Well, I'm smart. I get myself lost in the dark. And I beat it for a taxi, and I haul down to town our apartment. No, Verna doesn't know I'm leaving. I don't know where I'm going. And no, I'm not trying to desert. I want to find out something. I get in the apartment, and Verna doesn't wake up. And she looks awful cute asleep. But I turn the hands on my watch ahead. 3 hours. Nothing happened. Except the bed was all of a sudden empty, and I could hear Verna out in the other room, and, of course, it was full daylight now. So I heaved a big sigh of relief. Everything's all right. And then...
Who is it? Who is it?
Gilroy's here, darling.
And I was so mad. I thought what to do, and then, just as Verna unlocked the door, I got it. I set my watch back where it belonged, and it was early dark morning again, and she was asleep there in the bed, smiling, and I got out of the apartment. I'll fix that, I said to myself. I'll beat it back to camp, and I'll knock that Kilroy's head off, and a big MP stepped up in front of me.
Hey, take it easy, Mac. Where you going with that equipment?
Huh? Why, I missed the train, huh?
Oh, you missed the train, huh?
Yeah,
That's fine, Mac. Listen, the train ain't left yet, Mac.
Oh?
It ain't due to leave for 20 minutes yet, Mac. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just get in the Jeep here with me, Mac. I'll deliver you special. Right to the steps of the car. Okay, Mac?
And so I started my trip overseas handcuffed to an MP. And there wasn't any kidding about it. I was on that train for good. And all the jumping up and down in the world wasn't going to do me any good. Because in an hour and a half, I was sitting on a bunk about a foot above sea level in the hold of a great big transport, and the ship was aiming for Africa as fast as they could turn over the propeller. Me and my fancy watch, I wish I'd never seen it. But what can a guy do? I throw it away, what'll happen? It'll stop him. Well, all right, maybe time won't stop it. You can see what's happened before. Maybe I won't take chances. So, well, it turned out it was a good thing I hung on to it. Because I'm in a hole a few weeks later with another guy in a bazooka, and Mr. Rommel's tanks are doing all right, and I'm scared. This fella, Red Pavaner, his name was, he's my loader, and we're popping away at Krauts whenever we can get a beat on one. And then there's a kind of lull, and we don't see anybody, so we light up a smoke. Red leans his arms up on the edge of the hole and looks out.
Looks like they blowed the whistle, Lindsay.
Huh? What you mean?
I don't see anybody anyplace.
Let me see. And that was the end of Red Pavaner. And it was pretty near the end of me, except for the watch. All the German tanks in the world were heading right straight for me and blazing away like the 4th of July. Only there wasn't no celebration. The air was thick with hunks of iron, and I leaned down to pick up my bazooka, and then the thought come to me. I reached for my watch. 2 hours I'll set it back, I thought. And I did, and all the tanks and everything disappeared. So I climbed out of the hole and started away from there. And all I remember was... And everything went black and red and green, and I'm dead. No, not dead. But I got it right through my neck, and they told me in the hospital that the bullet traveled on down my arm and came out right alongside my watch. I was pretty scared about the watch, but the nurse was a nice girl. She laughed, showed me how she'd put it on my other arm. Wound it, too, she said. I felt better. Then I remembered I'd never set it ahead again to where it belonged, and I asked her to set it, and she tried. She couldn't. Something had happened to it. Well, look, I won't try to tell you about all the trouble I had with my arm, how I got sent back to the States, spent the next 4 years in the hospital. Verna? Sure, I saw Verna. I saw her a lot. She used to come and see me all the time. And she was different. Seemed like all I'd been through kind of changed her. She felt so sorry for me. Gosh, I got to feeling sorry for myself. You know how it is? Well, it was a long time those years with all I had to do to my neck and my arm. Once in a while I'd think about Sergeant Kilroy. But gosh, Verna was so different now. I knew everything was okay, so I forgot it. Funny thing was, though, I couldn't turn the watch up to where it belonged all that time. I tried. The nurses tried. The doctors. They couldn't do it. There was no soap. And all this time I got nervous and irritable. I used to have, delusions. One day last month, it was the first day I had my artificial arm. I woke up kind of dopey. I thought I seen somebody leaving my room at Walter Reed. I sort of heard the nurse talking to a guy in civilian clothes that looked kind of familiar, and I thought I heard him answer her.
Oh, no, just tell him Kilroy was here.
Well, I was going to tell Verna, but the new arm and everything, I forgot. So I got out last week. It was kind of fun. I went back to High Bridge. Verna had fixed up her old place swell, and she was special nice to me. I pretty near felt I could afford to lose that arm to make that difference in Verna. She was all right. Only she kept kidding me about the way I fiddled with my watch. I couldn't tell her I was trying to get it set back to where it belonged. There was 2 hours worth of difference in that watch. I guess I got into the habit when I felt so lousy, always twiddling at it, that... There's somebody at the door. Verna's downtown getting her hair fixed. I wonder who it is.
Hey, Leslie.
Kilroy!
Mind if I come in a minute, kid?
Why, sure. Sure, Kilroy.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see you. Gee, Verna, I'll be glad to see you, too. Sit down.
Much obliged. Well, I see you still got the trick watch.
Yeah, still got it. How you been?
What are you fiddling with the watch for, Lindsay?
It got stuck. Stuck? Yeah, I keep fooling with it. Well, tell me where you been since you got out.
I wish you'd stop fooling with that watch.
No, I'm sorry. Hey, by golly, I got it. I got it. I'll just set it ahead 2 hours to make...
Yeah. Verna, it's about time. Where you been? All right, I'll meet you there. What? Good Lord, yes. Certainly I did. What? Well, how would you like to sit around in a room for 2 hours with a guy you just shot? Huh?
Quiet Please for Tonight was called It Is Later Than You Think. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Abby Lewis played Verna, Don Briggs was the sergeant. Miscellaneous voices and colorful characterizations with creations of Ernest Lackmann. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, a word from Wyllis Cooper.
The characters in tonight's stories were all fictional, of course. For next week, I have a story for you called The Thing on the Forble Board.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called
Kill Me Again. You ever hear anybody say, I'd sell my soul for this, that, or the other? Well, not very many people really mean it when they say it. Unfortunately, I did. And I found a buyer. No, nothing very exciting. No crashes of thunder, no red fire. Now, the doorbell just rang, and when I opened the door, there was a worried little-looking man standing there. I said, well?
I understand you have some property for sale, Mr. Davis.
Who are you?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Hellman, Mr. Davis. May I come in?
Mr. Hellman came in. Mr. Hellman sat down nervously. Mr. Hellman didn't have much time, it appeared, but Mr. Hellman had the $1 million in currency that I had named as my price for my soul. And he also had a bill of sale, neatly typed in triplicate. No, it didn't seem odd at all. That's why I suggest you never mention aloud that you'd be willing to dispose of your own immortal soul for this, that, or the other thing. Well, Mr. Hellman gets around. And he's a mighty sharp businessman, for all his apparent nervousness. So Mr. Hellman got up and went to the door.
Well, good night, Mr. Davis. It's a pleasure to do business with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman.
I'll be seeing you soon, then.
Hey, close the door, Mr. Hellman. But Mr. Hellman had gone on out, and me with $1 million in currency, well, I hopped to the door to close it fast. Not fast enough, though. Well, there were two men there with revolvers. I didn't get a chance to say a word. They both fired, and I saw them run down the hallway with my beautiful new $1 million. I tried to yell, but I couldn't. And I turned around. There I was, lying on the floor, all bloody. Mr. Hellman spoke to my ear.
Well, I guess you can come along now, Mr. Davis. I kept my bargain. Now you keep yours.
So that's how come I was sitting a little while later in a little dark room with Mr. Hellman. There wasn't much light in there. What light there was seemed to come from way up high near the ceiling and sort of flickered, like the light that comes from a fireplace. Mr. Hellman was sitting at a desk looking at me, and his eyes seemed to dart all around the room, but, well, maybe that was from the flickering light. He didn't say anything for a long while and just sat there and bit his fingernails. And then he spoke.
Well, Mr. Davis.
This is a dirty trick you pulled on me.
The contract didn't say anything about your keeping the money, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes, but I assumed...
Now, Mr. Davis, you must never assume things when there's a written contract. You should have read it.
Well, I hadn't any idea you were going to pull this kind of a trick.
Most people who deal with me haven't.
Well, I won't stand for it.
You won't?
No, I won't.
You can't do anything about it.
Why, that contract wouldn't hold up in a court of law.
What court of law?
Well,
Now, come, Mr. Davis. You're going to be here a long, long time, and you might just as well get used to doing as I say.
Well, what do I have to do then?
Yes, well, I must confess I acted rather hastily in your case.
You mean you're going to let me out of here then?
Oh, my, no.
But I haven't done anything.
No, that's what's got me puzzled, Mr. Davis. My. Why don't I think?
Think what?
Well, I may as well confess. You see, most of the people who make an arrangement with me about their souls, as you did, are due to come here anyway, eventually.
I don't get it.
I mean, they've already committed a crime or a sin or whatever you like, enough to qualify them for our little institution. And so the transaction really doesn't mean anything except to expedite their arrival. Do you see?
You mean you cheat them? You gyp them?
Oh, come now, Mr. Davis. Business is business.
I suppose so. But what's that got to do with me?
A great deal, Mr. Davis. Your soul belongs to me, according to the terms of our contract, you see. But you haven't committed any sins, according to my records. So you're in a very strange position.
I don't get it.
Why, you see, you're a regular inmate now, Mr. Davis, but I can't send you out to the fire department or any of the other departments like the rest of our guests. Because you're not qualified. It's very, very distressing.
Yes. Yes, it must be.
Yes, it's very, very, very distressing. I am really ashamed of myself.
I feel awful sorry for you, Mr. Hellman.
Dear me, I've been running this place for so long, and I've never had a slip-up before. Believe me, if this gets around... Mr. Davis, promise me one thing.
What?
Promise me you'll never say a word about this to anybody around here.
Well, that depends on how I'm treated, Mr. Hellman.
Oh, dear, I knew you'd take advantage of me.
Well, I'm a businessman, too, Mr. Hellman.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
You said, you never had a slip-up before?
Never once. Never once in ever so many years. Never once.
Well, how about Dante? He was down here.
Dante. Oh, you mean that Italian fellow with the long robe?
Or a wreath of leaves on his head.
Oh, yes, I remember him. I remember him quite well. This place was a mess for weeks after he was here.
Well, you let him out.
I had to. He was a visitor, you see. He was alive.
I see.
And you know what that man did? He wrote a book about this place. And what that book did to business. Why, do you know business fell off 13% the very first year?
That's awful, Mr. Hellman.
You have no idea what I went through.
I am a writer, too.
Mr. Davis, allow me to call your attention to the fact that I have a very special department in this place for writers.
Oh?
A very, very special department. Yes, remind me to show you someday the lovely little apartment in there that I fixed up especially for Mr. Dante.
Well, isn't he here?
That sissy, he didn't have the basic ordinary human decency to afford me an opportunity to welcome him back. Not Mr. Dante. He lived an exemplary life and died full of virtue, the coward.
Well.
Yes, but that doesn't solve my problem with you.
I can wait, Mr. Hellman.
Yes, well, doubtless I'll find something for you to do, Mr. Davis. And in the meantime, just feel free to go anywhere. I'll let you know when I want you.
You won't let me out then?
Oh, dear, no, Mr. Davis. Dear, no. Business is business. The same here as everywhere else. Yes, it's the very devil, isn't it, Mr. Davis? Yes. Well, bye-bye. I'll see you later, and don't get into any mischief.
Well, I felt quite perky as I wandered around Mr. Hellman's remarkable institution. Well, who wouldn't? Well, I'd had a pretty tough time on Earth. There were plenty of times when I'd wondered where the next meal was coming from. Well, I had $1 million, even if it was for only a few minutes, and there aren't very many people in the world who can say that. Then, now, here I was, a non-paying permanent guest, and Mr. Hellman himself admitted he couldn't do anything about it. Just that alone was enough to make me feel pretty smart and pretty smug, especially when I'd catch Mr. Hellman's expression occasionally out of the corner of an eye. You know, Mr. Hellman's a very hard person to outwit. Well, people have been trying to do it ever since. And now look who did it. Little old Joe Davis, the guy that never had a nickel. The guy that sold his soul and made a profit on it. Well, I was smart to do my laughing early. Oh, Mr. Hellman's ingenious. When I think of some of the things he had people doing. My, oh, my. Well, I'd seen enough of the place to decide that I was a very, very lucky fella. Also to wish I'd never made this deal. So I can say definitely that I wasn't happy. Mr. Hellman saw that, too. And he talked to me about it.
Mr. Davis, you're not happy.
No, I'm not, Mr. Hellman.
Well, I'm not either.
Well, yes, but you can do something about it. I can.
You're a disturbing influence here.
Well, I can't help that. You brought me here.
You're ruining the morale here.
How?
Well, you keep telling my staff members how you outsmarted me on this deal.
No, I don't. I tell them how you outsmarted yourself.
Well, I want you to stop it.
Mr. Hellman, I'm an unwilling guest here, you know.
Don't I know it?
Well, why don't you do something about it.
I want you to stop carrying tales about me or...
Or what, Mr. Hellman?
Mr. Davis, you want to get out of here, don't you?
I certainly do.
Now, Mr. Davis, if I let you out of here, would you stop being mean to me?
Oh, trying to bribe me, huh?
Yes, I am, Mr. Davis, on a purely business basis, you understand.
Okay. Okay, what's the basis?
Well, of course, I should expect something in return.
Well, I said I wouldn't talk about you if you'd let me out.
You'll have to do a little better than that.
Well, anything within reason.
Good. Now, see here, I do have a contract with you, don't I?
As if I'd forget that.
Yes, quite. We mustn't forget it. Now, Mr. Davis, tell me, have you ever considered murder?
Murder?
Exactly.
No, I've never considered murder, Mr. Hellman. And if you think you're going to suck me into committing a crime so you can put me out there with the other boys and girls... Oh, no, Mr. Hellman, really, I did think you were smarter than that. Why, even after the way you messed up this other deal between
Now,
us.
don't rub it in, Mr.
Well,
Davis.
I mean...
You see, I could give you leads. All you'd have to do is appear on Earth and sort of stick around, giving these various people an opportunity to murder you. And then, well, you see, they automatically qualify for a place here.
Well, I got murdered once, thank you.
You're quite welcome, I'm sure. Now, what about it? Solves both our problems, doesn't it?
Well, what happens after I get murdered?
Oh, you come back here until I have another assignment for you.
I come back here?
Of course. I want this to be a home for you, Mr. Davis.
No.
You have a very nice, comfortable apartment, Mr. Davis, and no work whatever to do, you know.
Yeah, I don't like it, though.
Why, Mr. Davis, you might have to give up your comfortable apartment, you know, if you're not cooperative.
Oh, threatening me, huh?
Oh, no. But the shortage, you know.
You'd kick me out in the cold.
Oh, not the cold, dear. No, Mr. Davis, not the cold.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Mr. Davis, do you remember what strawberry shortcake tastes like?
Oh, God.
Do you remember the blue sky with white fleecy clouds floating in it on a summer afternoon? Green grass, trees. Remember the sound of dogs barking at night?
Going swimming in the ocean. And snow, beautiful white snow.
Rain, lovely, cool rain at the end of a hot August day.
A new suit of clothes. Apple pie.
Listening to music with a beautiful girl by your
Going
side.
fishing at Tomahawk Lake.
Radio, movie. Oh my, I shouldn't have said that.
A cold glass of beer.
What do you say, Mr. Davis?
Mr. Hellman, you've sold a bill of goods.
Just sign here, Mr. Davis. Why, Mr. Davis, you're back so quick.
Why, darn it, I never had a chance. Is this the kind of a deal you made with me? I'm done, Hellman.
Oh, Mr. Davis, but you did beautifully.
I just opened the door and the guy plugged me.
I know. He was much hastier than I expected.
I didn't get a chance to do a thing. Just bang, bang, that's all, and I'm saying hello, Mr. Hellman.
Yes, that's too bad, Mr.
Well, I haven't been gone 15 minutes.
Well, you got excellent results. He'll be down here before you know it, and you and he will have a good many laughs over it before I give him his assignment.
Yeah.
Well, now, shall we try again, Mr. Davis?
We shall not.
Oh, but, Mr. Davis, I'm afraid you'll have to.
What? Why?
You signed an agreement, Mr. Davis. My, will you never learn to read things before you sign them?
Well, this time it wasn't so bad. For a while. Well, I was smart. I never went near the fella for 2 months. And I lived like a king. I will say this, Mr. Hellman, he's generous with an expense account. Of course, some people say that all the money there is belongs to him, but, well, they're willing to take it regardless. Mr. Hellman was all right about it. He didn't rush me. And I'd begun to wonder how long I could get away with it. Well, I'd say I had a lot of money. I went a lot of places, putting this thing off as long as I could. And I was having fun.
I got ideas. Well, you see, I'd met this girl. Oh, sure, a girl comes into any story sooner or later. I never had a girl in my previous life before Mr. Hellman, so I was nuts about this one. I remember I got very sentimental with her. Kind of forgot, I guess. It was a beautiful night with 1,000,000 stars. We'd been dancing on an outdoor terrace. I really did forget who I was.
Oh, sure is a beautiful night, isn't it?
The stars.
You could just reach up and touch them.
Make you feel romantic?
Kind of.
Me too.
Let's stay out here a while.
I was hoping you'd say that.
You were? Why?
Don't you know?
'Cause it's cool?
No.
'Cause you're tired dancing?
No.
Why?
You.
Me?
Yes. I love you.
Oh, now look. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm not. I love you.
Oh, listen, dear.
I love you.
Listen, I said.
Well?
Look, you're nice to be around with, and you spend your money, and you take me places, and I have kind of fun with you. But that's as far as it goes.
Well,
No, skip it.
Well, I tell you...
Why do you have to be so serious? Don't spoil everything.
But I thought that
I know what you thought. You thought I was falling for you. Well, I'm not.
Darling, I want to marry you.
Marry you? Why, you old fool. Marry you.
Darling, please listen to me.
Look, Pops, I don't want to be mean to you, but after all, you're old enough to be my father. And I don't want to hear any more about it. Now, do you want to go back in and dance, or do you want to get me a taxi and let me go home?
And as she stood there laughing at me, I thought I heard someone else laughing, and it sounded like Mr. Hellman.
You're wasting time, Mr. Davis. Better get to work, hadn't you?
So I went to see my prospect. And it wasn't very hard feeling the way I did. I'm old enough to be her father, am I? It wasn't very difficult to taunt him into drawing a revolver. So I got murdered for the third time, and Mr. Hellman had a new inmate, and it didn't hurt very much after all. And I wondered how that girl felt about it. Well, I had a nice apartment down there in Mr. Hellman's place, but I didn't get much time to use it. That's one thing you want to remember about making a bargain with Mr. Hellman. Well, the bargain part of it is always on his side. I brought in 26 new customers, and, well, then I thought it was time for a vacation. Well, after all, you try getting murdered 26 times. Why, it wears you out. I had scars all over me. So I spoke to Mr. Hellman. Mr. Hellman, I said, I need a vacation. I've been working awful hard, Mr. Hellman, and I'm worn out. Why, Mr. Hellman, I said, I've got so there isn't any place left to shoot me without going through an old bullet hole.
Why, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Davis, but a bargain is a bargain.
But look, I tell you...
Sorry, Mr. Davis, but business is business. You cost me $1 million.
But I never got a cent of it.
I'm sure you realize that that's not my fault, Mr. Davis.
Are you sure about that, Mr. Hellman?
I don't care to discuss it, Mr. Davis. Now, here is another very good prospect that I want you to see just as soon as possible.
Well, I won't do it.
Mr. Davis, must I take steps? Now, about this black market chap.
Well, I hadn't had any rest for so long. I was so fed up with this Mr. Hellman and the job he forced me into. I said to myself, I'm going to double-cross you, Mr. Hellman. I'm going to get some rest somehow. Somehow. So I walked into this black marketeer's office. He seemed to be a rather nice fellow.
How do you do, young man? What can I do for you?
I don't want anything.
The automobile?
No, thanks.
Well, a washing machine.
Now, what could I do with a washing machine?
Change a $1,000 bill for you?
No.
Well, an apartment, maybe.
An apartment? Say, that I could use.
It's a deal, sir. Just look at this. 4 rooms. Bath newly decorated, daily maid service, modern kitchen. Finest apartment in the city. How about it?
How much?
Strictly ceiling price, sir. Long-term lease.
I'll take it.
But,
Yes?
you'll have to avoid the drapers in the apartment.
Oh, that's all right. How much?
Oh, that'll be, let me see, $10,000.
I was standing over him with the smoke still wreathing its way upward out of my revolver, and he was as dead as a doornail on the thick green rug. The door opened, and I turned around.
Well, Mr. Davis.
Hellman.
Mr. Hellman Davis. Well, now you have been and gone and done it, haven't you?
Did you hear what he was trying to sell me?
Mr. Davis, I hope you realize that your days as a guest in my institution are over.
You mean I don't have to go back now?
My, he certainly is dead. You're a very good shot, Mr. Davis.
Well, he made me so mad
yes,
that
indeed.
Well,
what were you saying about not having to come back?
Did you mean I don't have to come back now, Mr. Hellman?
Why, Mr. Davis.
What?
Why, Mr. Davis, don't you see what you've done? I knew eventually you'd do something like this. Temper, Mr. Davis.
What are you talking about?
Why, Mr. Davis, I knew someday you'd commit a crime, commit a sin, Mr. Davis. Why, certainly you're coming back, Mr. Davis, after the law gets through with you.
Mr. Hellman, listen, sir.
I'm afraid you're never going to be a businessman, Mr. Davis. I have such interesting things for you to do the next couple of million years.
Who's that?
Why, that, Mr. Davis, I suspect is the officers come to take you to jail, where they will eventually send you back to me.
No.
I'll be seeing you, Mr. Davis. Kill me again. Kill me again.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Mr. Davis, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Mr. Hellman was played by James Monks. The girl was played by Peggy Stanley, and the black marketeer was Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Gene Presto. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week's story is a simple story of a man and a woman who loved each other and what happened to them. It's called In Memory of Bernadine.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please came to you.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Let the Lilies Consider. Yes, I quite understand. I quite understand. Well, your stenographer is taking down everything I say. You are witnesses. When the stenographer transcribes, there's no time to sign them, and that is my confession. Is that right? And whatever I say may be used against me. Is that right? Oh, I'll sign them all right. Where do you want me to start? At the beginning, I suppose. All right. For your record, my name is James R. James. Roderick. 41, third-generation American college graduate. UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. No occupation. No, not unemployed. No occupation. Well, I have a small but adequate income. You have my address. I was married and... Gretchen McMonish. Yes, Gretchen is a diminutive of Margaret. Margaret McMonish. And often.
Where's your wife now, James?
Please don't try to trap me, Lieutenant. I've told you at least 20 times where she is.
Tell me again.
Right there. There.
Look, James, we dug that place up twice now. Your wife isn't there. Where is she?
I've told you.
What did you do with her?
I didn't do anything with her, Lieutenant. I told you that.
All right. Go on.
I met her at school in 1930.
Did you bury her in the flower bed there?
May I go on?
Answer my question. Did you bury her?
No, I did not.
Then why do you keep saying she's there?
Because you killed her.
No. Well, she's dead. What killed her?
I told you she isn't dead.
You can't prove it, James.
I can prove it, Lieutenant, but you won't believe it.
Why don't you prove it then?
Shall I go on with my statement?
Did you plant that lily there to mark her grave, James?
I didn't plant that lily.
How come it grows there? How come it's so much bigger than the others? Answer me.
There were other lilies there alongside it. Before you and your men dug them up?
James, I think I know why that lily is bigger than the others.
You do?
Yes, and so do you.
You're wrong, Lieutenant.
You know why we left that lily standing, James, when we dug up the others?
Yes.
Because we know what's under it there. Because we figured the lily would remind you, would keep you thinking about your wife buried there. Because we hoped it might lead you to a confession.
It won't, Lieutenant.
You know, I have an idea that lily there is going to hang you, James.
No, it isn't. That lily loves me. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these.
What are you talking about?
We consider the lilies, and some of us love them. Do you suppose the lilies consider us and sometimes return our love?
I don't think you'll get by with an insanity plea, James.
I don't know very much about flowers. I don't know anything about them from the standpoint of books. I'm not interested in stamens and pistils and the anatomy of flowers. Well, I'm interested in their souls. In their souls. I believe flowers love and hate just as people do.
Shall we get along with your statement?
Yes. They love us and hate us in the proportions of the love or the hate we have for them. I said I've always loved flowers. My wife, Gretchen, she hated them. And they love me. Gretchen?
You know, James, I declare I think flowers don't like me at all. I can't do a thing with them.
You'll learn. I'll show you how to handle them.
I don't think I want to handle them. James, must we have so many flowers?
Why? I like them, dear.
But so many of them.
Well, I haven't anything else to do but raise flowers.
I know. That so bothers me. I don't like to see you wasting all your time puttering around flower beds every single hour. Goodness, I think it's just kind of wicked, James, when there's so many other things you could be doing.
Aren't you happy?
Of course I'm happy, but I could be happier if I didn't have to compete with a lot of silly flowers.
Well, I don't think they're silly.
Besides, there's so many lilies.
Well, they're so beautiful.
They're so depressing.
I love them.
That's what bothers me, James.
Why?
Well, I'm jealous of them, James.
Gretchen.
James, you do love me more than you love the flowers, don't you?
Isn't that a pretty foolish question?
James?
What?
Look. Look at the lilies.
Well, what do you...
Look at them. They're listening. They're waiting to hear what you say.
And I looked. And I tell you, there was a silence in the garden there that you could almost hear. And the lilies around us were leaning toward us as we stood there. And there was an attitude of expectancy about them as their graceful stems bent toward us.
trembling. They were listening. And suddenly Gretchen broke from my arms and ran sobbing into the house, trampling their beautiful, delicate bodies underfoot as she ran. No, I didn't follow her. I stood for a long time in the twilight, considering these lilies of the field. And they watched me, considering me in silence as I lifted up the murdered flowers from the marks of Gretchen's shoes in the soil and wept a moment for them. And I never did answer Gretchen's question. I could have answered it, but she never asked me again. Perhaps she thought she knew the answer.
So that's why you killed her. Because you thought more of the flowers than you did of her.
I didn't kill her.
Go on.
I did love Gretchen. I love her now more than I ever did.
It sounds as if you did.
We were very happy for a long time that winter. There are no flowers in the winter, and she had no cause to feel neglected. It was very pleasant here in the house. But the spring came, and the buds appeared on the trees. And one day she brought up the subject again.
Jane, what about the flowers this year?
I'm going to start on the gardens tomorrow.
I wish...
Wish what, darling?
Do we have to have the flowers again?
Well, we don't have to have them, but I want them.
It's been so nice all winter without them.
I've missed them.
I'd hoped you'd maybe forgotten them, Jane.
Forgotten them? My darling, I don't believe I could live without them.
If they all died, what would you do?
I don't know.
Would you die?
Well, what are you talking about, Gretchen?
I'm being very foolish and very silly, James, but I don't want the flowers. I hate flowers.
Now, dear.
I hate them.
You mustn't say that, Gretchen. They'll hate you.
But, Scott, what's the matter? You've let those flowers become an obsession with you. You've begun to feel that they're alive, that they have feelings. You're letting these things take you away from me, and I won't have it.
Gretchen, you're being...
I said I was being silly. I know I am. But it's the truth just the same. Oh, we could do so many things this summer. Go to so many places.
But I don't want to go places, Gretchen.
You did before you went so crazy over flowers. Over those horrible lilies.
Darling, they're so beautiful.
You used to say I was beautiful.
Well, you are.
But not as beautiful as the lilies. Am I?
What? Why, dear, you're like a lily yourself. Your skin is so white, your yellow hair, and that green dress.
Don't you compare me with one of those things. You hear me? I'm not like a flower. I'll never be like a flower.
Dear, please, don't...
James, do you know what I think? Sometimes I think there's something wrong with your mind. Sometimes I think you're a little crazy. Do you realize that I'm your wife, do you? Or do you think I'm married to those flowers? I won't have it. You've got to choose between those dreadful flowers and me.
I wondered if my mind was all right. There's nothing wrong with loving flowers, is there? Almost everyone loves them. But for my wife to be jealous of them, I wondered for a moment whether it was my mind or hers. Yes, I did spend too much time in the gardens, I thought. And I resolved manfully to change my way, to devote only a few hours a day to cultivation and admiration of my precious lilies. I would compromise. I would try to follow my wife's wishes, try to remember her first, instead of the flowers. I reckoned without the flowers. I planted only half as many this year, and Gretchen watched sullenly from the house. They came up eagerly, and I could have sworn that there were twice as many as I planted. Gretchen wouldn't speak to me for days at a time, and mornings when I awoke, I would sometimes find her staring out the window at the lushness of the garden. And in her eyes, I saw a look of awful hatred. It was her attitude, I suppose, that led me to spend more and more time in the garden. And the flowers rewarded me. They were more beautiful, more gracious, more abundant than I've ever seen them. And they returned the loving care I gave them. They poured out their love for me in waves of scent. And their leaves caressed my hands as I bent over them. And as I labored among them, they They bent their perfect heads to brush against my cheek. And for long hours I could forget Gretchen, my wife. Until a rustle among the lilies caused me to look up and see my wife standing in the window of the house, gazing out hatefully at us. And the lilies and I looked back at her with something of fear in our hearts. And the garden grew and flourished beyond my fondest hopes. Slowly, I came to the realization that my garden of lilies was increasing in size. That there were hundreds more than I'd set out in the spring. And I smiled on them happily. And the lilies smiled back at me. The lilies loved me. But there was a summer night and a full moon. And I sat on the porch alone and dreamed of... What did I dream of? There was a voice. A murmurous voice above the little breeze in the garden. And the voice was without words. And yet it was the voice of a loved one. Of a lover. And it spoke to me sadly. Caressing me. In sounds that did not need the form of words. And I sat there, alone in the darkness, and listened. And at last the words came.
James!
I love you. Oh. Why, Gretchen.
James, I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, Gretchen?
I told you a long time ago that you've got to choose between me and those flowers.
Now, dear,
I'm not going to live in this house like a prisoner any longer. Those flowers are driving me mad. I never see you from morning till night. You've forgotten all about me. I don't even appeal to you.
Oh, that's not true, Gretchen. I do love you.
But you love those flowers more.
Gretchen,
Well?
I love you.
And what are you going to do about it?
What shall I do?
Do you want the flowers or do you want me? Go, James.
Gretchen. I can't. I can't. And Gretchen turned away without another word and went into the house. I could not move. The chanting in my ears had become a hypnotic lullaby now. And my eyes closed, and I think I slept. And suddenly I was awakened by Gretchen's shrill laughter somewhere, and the flaring of a brilliant light. And the garden was a sheet of flame. Among the lilies, Gretchen danced with a great torch exciting the bloom soaked with kerosene. And the noble tall lilies withered in its blast as she slapped it in their faces. And above the crackling of the flames, above her hysterical laughter, I could hear the keening of strange, lost voices, and I could make out words above the sound of the catastrophe that my wife had begun. And they were sad beyond belief. And I roused myself and ran to the garden, but I was too late. Like some avenging demon, my wife stood triumphant amidst the scorched and blistered, dying flowers, and she laughed again. And now she thought she'd won. And there were no more flowers to be jealous of. And when the sun rose in the morning, I went sadly out of the house to contemplate the miserable remains of my loved one. It was as if nothing had happened in the dreadful night. The lilies that I had last seen, smoldering in the moonlight, had raised their smiling heads again, and there was no sign of fire about them. And listen to this, you who refuse to believe that flowers, too, live and reason and love. There were thousands more lilies now than had been the night before. They had burst the bounds of the garden, and they extended halfway across the graveled walk that bordered the garden. And from the house, came the despairing sobbing of the woman who had tried desperately to destroy the flowers. I had feared for my wife's sanity. Now I feared for my own. It was hours before she could do more than weep. At last she spoke to me.
James, I'm going to leave here.
No, Gretchen.
I've got to. I didn't believe, but
I won't let you go.
they don't love me. Why should I stay? They've won. They'll never forgive me. They'll kill me.
No.
James, I want you to listen to me. I love you. I'll always love you.
I love you, Gretchen.
But you love the flowers more than you do me.
No. No, I don't.
You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
But it's no use. They love you, James. They're going to have you. I've tried to destroy them, and they can't be destroyed. If I don't get away from here...
I can't let you go, Gretchen.
I love you, James.
Stay.
What if I do stay? I'll die. They'll have you.
No.
They hate me.
Gretchen.
They love you. What can I do?
Well, I don't know, but...
You can't fight them. You won't fight them.
I know I can't fight them. They love me.
And I love you, James. It's too late now to choose.
I won't let them have you. I love you.
Look at the window.
I looked at the window. Outside stood another lily. There had been none there before this morning. There it stood. And as I raised my head, I could see more and more of them all the way across the lawn, overflowing the garden walls. Thousands of them, each with its flower cup, turned toward the house, each one listening. And I turned back to Gretchen, miserable and afraid. She'd risen from the bed and was standing before her dresser. Gretchen, I called. For I knew what was in the second drawer of the dresser.
There's no other way, James.
Put it down, Gretchen. We'll think of a way.
There's no other way. I don't know how this has happened, but I believe now. I believe they love you, James, and they hate me.
Gretchen, no. Put it down.
No, James. This is the way out. It's the only way out. I won't let them have you. I won't give you up.
And she raised the pistol until it pointed straight at my heart. And I said once more, no, Gretchen.
It has to be this way, James. And then I'll go out and give myself up to them. Darling, I love you.
I must have lain there for a long, long time. At last my eyes opened, and it was dusk again. I struggled to rise. My side pained horribly, and it was a long time before I could reconstruct what had happened. And I lay there thinking, wondering, what had happened to Gretchen? Was I to die here alone? Was she dead too?
Love. Love.
And then I heard the voice again.
Love you. Love
Gretchen.
you. You will not die. Gretchen has not died. We love you. We want you to be happy. You love Gretchen. Gretchen lives. Gretchen loves you.
And I drifted away again into the gathering darkness with the voice
Love you.
still ringing.
Love you. Love you.
It's a fine story, James.
Yes.
You didn't tell us before that you'd been shot.
Here's the scar.
Yeah. What became of your wife?
That's a remarkably beautiful lily there. The big one. The one you couldn't remove when you were digging.
Well?
Gretchen a lily. Gretchen's green dress was the color of leaves.
What are you trying to tell me, James?
Do you see something on the stem of that lily, Lieutenant?
Where?
Just below the flower.
Let me see. It's a ring.
Our wedding ring.
How'd it get there?
Gretchen.
What?
I told you she was here with us. Darling?
Love you, love you, love you.
No, I didn't get it signed, Chief. There wasn't anybody there to sign it. I'm telling you. I heard the voice myself. It kept saying, love you, love you, love you. That's right. We looked around to see where it was coming from, and when we turned around again, James was gone. I don't know. All I know is there were 2 lilies there now, close together, great big ones. And they looked as if they had their arms around each other.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called Let the Lilies Consider. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. James, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Kathleen Cordell played Gretchen. The voice of the lilies was Peggy Stanley, and James Bowles was the police lieutenant. As usual, music for Quiet Please was played by Albert Bremen. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Of course, you will never meet any of the characters in tonight's story. They didn't exist before I thought them up, and they're not imitations of anybody. Next week's Quiet Please story will be called Tahiti Tahiti.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York and was transcribed earlier from Eastern Mutual for this presentation. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Light the Lamp for Me. They say that my historical books, my stories based upon happenings in the past, are extraordinarily vivid. They say they're minutely accurate, that they read as if I'd actually been there, seen the happenings in person. They say that my descriptions of the early days of the California missions, particularly of the San Fernando mission, are more painstakingly detailed than even the 2 temporary accounts of the brown-robed Franciscans who lived and labored, prayed and died in the shadows of its adobe walls. They wonder what undiscovered source material I alone have access to. And now the time has come to tell. Do you know San Fernando, La Misión San Fernando Rey de España? With the statue of Father Sarah beside the fountain in the Memory Garden across the road. The screen door that opens into the musty little office and the sign that reads, Curios. The arches of the cloister, where the cracked plaster shows the ancient adobe bricks. The wrought iron bars on the windows.
The sheep pen down at the end of the cloister where the surly old ram glowers at you through the wire. Do you know the convento and the glass cases of gold-threaded vestments against the walls, the old weapons, the riotous stirrups, the utensils carved from wood, and the sagging old door frames and the wooden steps in the still room? Do you know the still room? The distillery where the old monks make brandy from the sour wine of the valley. The remains of copper pipes and vats in an ancient still, and the wooden platform with steps, worn and eroded by time and countless footsteps, priestly and secular. A cramped, tall room, windowless, faintly odorous on a damp day of the spirit of the grape that was distilled there. The dust of 150 years. The walls covered with names and dates scratched into the crumbling adobe. Jean and Vinny from Toledo. Kilroy and Harry Bubeck of San Francisco. Staff Sergeant Pearl Parmalee of the WAC. And my cigarette lighter slipped from my fingers as I started to light a cigarette. In the half-darkness of the still room, it bounded into a far corner under the platform. And with an appropriate remark about the perversity of inanimate objects, I went down on all fours and crawled in the dust to retrieve it. And the farthest, dirtiest corner, of course, had a loose adobe brick alongside it. A brick that concealed a hidden treasure. I smiled briefly at the conceit as my fingers probed in the spaces where the brick had been. And there was something there. A lamp I discovered when I crawled out clutching it. An ancient bronze lamp, green with age. A lamp like those the Romans used. Something like a modern sauceboat. And a musty frayed wick protruding from its snout. Most interesting discovery here in a California mission. I took the lamp to the door the better to examine it. Made another discovery. The lamp was full of oil. The wick was greasy with it. Here was more than mystery. And, curiously, I flipped my lighter and touched the flame to the wick. Yes. Thunder. Thunder and darkness around me. And only the tiny flame of the lamp to reveal the yawning door and adobe bricks of the wall. And in its feeble light, the bricks looked newer, cleaner. And the great copper still inside the room gleamed brightly and cast flickering reflections of the ancient lamp back at me. And a voice spoke in my ear.
¿Qué tiene usted, amigo?
He stood close beside me. The soldier in Morianan's steel breastplate, one hand on the hilt of a long, straight sword with a basket hilt. A Spanish soldier of the late 18th century. He was real flesh and blood by the weight of his grip on my shoulder. Now, my Spanish is very limited. This apparition was a very astonishing thing. Astonishing, I thought. Impossible. And I answered him in English. What happened, I asked.
English, huh? English, I mean.
I'm an American. What's going on here?
Well, I'm Irish.
You are?
Well, my name was Peter Paul O'Brien in Galway. Now, I'm Pedro Pablo Obregon, soldier in the armies of His Majesty of Spain, and a lost man as ever was.
Oh, I get it. The cinema, huh?
Cinema?
Movies.
I'm afraid I do not understand you, Caballero.
But what made it get dark so suddenly?
It's been dark for near 4 hours, amigo.
What kind of joke is this?
There is no joke.
Well, what?
And you could be telling me how you came in possession of my lamp.
Your lamp?
My lamp.
I'm sorry. I found it in there.
Where I hid it yesterday.
Yesterday? It's been in there 100 years if it's been there a day.
So?
It must have been. Look at it.
Well, perhaps it has been then.
Of course.
Friend, would you be knowing the date?
Date?
The year and the day?
Now?
Now.
Why, September.
I will tell you. September 26, 1799.
Look here.
No. There's no point at all in keeping in ignorance, amigo. Since you found the lamp and lighted the same.
Go on, friend.
It is my lamp. I found it one day in Spain, and I carried it with me for long years before I found out what were its powers. It was in Granada, I mind, that I first found out. A dark night in the barracks. I bethought myself of the little lamp. And in my mind I was thinking of the days of the Saracens in Granada when I lighted the little wick. And caramba, when it flamed up, I was sitting against two of them.
Two of whom?
The Saracens, the Moors, bedad. Scimitars they had, and long spears, and great black beards.
I don't believe it.
Oh, you're here, are you not? From your own time?
What?
You lighted the lamp whilst you were thinking of the old days?
Well,
Ah, hear me, man. You've not much more time to listen. That is the power of the lamp, then. Think of a time and light the lamp, and you're there. Blow it out, you're still there. But light it again, and think of another time, your own belike, and it's like that.
I don't believe
it. Makes little difference, amigo, what you think. Now give me back my lamp.
Well, now, look here. How do I know it's yours? And how do I know?
I have the means to take it from you. Why, I could run you through.
You wouldn't get away with it? Why, the police would...
Ah, man, listen. Do not be judging events by the standards of your own time, for that is not now. I'll have back my lamp.
I won't give it to you.
Ah, it was in me mind to let you live as best you could. A full 150 years afore your own time. But I see I must not do it.
Ah, look here, there's such a thing as law.
Oh, be still. But if you blow it out and light it again and wish yourself back where you came from, well, then I'd not have the lamp at all. And since I cannot wish you back myself, there's only one thing to do.
And he leaned across my shoulder and blew out the lamp. In the darkness, I heard the sound of steel as he drew his sword. I felt the wind from the sword stroke, and my hat was plucked from my head. In frantic reflex, I swung the lamp. It struck flesh and bone. In the dark, I heard a groan, a clashing of steel, as Pedro Pablo Obrejon fell. I waited a long time before I applied my lighter to the wick of the little lamp and thought of home time. And the thunder crashed. And I stood there in the sunny afternoon alone. The old ram blatted, and impatient automobile horn sounded on a highway of adobe bricks were crumbling and ancient again. And there was a sword cut in my hat I saw as I picked it up. And there was blood, fresh blood, on the base of the little bronze lamp. And so I blew out the flame that flickered so pale in the sunshine. I wiped it off, sat down, and thought and thought. Days later, when I went back to the year 1799, to a time 2 weeks after my first visit there, when I went back to arrange for masses to be said for the repose of the soul of Pedro Pablo Obrejon, late of Galway, I asked one of the good fathers to translate for me the worn, dim inscription incise into the base of the lamp. It is hard to read, he told me, for the letters are different, old. But it was Latin, and at last he made it out. Praeteritis Curies Futuris Sema. The past many times. The past many times. The future but once. And I wondered then. I wished that I'd had more time to talk with Obrejon and learn of his excursions into the past. And whether he had possessed the hardihood to take his one trip into the future. For truth to tell, I myself had not. But I made many trips back and learned many things which you may have explained that in my books. Yes, I was there. I saw John Fremont. Pio Pico was my friend. I saw the marchers behind the bear flag in the days of the California Republic. I knew many people whose names are in history now. I knew them and they knew me. And we were friends. You ask how? I have but to light my lamp and think of a time, and I am there. There are only two restrictions. One, that I can change only time, not place. If I wish to see Chicago in the mid-90s, I must go to Chicago. If I would watch the Battle of Hastings in 1066, I must go to England. And the other, I may see the future only once. And I find myself incapable of choosing a time in the future which I would want to see. But let us speak of the past a while longer. Do you know the old Vicente de los Adobe in Encino, where Balboa Street runs into Ventura Boulevard? The long, low adobe house with the thick walls, the broad fountain in the yard. You must have driven past it dozens of times. I lived there with my wife, Concepcion, Conchita Morales, all through the year 1821. I think that was the happiest period of my life. Yes, the little bronze lamp was a priceless gift. A gift that no mortal should ever possess, I'm afraid, for there were certain things. Immutable laws governed it. I have no idea where it came from, who discovered its powers, who fixed its powers, but it brought evil as well as good. Sorrow as well as joy. Punishment, shall we say, for the possession of such transcendent powers. I'd hoped that with the lamp I'd be enabled to live again certain happy days. But I found that once lived, those days were forever gone. I remember how I found it out. It was not always easy to explain my long absences from Conchita and our home in the valley. I couldn't say, Corazon, I had been visiting other times. I did the best I could. Almost always Conchita was satisfied, happy that I'd returned. But there was a time when I'd been away and miscalculated. The time when I came back. It was 6 months later than I thought. The house was dark and silent as I walked up the path. I called, Conchita! Conchita! And there was no answer. Only old Tiburcio, her father, was there, squatting in the darkness. His quavering voice answered me.
Manfredo? Manfredo?
Hola, Tiburcio. Where's everybody?
You have been gone a long time, Manfredo.
I'm sorry. I meant to come back earlier, but something happened, and I... How's Conchita? I'm hungry enough. What's the matter, Tiburcio?
¿Qué dices?
I said I'm hungry. Mucho tengo hambre. What's to eat?
No es nada.
What's that? What's the matter? Where's Conchita?
Conchita is dead.
What did you say, Tiburcio?
She died 4 days ago, Manfredo. Your child was born. And she died.
And I turned and went away. Sat by the fountain for a long, long time. My child. My child would live and die before I was born. My wife. And I dried my tears as I suddenly thought, why, I can bring her back. All I've got to do is light the lamp again, think of a time long before this, and she'll be back. And I did. And I found myself still in the same time with old Tiburcio huddled in the shadow of the house. And Conchita dead. No, there are limitations to everything. If I'd not been such a fool, I'd have thrown the lamp away, come back to my own time to live out my life. But I didn't. I planted an acacia tree beside her grave. You can find it perhaps someday if you're near the old De Losa house. Today it's withered and dead of old age. I planted it with these hands. It's more than 100 years old. I never went back to the old days of the De Losa house. I've been past there a number of times. I know where the grave is and the acacia. I know where to find our initials, Conchita's and mine, scratched with a Spanish dagger in the adobe wall when it was soft and fresh. But it's a place of sorrow and remembered happiness for me. And I seldom go there. But I've been many places. I didn't meet George Washington. I talked with Baron von Steuben at Valley Forge, but the general himself was unapproachable. I watched the Custer massacre from the hilltop above the Little Bighorn. Could tell you some interesting facts about that fight. I saw Marie Antoinette mount the steps of the scaffold in Paris. I turned away in sick horror. And when I'd lighted my lamp again, I found myself in the midst of a crowd celebrating Lindbergh's flight from the United States. I knew a man in New York named Sidney Breeze, and I sat in an old house where a skyscraper stands now and watched Sidney carving his own tombstone. You can see the tombstone yourself if you're walking past Trinity Churchyard someday in New York. Ah, Sidney, Sidney, liest thou here, it reads. I remember how Sidney laughed as he tapped away at the inscription. Yes, the little lamp has taken me many places. Then my books, they say, are accurate, marvels of detail. I wonder, did the Irishman in Spanish uniform ever visit this age on his one excursion into the future? Did the others who owned it before him come and stare curiously at us? Or were they as feared of the future, of seeing the future too soon, as I was? The long years have taken a heavy toll. The Indian arrow in my shoulder at Fort Dearborn, the fever in the swamps with Hernando Cortez' army in Mexico, the slash I got in my leg from the baby dinosaur in Arizona 500,000 years ago, and all the sorrows, all the sadnesses. I learned some interesting facts last night. My doctor, Catherine Sprague Hunter, M.D., a practical, hard-headed woman, a friend, my doctor. Last night we sat alone and spoke of many things. Many things.
Of course I believe it, Manfred. I find it difficult to believe it, but yes, I believe it.
Well, I'm glad you do. I was afraid.
I rather envy you.
Don't envy me, Catherine.
Yes?
Too many things on my conscience, things that came about through this lamp, you know. Peter Paul O'Brien that I murdered.
Let's not say murdered, Manfred.
Murdered in 1799. And Conchita.
That you couldn't help, you know.
I don't know. Perhaps if I'd come back sooner.
You never know. If you could have had adequate medical attention, perhaps...
If I could have gone back earlier, taken you back with me.
You couldn't do that.
No. Only myself. I feel a sense of inadequacy, Catherine. I feel that with this amazing power, I should have done something with it. Something for other people instead of for myself alone. I wish...
Your books, you know.
Yes, I know, the books. But after all... And now, after what you told me tonight... It's too late. Isn't it?
I don't know.
What you said?
I said... I'm afraid you haven't too much time, Manfred. I said you'd better begin to set your affairs in order.
They're in order. As much in order as they ever will be.
After you told me the story about the lamp, I wondered.
Wondered?
If perhaps there weren't some loose ends somewhere. Some time, I mean, that might need catching up.
No, I don't think so. No, I think not. But except, as I said, I wish there were at least a few things I could do for someone else.
You know about that, Manfred. I don't.
If I could have taken back a gift of happiness to someone. But I didn't. When I got the lamp, I killed a man. When I met Conchita, I sat and watched Custer's men being slaughtered.
What could you have done?
I might have fought with him. I might have contributed.
Contributed your own death? What good would that have done?
Maybe I'd been happier.
I think not.
I've been handed the greatest opportunities of all time, and what have I done with it?
Manfred, why are you so afraid of the future?
What makes you think I'm afraid of the future?
You are, aren't you?
Not afraid of it.
Yes, you are.
Well, who isn't? The past, that's happened. We know about it. We can take care of ourselves in the past, but The future?
But the future is the place where you might find that gift you want to bring to humanity. To others, if you don't like the pomposity.
I don't know.
Something's there. Something that might help us if we know a little about it.
No.
You say you owe a debt, Nancy.
Yes, but
I don't want to remind you of what I told you tonight, but...
How long have I got, Catherine?
Shall I tell you?
Tell me.
You may have 6 months.
Hmm.
Or you may have 10 years.
But 6 months is more likely.
Yes. Yes, it is. Or
what?
Or less.
Catherine, I'm afraid.
It's your decision, Manfred. But there's not much time.
Well, what if I find...
Yes?
Well, if I find I'm dead when I go into the future, would that be suicide?
You might be dead an hour from now, Manfred.
No.
You or I or anyone.
Maybe I wouldn't be able to come back.
You have only to light the lamp, you said.
Well, I know, but they might not let me come back.
I rather think they'd be glad to help us. Because anything we might do with their secrets could conceivably help them.
Yes, I suppose. I suppose so.
Well, think it over, Manfred.
I will.
Telephone me in the morning.
All right.
Good night.
Good night. I sat there for a long time, thinking it all over. Something of a shock to be told that you're near the inevitable close of your life. To know that death is so irrevocably near. I think that faded from my mind in those black hours. Only the overpowering curiosity remained. The curiosity that Catherine had set afire in me. I know only that the clock was striking 4 when I pinched out a last cigarette and reached over for the lamp. I was quite calm as I touched the flame of my lighter to the wick. I said aloud, I wish I could see the future. The tiny flame from the lamp cast its beams almost in vain. For the room that I sat in was only a shell of what it had been. The floor was ripped and torn with great jagged holes in it. The walls had almost disappeared. I could look out over the city from any angle. I heard a light from my lamp. It was the only light there was anywhere. I called out. There was no answer. I called again. Still there was nothing but the oppressive silence. I moved. A part of the wall collapsed beside me. And in the east, the first glow of the sunrise brightened the morning, and I put out the light of the lamp. I do not know how long I stood there in the ruined room, unmoving, gazing out on a scene of desolation such as man has never seen before. And as the sun rose higher into the pervertingly dark sky, new scenes of ruin and ashes came into view. There was nothing. The city was gone. As far as the eye could see, desolation. And one living man to view it. I don't know how far into the future I went. I said I wish I could see the future, you know. It may be that the time I'm in is 100 years from your time. 105 or 1 hour. But it's the future. And how shall I come back to you? The lamp is out. There's no way to light it again. My matches. I have none. My lighter is on the table in this room somewhere in the past. If I could light the lamp, I could return, and perhaps there's some way that we could work together and plan and eventually avoid this doom which I alone have seen with my own eyes. There might be time. How can I come back? Who's there to light the lamp for me? And for you?
The title of today's Quiet Please story was Light the Lamp for Me. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Pat O'Malley played the Irish soldier, Floyd Buckley was Tiburcio, and the doctor was Kathleen Naday. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, my good friend, our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
I've written a story for next week that I call Meet John Smith. John.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now, a listening reminder. The racket-busting counter-spies expose another vicious criminal enterprise this afternoon. Be sure to hear David Harding Counter-Spy over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Little Fellow.
I can do something you can't do. I can walk under a table. No, I mean standing up straight. Well, you got a table? I'll show you. You're not looking in the right place. Down here. See? 2 feet 3 inches, that's me. Major Theobald J. Arkwright, the smallest man in the world. With capital letters, the smallest man in the world. For 25 cents, a quarter of a dollar, fine thick nickels, you can come and stand and gawk at me like all the other post-sized goons. And snicker at the cute little man on the platform. And ask the dumbest questions in the world. And I have to smirk back at you and be polite when I give the $802 I got in my grouch bag to brain each and every one of you. Preferably with a sponge. Well, it'd take longer that way. So I can walk under a table. Hot stuff, huh? Yeah, but what the heck, it's a living, isn't it? I got a job while you birds have to think twice whether you'll spend the 2 bits to take a gander at me or save it for a loaf of bread for tonight's supper. So don't laugh at the midget, fellas. You look just as funny to me as I do to you. You know what I mean? I got friends, see? Now stack mine up against yours. Like Darling, for instance. Hey, Darling.
What?
Meet the folks, Darling.
Not to the phone.
Lovable people, Darling.
Okay.
Darling loves practically everybody.
I live off of something.
Well, that's what I said. Darling's a magician, pals. Darling saws ladies in half. And boy, would I give a quarter to see him saw some of you gals in half. Now in little bitsy pieces. Some of you dames that stand in front of my platform and leer at me and whisper and tee-hee and grin at me with your great big ugly mouth. Yeah. Now give a flock of quarters for that, darling. Okay, so I sound better, huh? Well, Palsy, how would you sound if practically everybody you know was 3 times as big as you? Take it easy. I'm not going into my song and dance for you. Just you think about it sometime while you're resting. It'll give you the willies. Yeah, midget's got no dignity. You get introduced to a full-size character and he giggles when he shakes your hand. You do it too. Yeah? Did you ever read Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire? Well, I did. You write poetry? Well, I do. And I get it published. Publisher doesn't know I'm a midget. You got 14 suits of clothes? Well, I have. All right, I said I wouldn't gripe, only... gosh, it'd be something to be able to look a beautiful girl in the eye sometime. Without tilting your head back like you're gaping at that thing on top of the Empire State. Looking her in the eyes and not have her put on that silly smile girls keep for puppies and kittens and cute babies. You know what I mean? No, I guess you don't. Well, hand me the cigar box, darling. Well, then take one yourself. These are Corona Belinda's, pals. These 60 cents a copy. What do you smoke?
I know what's griping you, Major.
You think you do, huh, darling?
Girl trouble.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's none of your business, Bud.
Oh, is it?
Did I say something about your business?
Jennifer.
Lay off of Jennifer.
Jennifer's a nice girl, mate.
I think so.
Being a fat lady ain't a bad racket.
Yeah, you get to sit down a lot.
She in love with you, too?
What's this love stuff?
Answer the question.
So she is, so what?
She's a nice kid.
Also, she's about 10 times as big as me.
Would you marry her if you was her size?
Huh? Well, I would want to be a little bit taller, darling.
Sure. Say like 3 times as tall as you are now.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, shut up. I'm a midget. I'm going to stay a midget.
So?
I wish there was something to this here magic racket of yours.
You mean?
And have you make a magic pass on Alakazam on full size.
Yeah.
About the only way I'd ever get to be.
That's right.
So let's talk about something else, huh?
You're really in love with Jennifer, huh, Mage?
For the record, darling, I am beating my brains out about her.
You love her.
Yes, I do. Now, shut up.
Mate, I'm gonna do something for you.
For how much dough?
For free.
Let me up. I'm choking.
This here thing is an ancient Egyptian genuine scarecrow.
California gross from Mills Brothers.
This is legit magic, Major. This is an ornament from the royal robes of Cleopatra, the beauteous Cyrene of the Nile, handed down from father to son in an unbroken generation from the days of the pharaoh.
Here's your dime. I'll buy it.
It's yours, Major. You use it.
What's it for?
You get 3 wishes with it.
You get your 3?
Yep.
What was it?
Never mind what they was. You use it. It's yours.
Okay, thanks, darling.
I wouldn't give that thing to everybody, Major.
Okay, you want to play some poker?
Be careful with that thing.
Said you want to play some poker?
Listen, lay that thing on the table there where you can't reach it.
Why?
You think I'm going to play poker with a guy that's got 3 wishes in his mitt? How stupid can you get?
Well, anyway, it's a pretty night. That'd be a pretty night after dropping 46 bucks to that old bet. I should play poker. I should play marbles or something. Nuts. I'm going to sit down and smoke a cigar and look at the moon. Yeah. Oh, boy, Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Gosh, if I was only a full-size guy. Now, you're wishing, though. Jennifer, baby, if I was a full-size guy, I could get a job, and I wouldn't have to have people staring at me all day and all night. And I'd earn enough dough so you wouldn't have to be a fat lady anymore, and we'd have such a swell time. Fat girl and a midget. Terrific break for us both. Nuts. Oh, golly, look at that moon. I sure wish Jennifer was here. Oh, Jennifer!
Ouch.
Well, where did you come from?
What? Oh, Major. I was sound asleep. And all of a sudden, boom, here I am.
Oh, I didn't see you coming. Did you walk in your sleep, darling?
What? Oh, my goodness, my nightgown.
Will you freeze to death? Here, take my coat.
I'll put it over my head. Oh, my goodness, I don't know how I got here.
No kidding, darling?
No kidding. I'm asleep, and then I'm here. Oh, what a bump. Good thing I'm well padded.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I gotta go back. I can't sit here on the beach in my nightgown, for heaven's sake.
No, certainly not. No, indeed, Jennifer. You catch your death of cold or something, darling.
Yes, I gotta go back.
I'll walk you back, darling.
This here is the most mysterious thing I ever heard of.
Gee, I'll say it is. Shall I walk you back?
Oh, goodness, no. What would people think if they seen me and you walking along the beach in my nightgown?
Yeah. Well, gee,
Well, pardon me, dearest. I must have been somnambulizing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What?
I was just thinking of something lovable.
Do you love me?
Huh?
I said, do you love me?
Implicitly, dearest.
I love you also. Good night, little fellow.
Good night, 400 pounds of sweetness.
402.
Oh, lovable. Congratulations.
It's my new diet. Good night.
Good night, dear.
I still wish I knew what happened.
It was a pleasure, Dumpling.
Sir?
Listen, dear, before you go, just one question. If I was a full-size fellow like, would you marry me?
I'd marry you right now, sugar, the size you are. I love you, sweetable.
No. If I was like 7 foot high.
Oh, boy. Kiss Mama good night.
Good night, honey.
Good night, baby.
Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh. Now, listen. Maybe that was an accident. Maybe Jennifer was walking in her sleep. But if she was, she sure arrived with a bang. Could it be? You suppose it could be? Well, by golly, if it was, sure. Cleopatra's gimmick in my pocket. Okay, Cleo. Let's see how magic you are. Wait a minute. I'd better get out of here in the open where I won't bump anything if it works. Okay. Yeah, now. I wish I was 3 times as big as... Hey, look at me. I'm 7. Hey, my clothes. I exploded right out of them.
Hey, who's that? It's me, darling.
Oh?
Jennifer!
silent night?
I've been somnambulating.
You have?
I was asleep, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm sitting on the beach alongside the Major. In my nightgown yet.
What you talking about?
I'm telling you the truth, darling. I never walked in my sleep before, neither.
Did that idiot waste one wish?
Sir.
You wasn't walking in your sleep, Jennifer.
Well, I never did before.
You didn't this time, neither.
I didn't. How did I get out there, then?
He wished you there.
Sir, are you crazy?
No. That's what happened, Jennifer.
I'm crazy?
It's magic, sweetheart.
What kind of magic, darling?
Little thing I gave the Major.
Yes?
Genuine Egyptian scare wrap, handed down from father to son since the times of the pharaohs. Used to be Cleopatra.
Yes?
Yep. Get 3 wishes with it, see? He wished you was there. You was there. How do you like that?
Aha.
How?
Aha. That's what he was talking about, asking me if I'd marry him if he was full size.
That's what I give it to him, bro. To wish himself up, see? Gesundheit. You better go in.
I'm going. And I'm going to get dressed. And I'm going to go find the Major and watch him wish.
I hope it'll work.
Oh, gee, I better hurry up.
Gesundheit.
Hey, darling.
Huh?
Is she gone?
She went down the hall to her room.
Good.
What's the matter with your voice?
I'm freezing to death.
Well, come on inside.
Why, I can't unless you're sure she's gone.
Why?
Why, I exploded right out of my clothes.
You what? All right, come on. She's gone.
No.
Well. Don't. What?
Well, I just said I wish I was 3 times as big.
Don't say it.
Huh?
It didn't work that time. Hey. Why didn't it work?
Well, how could it? I ain't got it.
Huh?
Well, I told you I busted out of my clothes, didn't I? Heck, they're in a million pieces down there on the beach, and the gimmicks with them. Lend me a bathrobe, will you?
Oh, goodness, where is he? Where can he be? It's so dark. Oh, Major. Major. Yeah, we were right here by this palm tree once. Oh, there's so many palm trees. Oh, goodness, I did catch cold. Major! Oh, where in the world? No, it couldn't be here. Ouch! Oh, I keep sinking down into the sand so far. Major, where are you? Oh, heavens, here's where we were. I can tell. I remember this palm tree. Oh, I fell in a hole. Oh, well, that's where I landed before. Now, where is he? Major, where are you, little fella? What are all these rags here? My gracious. You suppose some fish could have had him? Oh, and left all his clothes here in rags. Oh, heavens. Oh, my goodness, what's this now? Looks like an iron beetle. Oh. He dropped the genuine Egyptian scarab that was handed down from all the pharaohs and Cleopatra and stuff. Oh, golly, he didn't get to wish. Oh, heavens, I can't bend over to see these rags. Oh, no, he'd be wearing his suit. He went back to the boarding house to wish, and he forgot his wisher. Oh, my gracious. I know what I'll do. Oh, goody. I'll make his wish for him. Oh, boy, will he be surprised. Oh, my darling little fella. Now you're going to be a big man. Oh, I wish he was 4 times as big as he is.
What happened, darling?
My gosh! You expanded me!
My goodness.
Well, hey, pull your feet out of the window and let's see what... Good golly, boy.
Look.
busted the window.
Well, it's a wonder you didn't bust down the whole house.
Yeah.
My gracious, I never seen such a big man in all my days.
Well, all of a sudden I grow.
Oh, Jiminy Cricket.
Look at me.
Well, how did you do it?
I didn't do a darn thing. I was just standing here and kabundle. I'm here in the room and outside both.
I hope nobody heard it. We'll have the cops.
You and your magic. I could bust your nose.
Hey, don't hit me, Major. Don't hit me. You squash me.
Well,
Major, listen.
Don't call me Major anymore. I got promoted.
Huh?
Listen, unfix this, darling.
I can't unfix it, Major. Colonel?
General. Why can't you?
I had all my 3 wishes. Besides, I ain't got the gimmick.
Well, somebody must have it.
Huh?
Somebody wished me this big.
Jennifer.
Huh?
I told Jennifer about the gimmick. She said she was going to go out and find you again and what you wish.
Well, then, she must have found it in what?
That must be it.
Well, all we got to do is find her and have her wish me back to where I was.
Sure. Let's go look for her.
Good grief, darling. I can't get out of the room. I'm pretty near 30 feet high.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Go get her quick, will you? I'm all cramped up. Heck, I can't stand this. This is worse than being a midget.
Well, move your hand, then. I can't open the door. Stop it.
Who's that?
Is that you, darling? Is the Major there?
Well, part of me.
Oh, my goodness.
That's your darling. I can't wiggle.
Oh, he's been enlarged. Oh, darling, what's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me, Jennifer.
No, I mean my darling. What's darling been doing to you, darling?
Listen, popcorn ball. Did you find a little thing like a beetle out there on the beach? If that's where you've been?
Yes, I was.
Did you?
I'm getting confused.
What's that thing in your hand?
Oh, the iron beetle. It's the wishing thing.
Yeah. Well, listen, honey bun. Did you make any wishes?
Well, I only wished you to be 4 times as big as you was, dearable.
Yes, but I was already 3 times as big as I was.
You're confusing me again.
Well, listen, honey, I wish myself first, and then you wish me. Give me the thing. I got one more wish to get back to normal.
You got to?
No, I wished you out there on the beach with me, see?
Oh.
Give me the gimmick, darling. I'm all cramped up.
Oh, goodness, yes, sweetheart, you take it. And wish quick, will you? I don't like you very well this way. You holler so.
Just lay it in his hand, Jennifer.
Yes, goodness, here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Stand back, everybody. I wish I was back to normal size again.
Oh, look. You're a midget again. Oh, Major.
Now look what we've done. You, darling, what kind of dirty magic is this? My gracious, I don't know, Major. Only I think you ought not to have said normal size. This is your normal size. Oh, boy, I am a dead pigeon.
Oh, no, darling.
Right back where I started. Gee, Jennifer, I'm sorry.
I love you, Major.
Yeah, but you don't want to marry a midget.
Oh, Major, it's so confusing.
You and your magic, darling. I told you to be careful of the 3 wishes, Major. I told you. You remember that? Here, Jennifer, take this darn thing and throw it away.
Oh, golly gosh. I wish I was a midget, too.
Oh, Jennifer.
Oh, Major, where are you?
Oh, you're all tangled up in your dress, sweetheart. Wait, I'll help you. There.
Oh, Major, at last. We're both the same size. Isn't it wonderful?
Do you think so, Jennifer?
Oh, I love it, dearest of all. How I love it.
Oh, you look wonderful to me. Oh, but sweet potato, you're a midget.
I know it. And I love it.
Well, if you don't like it or something, Jennifer, you still got one wish left, you know.
Oh, gracious, I have, haven't I?
Oh, Jennifer, you're not... you're
not... Gimmick.
Oh, Jennifer.
I wish we were married right this minute.
Where's the people that wanted to get married?
Huh? Who are you, mister?
Why, I'm a justice of the peace. And by a strange coincidence, I happen to have a marriage license in my pocket. Now, where are these people, if you please?
We're down here, mister. Hey, look. We can do something you can't do. We can walk under a table.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The Major was Ernest Chappell. And Betty Gard played Jennifer, Lon Clark was Darling, and the Justice of the Peace was Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Albert April is our sound technician. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
It would certainly be a great surprise to all of us, including myself, if we didn't have a Christmas story for next week. This one has a somewhat unusual setting. It's Berlin, 1945.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please came to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Little Visitor. All I know is there was a train wreck. I don't even remember the train wreck, but they told me about that afterward in the hospital. 20 years ago seems a long time when you just say it. But after all, it was only 1928, wasn't it? The year after Lindbergh flew the Atlantic, remember? I don't remember, of course. I don't remember anything before the train wreck. Amnesia, they call it. Just like they have on the radio and the soap operas, only when it happens to you, it's very rough not having any childhood to remember. You just think about that for a minute. Think how dull your life would be if you hadn't any school days to remember, if you didn't have any memories of your kid friends. Oh, I've heard you talk about them, comparing notes with other people, laughing, sometimes being very sad when you think of somebody you knew in the 8th grade, and maybe he died in Guadalcanal or someplace. Maybe some of my kid friends did, too. When you get to talking about your childhood memories, and all I can remember back to was the hospital with my head hurting and a lot of people asking me questions that made it hurt worse. So I walk away, and sometimes I cry a little. Grown man crying. Grown man. I don't even know how old I am. I don't know who I am. Really, though, I'm not full of self-pity all the time. I try to take it in my stride. But a thing like this leaves scars. Worse than the one on the back of my head. The name I use is Smith. The doctors at the hospital gave me that name. They gave me my first name, too, which I don't specially like. But the fellow who suggested it was friendly and good to me. So I go through life carrying Ulysses for a first name. Well, the doctor was a sentimental buzzard or something, and he was thinking about the old Greek Ulysses who had to wander so far before he finally found his home. Well, I'd wander too, he said, and maybe it'd be a lucky name because old Ulysses finally got home. Maybe I'd get home someday, too. So, I'm Ulysses. And I haven't found home yet. I've made a home, of course. Marjorie and I were married 2 years ago, and it's all right. But I'd like to find my real home sometime. And remember, I'm a locksmith by trade. They taught me at the hospital. I'm not a very good one, just a journeyman. Of course, you don't really have to be such a high-powered expert like Courtney that died the other day was to get by in this trade. Most of the work you're called on for is simple, making a key, unlocking somebody's luggage, things like that. When a job's too tough for me, there are other locksmiths in town. I get by. Then there's a lot of time to think and try to remember.
I keep thinking about kids. The ones I must have played with when I was a kid. And this time of the year, I get to thinking about coasting on a hill somewhere. And I do my best to remember a hill and remember who was with me, but it's always the same. I can't remember. Last Thursday night, I was working in the shop on a late job. The fellow left a little safe with me. He'd lost the combination. He wasn't sure what was inside it, and he was going away and wanted to get it open. So I put in a little overtime. The fellow said he didn't mind paying for it. So I was all alone. It was close to 12, and I was pretty tired. A long day. I thought I heard somebody at the door. I looked around. There wasn't anybody. I looked at the clock then and saw what time it was, and the safe had turned stubborn on me, so I decided to call it a day. I knew Marjorie would be having fits anyway at me being at the shop so late. I was just slipping into my coat when the door opened. Yeah, sure it was locked. But it opened. And there was a kid standing in the doorway, grinning at me.
Hi.
How'd you get that door open, son?
Just opened.
Why, I locked it.
It opened. What you doing?
Well, what are you doing this time of night?
Nothing.
Said you better be home?
Nah.
Your mother will be looking for you.
I haven't got any mother.
And your father?
I haven't got any father either.
You get along home.
What you doing?
Well, I was trying to open the safe. Scram now.
Is it full of money?
I don't know what's in it. Go on, beat it, son. I'm going to turn out the lights and close up.
All right.
Want me to walk down the corner someplace with you?
Which way you going?
That way.
Nah, I don't go that way.
Well, you get along home.
Okay. So long.
Well, I was naturally a little concerned about a kid of that age. He looked to be about 8, running around the streets at midnight. So I snapped the lights off quickly and stepped out the door to catch up with him. When I got outside, there wasn't a sign of him. Well, I got to worrying, but what could I do? So I walked down home, and just like I thought, Marjorie was sore.
I don't see why you can't get some kind of work that doesn't keep you up all night. Here you come in, night after night, at all hours.
Well, this is the first night I've worked since the week after Thanksgiving, honey.
Well, I don't see why you have to work nights at all.
Well, I don't like it either, dear, but a man's got to make a living.
Yeah, and a fine living it is, too, isn't it?
It's the best I can do, dear.
Next thing you know, you'll be asking me to go back to work again.
Now, Marjorie, you know better than that.
Well, I don't see any other way of getting any decent clothes.
I'm sorry, dear.
Oh, sorry.
You go on to bed, dear. Did you leave me anything to eat?
I went to the restaurant.
Oh, that's fine, dear. Did you have a good supper?
If you think I'm going to stand around and cook and slave for you all day long and then half the night on top of that, well, you've got another thing coming.
Of course, dear. You know, the funniest thing happened tonight.
Yeah? For instance?
Well, I was just getting ready to come home, and a little boy opened the door.
Sure, it wasn't a little girl about 18?
It was a little boy.
Yeah.
About 8 years old.
Oh, what did he want?
Nothing. He just stood there a minute.
Oh, you'd think people could keep their breaths off the street.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know, he was the strangest kid, Marge.
How?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, make up your mind.
Well, the clothes he wore, they were, kind of old-fashioned.
Oh, how would you know?
That's right, Marjorie. I wouldn't know. I don't ever remember seeing any old-fashioned clothes. But I've seen pictures of them, I guess, or something. Anyway, he didn't look like other kids.
Oh, you and your kids. That's all you think about.
I wish we had a kid.
Well, I'm glad we haven't. One big lummox around here is plenty. There's a can of salmon in the cupboard. I'm going to bed.
I don't like salmon very well, but don't get me wrong. I love Marjorie. I know it's tough on her being married to a guy that just barely gets by at his trade. And I make allowances. Only I wish she'd be sweet just once in a while. Like she used to be when we were first married. I couldn't get that kid off my mind. I went to sleep and dreamed about him. I guess it was the salmon. I dreamed about him getting run over by a streetcar or falling in that ditch they're digging down to the powerhouse. Sound like an old woman, don't I? But, well, you see, when you got the thing wrong with you that I have, that blackout, well, you see. Anyway, I remember how the dream ended. Well, I saw the kid standing in front of me in those funny old-fashioned clothes, and he spoke to me.
Don't you worry about me, Ulysses. I'll be seeing you.
And I woke up with a start. And I could have sworn that boy was standing alongside the bed in the half-dark. But when I turned on the light, there was nobody there. Marjorie says, for Pete's sake, if I can't sleep, at least let her sleep. That was on a Thursday. I got to thinking the next morning about the boy. The way he seemed so real in my dream. But he didn't show up. I guess I wasn't very surprised at that. The safe turned out to be a much tougher job than I expected, and I couldn't pry it open. I worked till about 10, and I know now why I did. I was expecting the kid to pop in. The ideas a fella gets. I stay away from talking to kids, you see, because I don't know how to talk to them. I can't talk their language. I don't know it. But this little devil, there was something about him that made me feel we could sort of brother talk to each other. Something familiar about him, if you see what I mean. I kind of felt that I really knew him. Well, he didn't show up. Saturday, I worked all day. No luck with the safe. The man was getting pretty impatient because he was leaving town the following Tuesday. He wanted to see what was in it. You know, in this business, you run into people like that. A closed door or a locked strong box, they got more curiosity than that cat. Well, he said keep on, so I did. And I figured even if Marjorie didn't like my being away at the shop all the time, she'd feel better when she saw the overtime money the job was going to pay. So I worked Sunday. I don't know how he got in. Maybe I did leave the door unlocked. But there he was, grinning at me.
Haven't you got it open yet?
What are you doing here?
Can I watch you?
Well, you sure you ought to be here?
Sure.
What's your name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey what?
Jeffrey Briggs.
My name's Ulysses.
Ain't either.
Sure it is.
You made that up.
Oh, it's my name.
Okay. But I bet it ain't.
Well, it is.
All right. Haven't you got that thing open yet?
Yeah, it's a harder job than I thought.
I used to open boxes and things.
You did?
You bet. I opened one once that had a lot of money in it.
Good.
$2.
What'd you do with the $2?
I spent it.
What kind of box was this, Jeffrey?
It was green. Kind of tin. It was my grandfather's.
And he had you open it for him?
Oh, no. He didn't know it.
Oh, I see.
And he didn't know the $2 was in it.
Well, don't you think it was bad to take your grandfather's money?
Why? He didn't know it was there.
Mm-hmm. Well...
Do you know how I opened the box?
How?
I hit it.
Well, you can't open a safe that way, Jeffrey.
I bet you can.
Oh, you can.
I bet you.
I'll show you.
You see? You see? Ooh, look what's inside. It's money. It's money. It's $1 million. Hey, does the man know the money's in there?
I know, son. He doesn't.
Oh, goody, goody. Then you can keep it. Can't you?
The boy's eager eyes followed every move I made as I counted that money. There was $53,000. There was an old notebook and a half a dozen letters. That was all. I guess I sat there quite a while, holding the big pile of bills and thinking. And Jeffrey's eyes never left my face. He didn't say a word. But he didn't need to. I'd heard him once.
You can keep it, can't you?
And then the telephone rang. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Murphy. Yes, I just got it open. Yes, you can come over and pick it up whenever you want to. What? No. No, there wasn't anything in it except an old notebook and some letters. No, not a thing. And then I put down the phone, and I turned back to Jeffrey. Jeffrey wasn't there. But from somewhere, not far away, I heard him laughing. Fit to kill. I was surprised how easy it was. Mr. Murphy never questioned me. He paid me, and I took my pay home and gave it to Marjorie, and she bought a new dress. She even kissed me. But the $53,000, that I put in my bottom bureau drawer under my shirts. I don't know what I intended to do with it. Maybe I was going to give it to Murphy. Maybe not. I don't know. Really, I don't. I know what I did, of course. You've come to that. As a matter of fact, what I thought about most was Jeffrey. An innocent kid. And he'd led me into this. He didn't see anything wrong about it. What kind of man is he going to grow up to be? Oh, yes, I dreamed. I dreamed lots of things, but mostly about a small boy in old-fashioned clothes who taught me how to be a thief. Jeffrey didn't come to the shop again. And it was the following Wednesday, last Wednesday, that I discovered the money was gone. I thought at once of the boy. If he could get into my shop, why couldn't he get into the house? He'd stolen $2. What I'd taken was just more money to him. But I discovered what had become of the money. At breakfast.
I think you ought to have some new shirts, Ulysses.
Then my heart nearly stopped. That was all she said. That was all, but it was enough. I don't think my face gave me away. Well, maybe it did, because she said one more thing just as I was leaving.
Is there a reward for stolen money, Ulysses?
So it was Marjorie, of course. And I knew what would happen. Whatever Marjorie's fault, she was honest, straight-laced, fiercely honest. She wouldn't hesitate a moment to turn me in if she thought I'd stolen. Well, I had stolen. I'd thought about giving the money back to Murphy, as I told you, but now it was too late. If I confessed to Marjorie and asked her for the money to give it back, well, in Marjorie's mind, the crime had been committed. She'd see that I was punished for it. The only thing that prevented her now was the fact that she didn't know where it had come from. If she found out, when she found out, there was no way out. And head down, thinking furiously, I was unaware for a moment of the 8-year-old skipping gaily by my side.
Hey, where are you going?
Why, hello, Jeffrey.
Hi.
Where'd you come from?
I was just walking along. You going to your shop?
I guess so.
You know where I'm going?
Where?
I'm going coasting.
Jeffrey, listen.
What?
Jeffrey, you know, the money.
You still got it?
No.
Who's got it?
I think my wife has.
Yeah, that's bad, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't let anybody take my money.
I didn't want her to take this money.
Well, I'm going coasting. So long.
Wait a minute, Jeffrey.
I can't wait. The kids are waiting for me up on Normal Hill.
Where?
On Normal Hill. Hey, did she really take it?
I'm afraid she did.
Well, why don't you stab her?
What?
I stabbed an Indian once. Made him dead.
An Indian?
Oh, it was only my sister's doll. But I played it was an Indian. I stabbed it. Stab, stab, stab. Well, so long.
Jeffrey.
Here. You take my pocket knife.
Well, what for?
In case you want to stab her. They'll make her dead. Goodbye.
Jeffrey. Wait.
I'll see you up on Normal Hill, huh?
I keep wishing Marjorie hadn't come to the shop that afternoon. I wish he hadn't seen the safe lying there on the workbench where Murphy had left it because it was useless. And I wish he hadn't accused me point blank of stealing that money. Because maybe I wouldn't have stabbed her and made her dead. But I did, and I left her there in the locked shop with Jeffrey's pocket knife alongside her. And I went home and I turned the house upside down looking for the money. But I couldn't find it. I didn't have very much of my own, but I bought a ticket and I got on a train. And finally I got off. I didn't know what to do. I had breakfast and I started to walk around the town of Kalamazoo, Michigan. I don't know why I got off the train there, you see. I just got off. I walked down Portage Street and that name seemed so familiar. I saw a man crossing a street and I said to myself, that man's name is Harry Oswald. How did I know that? I walked along a lot of streets and then I was on a street called Davis Street and kids were coasting down a big high hill on the other side of the street and I felt funny all of a sudden. I called to one of the kids and I said, hey kid, what's the name of that hill? And the kid came closer. And it was Jeffrey. And he said,
hi, mister. You came home, huh?
And I said again, what's the name of that hill?
Well, that's Normal Hill, mister, where I said I'd meet you. Don't you remember?
And I turned away, and suddenly everything was familiar to me. I knew where I was. I remembered Normal Hill, and the West Street Hill where we used to go sometimes, and riding a bobsled hitched down to Britt McElroy's old reel. And I turned and walked up the steps of a house there on Davis Street, and I opened the door and I said, hello, Aunt Nellie. And Aunt Nellie jumped up and spilled her crocheting on the floor, and she said just what I knew she was going to say.
Why, Jeffrey Briggs, you haven't changed a particle.
And then she fainted. Well, it took a lot of explanation how I'd lost my memory and all that. And she told me about
the time you broke open your grandfather's strong box.
And about the other time.
When you stabbed your sister's doll and came and told us you'd made her dead.
And we had a nice visit together. And then I came away. Yes, I'm going back and give myself up. What else can I do? Aunt Nellie had never known that Ulysses Smith was once... I said I'd wondered what kind of a man little Jeffrey would grow up to be. Well, you know now. He grew up to be a thief and a murderer. I guess I am the only man in the world and was haunted by himself.
Listen to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Ulysses, the man who talked to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Michael Artist was young Jeffrey. Audrey Christie was Marjorie. And Aunt Nellie was played by Charmaine Allen. The accompanying music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. And now for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week, I have a story for you called The Room Where the Ghosts Lived. That is, if ghosts do live. Maybe we'll find out next week.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, Please comes to you from New York,
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Stay with us for And Now with John Gambling, which follows station identification. Leading personalities of the Republican Party will hold a national radio rally over WOR at 11:30 tonight. Republican plans for 1948 will be discussed by Senator Robert A. Taft, Speaker of the House Joseph Martin, Jr., and many others. Hear the National Republican Radio Rally tonight at 11:30. WOR, New York.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Meet John Smith. John.
I'm funny about snow, I guess. Yeah, I get sentimental about it. I get silly about it, the way some people get about pussy willows and forsythia in the springtime, or the way you get about kids or dogs or Siamese cats. You know. I was looking at the Post the other day, and there were some pictures of the fighting in the Bulge. When was it? 4 years ago, Christmas time? Soldiers wearing white sheets over them, tanks painted white, the snow sifting down, the little pine trees piled thick with it. And I thought how awful fellows having to fight and kill each other at Christmas time. In the snow. And blood on the snow. There oughtn't to be blood on the snow. Snow's kind of, all right, sacred. I always thought ever since I was a kid, I hope it's snowing when I die. You ever feel that way? Snow. Peaceful snow. Yeah, it's the only thing on this earth, that's really eternal. It's always here. Sure, it goes away from the lowlands in the hot weather, but up high, there's always snow, always been snow. Why, even down on the equator, there's snow all year round. I can even remember the names of some of the mountains. Aconcagua, isn't that right? Aconcagua and Kilimanjaro. Remember, Hemingway even wrote a story about that. Snows at Kilimanjaro, wasn't it? Sure, swell story. See, the man reads books. But I was talking about snow, about how I'd always hoped it'd be snowing when I die. If I ever get to 10, it will be. I'd be a chump to bet against you, I know. Well, all that's a long way around to making a start. But the snow was the reason for it, you see. And the snow will be flying again pretty soon. I'll be glad to see it, even if... Oh, well. It was New Year's Day, 1939. New Year's Day, and boy, what a hangover. Lucille and I had some people in for New Year's Eve. We had a lot of champagne. They brought a lot of champagne. Somebody brought some other stuff. You ever try avocat? Avocat, it's a Holland Dutch concoction. It's kind of a custard. It's got schnapps in it. You eat it with a spoon, and somebody comes and hits you with a railroad tie. Johnny King had a kind of vodka I never heard about. Zubravka, I think it's called. It's got an infusion of buffalo grass, whatever that is, in it. Yeah, it tastes wonderful, kind of like tobacco. A summer afternoon, in a field of hay. And boy, howdy. Champagne and avocat and Zubravka. Headaches and hangovers and shooting pains. It was Lucille's idea to go over to the Lafayette and drink or eat or whatever you do to it, some onion soup. And oh, boy, it was snowing. I felt some better as we walked over. We got inside and ordered and sat there by the front window at the marble-top table and pushed the plush curtains aside and looked out. It was snowing awful hard, big fat flakes floating down, and people going by with their hats and their shoulders piled high, and loving it, most of them. So we had some soup,
We began to feel partially human again. Lucille leaned across the table.
Oh, that poor old fella.
What poor old fella, me?
Nobody pays any attention to him.
Where?
Out there in the snow. See, there goes another one.
Hey, what are you talking about?
The old man out there in the corner. People are passing him off.
Well, what do you want him to do?
John, go give him a dime or something.
Where?
There.
Oh, gosh.
Isn't it a shame, begging in the snow?
Yeah, doggone it.
See, there goes another one. Oh, gee.
The poor old guy's probably starving.
Oh, now New Year's Day in the snow.
Order me some more onion soup.
What?
Give me $1, will you?
Oh. 5's the smallest I've got.
Give me that. Thanks. I'll be right back.
John, take your coat.
I don't need any coat, I said, and I busted right out and down the steps in the snow. No hat or anything. And I called to the poor old fella. Hey, I called. Hey, Bud.
Me, mister?
Yeah.
Mister, have you got a dime? I tell you what, I'm about frozen. It's New Year's Day and...
Here.
Oh, my gosh, mister.
Go get something to eat, Bud. Find yourself some place to sleep and get warm.
Oh, gosh, a fin.
It's all right. New Year's present for my wife and me.
Wife?
Waving at you there in the window.
Oh. Oh, thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Thank you ever so much. Yes, Mom. Thank you. God bless you, Mom. God bless you, too, mister.
Yeah, it's all right. We all have tough luck. Happy New Year's.
Well, same to you, mister. Gosh, it's been a long time since anybody said that to me. Yeah, your wife's tapping on the window. She wants you to come in before you catch your death of cold.
Oh, yeah. Well, good luck, Bud.
Say, mister, what's your name?
Hey, what difference does that make? Go get something to eat.
Why, I was just thinking I could walk over to Grace Church and I could say a prayer for you, sir. I was going to pray anyway, and...
Thanks, partner. My name's John Smith.
It is? Well, what do you know about that?
What?
That's my name, too. John Smith.
Period. That's all. His name was John Smith. My name's John Smith. Then we met in the snow on New Year's Day 10 years ago. Yeah, I know. I stood there in the snow and shivered a minute watching him clump away through the snow, and I thought, oh, boy, I thought, John Smith. There, but for the whatever it is goes this John Smith. Then Lucille down here busted the window, rapping on it with her wedding ring, making faces at me to come in before I froze, too. Well, so New Year's Day in 1939 was on a Sunday. That made Monday the holiday, and I didn't have to work. We just sat around the house loafing and drinking up what was left of the New Year's champagne. Along towards evening, I said, do you mind if I go out for a walk, Lucille? She said, no, go ahead. So I put on my leather jacket and my overshoes, went out and walked in the snow. It was black and dirty already, like it always is in New York. And I thought, well, maybe it'll still be nice over in Washington Square. So I ambled over there. Yeah, it was nice. The lights and stuff, you know. The tree was still there alongside the arch, and I brushed the snow off a bench and sat down for a minute. Wasn't anybody else in the square except me, I thought. But all of a sudden, somebody said, kind of quiet. You know how flat voices sound when there's snow? And this voice said,
hello, Mr. John Smith.
And I looked up, and darn if it wasn't my little old man, little old John Smith. Well, I said, hello yourself, John Smith.
I thought that was you, sir.
How you doing?
Well, gee, that thing you gave me yesterday brought me awful good luck, Mr. Smith.
John.
Huh?
John, that's my name.
Oh.
What you mean, good luck?
Well, I got me a job shoveling snow this morning, and I made $4.
That's fine.
I could give you back part of the 5 if you wanted me to.
Yeah, forget it.
No, I'd really like to pay it back. I mean...
Some other time.
Well, I got $7 altogether, Mr. John. Well, what if I bought you a drink? Would you mind?
Well, say now. I don't mind if I do.
Ah, swell. That's fine. You like to walk over to McSorley's with me, huh? I used to go there.
Well, sir, I thought. A mug of ale would go all right, I thought. Yes, sir, and it'll make the old boy feel better. Yeah, I was full of holiday spirit. Come on, John Smith, I said. Let's not walk to McSorley's. Let's run. You know McSorley's on 7th Street, just off the Bowery there by Cooper Union. Grand place. No women, no chromium plating. Just a battered old bar, a couple of cats, 4-inch sandwiches, hard-boiled eggs, and ale. Boy, howdy. Yeah, and in the wintertime, the big old stove in the front room, red hot and still a-heating. So there we were in the back room, not quite so hot, but mighty fine, and a mug of ale apiece. That was nice.
I sure am grateful to you, John.
Well, I said, shut up and let's have another ale.
It's on me.
And I want you to know that we had something under 800 mugs of that ale before the evening was over. And that ale is all right. And pretty soon we were talking like old pals, John Smith and me.
Say, what do you do for a living, John?
I'm a newspaper man, John.
I'm an old newspaper man myself.
That's so, I said, and I didn't tell him I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
Yeah, many years ago.
Great business, I said, and hoped he wouldn't pursue the subject.
Well, it was. I mean, it wasn't a reporter or anything like that.
Well, let's have another ale, huh?
Yeah, I'll get it. I was in the classified department selling ads over the counter.
I pretty near dropped my mug, but he was on the way to the bar. And when he came back, he handed me mine, sat down, and grinned at me.
Yes, sir. Just 10 years ago tomorrow that I left the business.
That's so?
Yeah. That Healy, that boss I had, he hated me. I guess. Do y'all remember it just as plain? We had a bottle stashed away in the men's room, and I went in to take a little snort, and this Healy came right in after me, just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. Yeah, that's what I said. You're fired, he said. And I said, who cares about being fired, but why'd you have to bust a bottle? And with that, I swung on. Yes, sir. You know what happened? He called me up and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
What do you think of that?
10 years ago tomorrow.
I smacked a cop once at the Hawthorne plant in Chicago.
Good. Say, I did that once, too, in Akron, Ohio.
I was smoking in the yard, and he came up on his bicycle and called me out of my name. I knocked him right off his bike.
This cop I hit had a bike, too.
Isn't that funny? I remember so well. It was my birthday. I was 22 years old, 1923, April 2nd.
I was 22 years old, too. Only it was in 1913. It was in April, too, I think.
Coincidence, huh? Coincidence.
Yeah, I used to have an awful temper.
Yeah, me too, blazing.
Bad.
Yeah. So you're a newspaper man?
Was once. Small ale?
No. Well, maybe. Say, John, you want me to get you a job? I could do it.
No. Thanks, John. I'm laying low for a while. I don't want any publicity.
Okay. Any time, though.
Thanks. Say, I ever tell you about the time I was a newspaper man?
No, that was me.
No, me. I got fired.
I ain't got fired yet. But I didn't have long to wait. Some of the boys kept the bottle stashed away in the men's room at the office, and Tuesday morning I slipped in there just to take a little snort. This Callahan came right in after me just as I was lifting up the bottle. You know what he did? He knocked that bottle right out of my hand and busted it all over the floor. You're fired, he says.
I says, who cares about being fired? Why'd you have to bust the bottle? With that, I swung on him. Heard that before? Yeah, so had I. 10 years after it happened to John Smith, it happened to John Smith. Yeah, I felt pretty low about it. But I got a funny thought in the back of my mind. What was it John Smith had said to me?
You know what happened? He called me out and apologized that night and begged me to come back to work.
All right, it was silly. But I decided I wouldn't tell Lucille right away. I sat alongside the telephone till 11 o'clock, waiting for a call. And the phone didn't ring once. I take you now to Wednesday evening, January 4th, 1939. The scene is again McSorley's. The actors are John Smith, and several pewter mugs of Mr. McSorley's fine product. I am speaking. I say, John, did you tell me your boss called you up and apologized and asked you to come back to work?
What boss?
The one that fired you 10 years ago.
Oh. Well, to be perfectly honest, Johnny, that was a little malarkey I was feeding you. You know, I'm inclined to exaggerate a little bit when I'm, in my cups.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering. Just thinking,
No, he really didn't call me up. But I met a fellow on the street a week or two later, and I got a job in a hotel, a night clerk. I could tell you more things about a hotel.
Yeah, I bet. Say.
What?
That fight you told me about with the policeman on the bicycle, like the one I had, was that phony, too?
No, sir. Akron, Ohio, April 2nd, 1913. And I got a job 3 days later. Motorman on a streetcar.
Coincidence. I smacked the policeman on a bicycle 10 years later to the day, and 3 days after that, I get a job as a motorman in Cicero. And this time, 10 years later, after John Smith got fired from his newspaper, I met a fella on the street a couple of weeks later, and I got a job. I hope all these dates aren't getting you all balled up, but if you just remember 10 years, you'll have it. This all happened almost 10 years ago. On January 26th, Thursday, Lucille came running into the hotel where I was working as a night clerk. I could tell you more things about hotels.
Oh, John, he's dying.
Who's dying?
That poor old man, that John Smith. You know, the one we gave the $5 to New Year's Day at the Lafayette. He's been hurt.
Why? How do you know?
They just called the house, and they keep asking.
Who called the house?
Bellevue Hospital. He's in there, and he isn't expected to live, and he keeps calling for you.
Oh, that's too bad.
Can you go right over?
Why, I can't. I've only been on the job here for 2 days, but my gosh.
John, think of that poor old man lying there all alone, and...
I can't do it. I can't leave. Wait, I'll call up Bellevue.
Oh, good.
Stay there.
Hurry. He's in the emergency ward.
Hello, Bellevue? Emergency ward, please. Hello, I'm calling about a John Smith. What?
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University and 8.
This afternoon, hit by a truck at University of...
8.
Yeah. My name? John Smith. No, John Smith's the patient, too. We've got the same names. All right. Yes, that's right. Thanks. How is he? He's checking.
Good.
Yes? Hello? Oh. Yes. Yes, I guess I'm the one. Yes, that's right. My wife said you called. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'll come over in the morning and get them. Okay. Thanks.
What?
He's dead. And I went and got the things John Smith had left to me. No, not much. John Smith, no address, it said on a tag. Just John Smith, no address. A tight little bundle looked like papers, a shaky note scrawled across the wrappings. Dear
friend John had sent. Dear friend John, you're a mighty good... something or other, I couldn't read it. This is all I got to leave you, it said. Maybe you could use this stuff. You're a newspaper man. Signed, John Smith. The seal sniffled a little, and I guess I must have bawled too, especially when I cut the string and $3 bills fell out. I picked them up and put them in my pocket. A tattered little old notebook with the leaves falling out. Across the cover, the legend, John Smith, his diary. Well, I wasn't a newspaper man anymore, but...
Why don't you go to bed now, John? You can read it tonight on the job. It'll help pass the time away.
You need something to pass the time away those long nights alone behind the desk of a third-rate hotel. You need something besides phone calls, complaining there's no hot water, make those people turn down their radio. What time is it? Call me at 7 o'clock. You need somebody to talk to through those sticky early morning hours when there's nothing to read but the hotel guide and the women's page of last Friday's newspaper. I turned first to the period in the diary when John had been a hotel night clerk, 10 years before me. John, it seemed, was no angel in his earlier days. No angel indeed. There was a girl at his hotel. Some little town in Delaware. A girl who took his eye, Helen, a waitress. Blonde, the diary said. Blonde and petite. And they got acquainted. They got very well acquainted. And there was an assistant housekeeper in my hotel. Mickey, her name was. Black hair, snapping Irish eyes, and a laugh like Tommy Bartlett on the radio. Mickey, pretty Mickey. I used to sing to her when she was going off duty. That old song. And it seemed John Smith got in trouble over his Helen. White trouble. The diary hinted at certain unpleasantnesses 10 years before. But John in his diary always insisted righteously that he loved his wife. I love Grace, one paragraph read. This is only a passing fancy. Helen is a lovely girl, but I love Grace. Well, I love Lucille. I must read more of this old romance, I thought sleepily. I put my arms down on the switchboard, laid my head on them, and dropped off to sleep. And woke up with Mickey standing at the counter laughing at me. Hey, wake up and go home to your wife, she said. It's morning and I got work to do.
John, have you read all that poor old man's diary yet?
He's not a poor old man. He was just 10 years older than I am.
Is that so? He looks lots older.
10 years older than me to the day.
Have you read it all yet?
Oh, why?
Well, I'd like to read it, too.
Well, when I get finished with it.
All right. Is it interesting?
Sort of.
John.
Yes, dear?
When are you going to get a raise?
Well, gosh, I've only been there such a short time. Are we pretty broke?
Well, the collector was here for the furniture, and I haven't paid the rent yet this month.
You haven't?
Oh, darling, it's awfully hard on your salary at the hotel, you know.
Well, it's the best I can do at this time.
I'm sorry, darling. What are you thinking about?
I was just thinking. I might... You know what I was thinking about? I was remembering a page in John Smith's diary. Today was February 7th, 1939. The entry in John Smith's diary for February 7th, 1929. I knew it practically by heart.
They've got plenty of money. There isn't a chance in the world of their ever finding it out. Besides, when I get on my feet, I'll pay it back. I'll take 20 tonight, 20 tomorrow night. Pretty soon I'll have 100.
And so I took 20 and 20 and 20 from the till. And I phoned the records, and I told Lucille I'd borrowed the money from a friend. That's what John Smith did 10 years before. And it said so in his diary. That diary was a very strange thing. I read that John Smith broke his arm in 1908. I broke mine in 1918. John Smith was married in 1925. I was married in 1935. John Smith stole money in 1929. 10 years later, I did the same thing. John Smith had a girl named Helen in 1929. And in 1939, I had a girl named Mickey. And in 1930, John Smith fell heir to a very tidy little fortune. His great-uncle left it to him. I didn't even know I had a great-uncle, Norbert, but I wasn't at all surprised when 1940 came around and I got $30,000 from Uncle Norbert's estate. And so Lucille and I did very well, thank you, for the next few years. Lucille and I, and Mickey and I, just like John Smith did with his Helen and his Grace. Somehow or other, I didn't look at John's diary for years. It got put in a bookcase. You know how things are. But, sure, maybe it was that kind of subconscious stuff you read about. Maybe I didn't want to read it, or my subconscious didn't want me to. So, there it sat till last Wednesday. I pulled out a book, and the diary fell onto the floor. Well, I said. And I picked it up. I turned to the back of the diary, 1938, 10 years ago. And before I knew it, I was engrossed in John's account of how Grace had found out about Helen and what happened. And the door opened and Lucille stormed in.
Well, you and your girlfriend, Mickey.
Mickey? What are you talking about?
Don't try to stall me. I know all about her and about you and you.
Lucille, listen.
Don't try to deny it. I know all about it. I'm going to fix you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the newspapers. I'll show you.
Put that phone down.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll tell everybody in town. I'll divorce you.
Put that phone down.
I will not.
Lucille.
Get away from me. I'll kick you.
Give me that phone.
Hello? Hello?
And John Smith's diary. And there on the desk beside Lucille.
I tried to get the phone away from Grace, but I couldn't for a minute. Then I hit her with a desk lamp
And the date was September 29th, 1938. 10 years ago, last Wednesday, the day that John Smith became a murderer, as well as a thief. And me? Yes, I took the diary away with me. If anybody found it. Well, they haven't found me yet. They won't. Yeah, of course I know. John Smith's diary said they didn't find him either. The last entry in it is about the kind man named John Smith who gave him $5 on New Year's Day, 1939. Well, so I've got a little while left. They won't catch up with me. And I know what's going to happen to me. 10 years ago, on January 26, 1939, John Smith died. On January 26, 1949, I hope it'll be snowing.
Today's Quiet Please story was Meet John Smith, John. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And G. Swain Gordon played the other John Smith. Lucille was Nancy Sheridan. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here's our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a story for you about Beezer's Cellar.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now a listening reminder. The dramatic battle between law enforcement agencies and the underworld continues on David Harding Counter Spy, which you can hear over your ABC station this afternoon. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called My Son John.
Shakespeare, King Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 1. Owen Glendower, the Welsh warrior, says, I can call spirits from the vasty deep. And Hotspur replies to him, why, so can I, or so can any man. But will they come when you do call? They come when I call. I tried it only once, though. I don't think I shall try it again. Well, there's nothing to be afraid. It's still light outside. Sunset was only 2 minutes ago at 4:31. There's nothing to be afraid while there's still light. But later, we'll come to that. It was a year ago last Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, that my son John died. I'm a very lonely man. Some of my contemporaries insist that I'm a very hard man. Perhaps I am. But in my own defense, let me say that my hardness is possibly engendered by the fact that I've been so embittered and lonely for so very long. My wife, whom I love very greatly, died 3 months after my son John was born. For a long time, I lived with my son John alone, except for the necessary servants, medical attendants, and the like. I saw none of my friends. I allowed my business affairs to drift into the hands of my associates. I refused to see my friends. And gradually, my friends fell away from me. I lived for all those years almost a recluse. But my son John was a joy to me. I denied him nothing. He had friends. He loved life. And he lived it to the utmost. When the war came, my son John was much too young for service. A fact that irked him tremendously. And he exacted a promise from me that should the war still be going on, he would enter the service on his 18th birthday. Well, his 18th birthday was 2 years ago. And though my heart was wrung at the thought, I allowed him to enlist in the army, gave him my blessing. I could deny him nothing, not even this. And I hoped hard that he would not be sent overseas. But my hopes came to nothing, for within 8 months he was sent to Austria. And scant 4 months later, my son John was dead. I shall not try to describe to you my grief. It is overpowering. Let me simply say I was inconsolable. I had never forgotten my wife, my beautiful, beloved wife who had died and left me with a taste of ashes in my mouth. But she had left me my son John as a consolation. Now my son John was dead, and there was nothing left to console me. It's not surprising, I think, that I turned to the occult for relief. There was a woman, let her be nameless, she too is dead now. She was a very wise woman, skilled in things beyond the comprehension of the material world. I sat with her many nights in this very room, speaking to her of my love for my son John, and of my unutterable loneliness. And when I came, I said to her, listen, I said, can my son John, is there a way to call him back to me?
There may be.
I have been treated very unfairly by life, I think. I have been robbed of the only two treasures that life gave to me. First, my wife, now my son.
I have tried to reach into the other world to have your son speak to you through me.
Why haven't you succeeded?
Perhaps you do not believe in me.
Yes, I think I believe.
You must believe completely, or I cannot succeed.
I tell you, I do believe.
Yes? Yes, I think you do.
Well, then...
What?
Then what other reason can there be for not reaching him?
You say you don't know how he died?
No.
It's very strange.
That's so strange. I don't want to know how he died.
I don't understand. Didn't the government...
I had a letter that told me that my son died, that they would send me the details of his death. When that letter came, I tore it up without opening. I didn't want to know the details.
But you can write and ask them to send the details again. I mean, you can explain.
No, I don't want to know how he died.
There's not much I can do, then. You know where he's buried?
No.
I would have to know that, I'm afraid. That can be the only explanation of why I have not been able to reach him.
Isn't there any other way?
It would be easier if you write and find out.
No. No, I will not do that.
Then
No other way.
there's a way to do anything.
And
It's dangerous for one who is not an adept.
what? You're an adept, aren't you?
I am. But you're not.
What do you mean by that? I don't...
You are the only one who can do it.
I can do it?
Yes.
How? How then?
Listen to me. I can teach you. I can teach you to call up your son in a way that will bring him to you.
Teach me then. Now?
You may live to regret it.
No. Teach me how to bring my son back. I'll pay you. I'll make you rich for life.
There's no need for pay. I have my own ways of becoming as rich as I desire.
Then tell me how.
You may bring about your own destruction.
I don't care. Let me have just a little time with my son again, and anything can happen.
I have warned you. Now give me your hand and listen.
And she began to speak here in this very room as we sat there at that table. She spoke and her eyes burned into mine. And she told me how to bring my son John back from the grave. That was a very simple thing to do, so simple that... No, I shall not tell you what it was I must do. It's very dangerous for one who is not adept, she said, and that's the reason why I shall not tell you. I must be alone, she said. I must be alone in a darkened room at midnight. And then I must do certain things and say certain words, place my hands in a certain manner, and wait. I turned out the lights at 5 minutes before midnight. I set my luminous dial watch on the table before me. The room was not completely dark. I hastened to pull down the window shade. And as the hands of the watch met at midnight, I did the thing I was to do. And I said the words she had taught me. And I placed my hands in the position she'd shown me. And I waited. And I heard a sound at the door. And then in a moment I spoke. Come in. Come in.
Hello, Father.
In the dark. In the blessed darkness, my son John's voice. I could not find my own voice for a long time. But John spoke again.
I could prevent her calling me, Father, but when you called, there was no other way.
John?
Yes, Father. I have come home.
I did do it then.
Yes.
And nothing happened. She said it was dangerous.
You haven't seen me yet, Father.
Turn on the light.
No. We'll talk first.
Talk? Oh, John, it's a joy to hear your voice.
I'm not happy about this, Father. You should have left me where I was.
No, John, if you can imagine the loneliness, the terrible...
Yes, I can imagine.
And you're not glad I called you?
No, Father.
I see that you're made happy, John. You'll have everything your heart can desire.
How do you know I didn't have everything I wanted before you called me?
Were you happy?
No. No, not happy, but I did have... Now, I don't know.
John, where were you? Where were you, John?
Father, I deserted from the army.
You deserted?
Yes.
Well, if you deserted, it was still a very good...
That's what I like.
But I want to see you.
We'll talk first. Well, but I really had no intention of deserting at first, Father. I had 2 days leave, and I went exploring.
Were you... I mean, did the guards or...
No. No, I was in a part of the country where I wasn't supposed to be, of course, but everyone was very kind to me.
Well, what...
I was walking along a mountain road early in the evening. I didn't know exactly where I was. Then I saw the lights of a big house a mile or so ahead of me. And I decided to stop there and see if they could put me up for the night.
Did they?
No. Just as I turned into the driveway that led up to the house, a dog came running out from the shrubbery. Before I knew what was happening, I'd been knocked down, and the dog was at my feet.
Oh, John, oh, horrible.
In the morning, I
Woke up lying by the side of the road. I was pretty weak. I tried to crawl out, hoping somebody in the house would come out and help me. But I couldn't see the house.
The thing had dragged you away.
After a while, I felt strong enough to stand up. And I staggered down the road. A couple of Russian soldiers in a jeep picked me up. And somehow or other, I got back to where I was stationed.
My poor boy. But now, John...
And I died 2 days later. Then I woke up in the house. The big house I'd seen when the dog attacked me. And I was lying on a couch. And the dog... It wasn't a dog, Father. It was a wolf. The wolf was sitting alongside me, talking to me. So I stayed with him all the time, except at night, until you called me.
John, weren't you... I mean, didn't you...
Didn't they tell you in the letter, Father, that my body disappeared?
I didn't read the letter.
You should have. Perhaps you wouldn't have done this thing. Because now I can't be dead.
Unless?
Well, there's a way. But you wouldn't.
Something I can do, you mean?
Yes.
Tell me, John. Tell me so that I mean, if there's something that I might do inadvertently, something I might do without thinking, I'd want to know so I wouldn't do it.
No, Father, this is something you can't do inadvertently.
Are you sure?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure.
Do you want to tell me more? So we can... It's been so long, John. We can do so many things together. Shall I turn on the light now? Have you got used to being back?
You'll have to turn them on eventually, won't you?
Well, of course, I can't see you in the dark.
I can see you.
You can?
You haven't changed much.
I'm thinner.
I've changed.
I suppose you have, but when you turn on the light, John, I can't get up, you see. The shock of your death, you know. I had a little stroke.
I'm sorry about that.
But now you're back. Maybe it'll be better. Oh, John, it's so good you're back again. Turn on the light. Please?
Well, shut your eyes. You can open them after I've turned on the light, when I tell you.
All right.
Keep them closed. Now, open them.
I opened my eyes, and I didn't believe what I saw. For my son John was not in the room with me, but a great, lank, gray wolf stood inside my chair, stared at me curiously, with the eyes of my son John. I can call spirits from the vast deep, I said to myself over and over again. I can call spirits. She warned me against it, I said to myself. She warned me, and I did it. But my son John, I thought. My son John. And I spoke the words aloud. My son John. And the wolf came over to me and laid a paw on my knee and spoke.
I'm sorry, Father. I told you I wished you hadn't done it.
Are you John?
Of course I am.
Won't I ever see you as you were?
No, never. You see, Father, she told you how to do it. I had pity on her. I wouldn't come when she called me, because I was afraid of just this. I heard her talking to me, but I didn't answer, because I wanted to spare you this, Father.
I'm glad I did it. Oh, John, welcome home, no matter what shape you're in.
You see, Father, there's a catch in everything. Most of the things you've heard about, superstitions, old beliefs, all that, most of them are true. But what people don't know is that there's always a catch. It's much better not to meddle, Father.
I'm not sorry, John.
It would be much better if you hadn't done it, Father.
I love my son, John.
I loved you a great deal, Father. I loved you enough to make myself stay where I was until you made me come here.
What can I do for you, son?
Nothing, Father.
There must be something
You are alive, aren't you? Well, I mean, would you like something to eat, perhaps? No, not anything. Well, I came as a wolf because I was more used to being a wolf than anything else. You mean you can? Yes. I can change myself into almost anything. That's one of the things he taught me. A bird, or a bat, or a cat, or he. Who is he? Well, you've heard of him. No. Most people think that Bram Stoker invented him. That he's fiction. But he isn't. Bram Stoker was familiar. Of course. He wrote a book once. A book called Dracula. You see, Father, we exist. There are thousands of us on the earth. More than anybody has any idea. And we're all alike. We're not alive, and we're not dead. And there are more and more of us every year. Because when someone dies, I mean when one of us finally kills a person, that person becomes one of us too. No, and it's not bad, Father. It's not bad at all. Did you ever hunt? Well, we hunt. We hunt the greatest game of all, mankind. I could tell you. John. Yes, Father? John, now that you're here in New York, will you hunt here, too? How else can I exist, Father? John, no. I'm sorry, Father, but that's the way it is. Oh, what have I done? You had plenty of warning. Then go back where you came from. No, I can't. I'll be with you forever, Father, until you die. No. He warned us, remember? Well, won't you change yourself into your own shape then, at least? That's the one shape I can't assume. It's one of the catches I told you about. Oh, I'm sorry, Father, but even if I could, I don't think you'd want to see me. Before you put this spell on me, I could assume my own shape whenever I wanted to. And I remember, people didn't like it. They screamed and ran. But I always caught them. Oh, I'm sorry, Father. You brought it on yourself. If you'd let well enough alone, I'd never have bothered you. I'd have stayed there with Dracula. Well, that's the way it is. But, John, I'm sorry, Father. I've got to leave you for a while. Where are you going? Why, I'm going hunting. No. Sorry, Father. I'll be back. I'll always come back, Father, so don't worry about me. And before my eyes, the mean gray wolf vanished. And I heard a fluttering sound. And a huge black bat was flying out the open door. I endured my son John in numb horror for so long. I grew accustomed to finding a black dog gnawing away all day long in that corner over there and lazily waking up as darkness began to fall. I learned not to disturb the sparrow that slumbered through the daylight hours on the top of the bookcase there. Sometimes it was that same gray wolf lying there under the window from sunrise to sunset, growling a little in his sleep, yawning widely as he awoke, his red mouth and cruel long fangs gleaming in the lamplight. Oh, my son John was very discreet. It was a long time before I began to notice in the papers the stories of lonely people about the city and suburbs being attacked by a ferocious great gray dog or clawed by a huge tomcat. But the stories appeared from time to time, and I knew. My son John spent less and less time with me in the nighttime, although he was always there asleep during the day. And slowly, a conviction grew within me. A conviction that I, the bereaved father, I, with the best intentions of a disordered mind, I was responsible for these murderous attacks. For had I not summoned back to my side this ravening horror that was my son John? I called on her, and the wise woman who had taught me to spell came to see me. The gray wolf was asleep beside the radiator, twitching, growling from time to time. And she came.
I expected you to call me long before this.
I was trying to decide, to prove something.
Well, did you succeed?
Yes, I succeeded.
Your son came back.
Yes.
Where is he?
There.
On the floor asleep.
Oh? I see.
You warned me.
Yes, I warned you.
Do you know what he is?
Yes, of course, a vampire.
He says he can't be killed.
So?
You've been reading about the attacks on defenseless people.
I know about them, yes.
What can I do?
He says he cannot die?
He said that. Oh, he said there was a way, but I wouldn't do it.
Don't you know the way?
Of course not.
Did you ever read Dracula?
No.
I see. Well, probably you wouldn't do it.
What is it?
Your own son whom you loved.
Tell me. No. You do it.
Not I. Not I. I gave you the choice. I can protect myself against vampires. I have nothing to fear.
But these other people, the ones...
I'm not concerned with them. But you are.
Oh, I've done a terrible thing. Tell me what to do.
Do you think you can do it?
I will do it.
You will drive a wooden stake through his heart while he is asleep?
Oh, John. Oh, John, my son. And in his sleep, the great gaunt ghost that was my son John stirred uneasily and muttered through his dreams as he went away from there. I wheeled myself over to the bookcase. Surely I remember the copy of Dracula there. And after a while I found it and sat down to read it to find out how to kill a vampire. I found it. I read the details of what the good doctor and his friend did to the sleeping vampire in their coffin. I sat a long time staring at my son John until he stirred and I hastily put away the book and wheeled myself back to my desk as he awoke. He wagged his tail as he stretched and got up. He went to the door. Hunting again, I said. And hunting again, he said, and he went away. Then I got to the telephone, and I called up a man I know. And after a while, he brought me, not without wanting, the hatchet, and the heavy butcher knife, and the great sack of garlic. And I sent him away, and lay down to wait till dawn, till my son John should appear again, and lie down to his last sleep. But it was only 3 o'clock in the morning when I heard the patter of feet in the hallway, and in a moment the door opened quietly, and a little white alien romped in and jumped up on my bed. My son John was home early.
Well, Father?
Yes, son?
I wasn't asleep this afternoon. I heard what she told you to do. I want you to go to the bookcase and get that book and read it.
John.
You were reading How to Kill Me.
Well, John,
Well, you remember she said she knew how to protect herself against vampires.
Yes.
She didn't.
John, what?
She won't bother me anymore.
What did you do?
I killed her.
Oh, no.
I was a lion, and I clawed her, and I bit her. Now she's one of us. And she's sorry she told you how to kill her. Aren't you, dear?
Of course, darling.
And I looked, and a tiny white cat sat on the foot of my bed, washing her face demurely with an elegant paw. And I reached for my son's throat, and the little cat sprang at me with a wild yell. But my son John pushed her away. He sat there for a moment, laughing at me. And then he settled down beside me. And he said, Father. And I listened, and listened, and listened. And once in a while, she put in a word, too. And as the night wore on, with John's stories of the greatest of all hunts in my ears, and the thoughts of never dying unless... And John seemed to read my thoughts. For he jumped off the bed and trotted to the place where I'd hidden a knife and a hatchet and the other things. And then in a minute, a great, tall gorilla came back in my room with the things, and he laughed, opened the window with his great hands, and threw them out. And then he turned around to me, did something, and he was a little stealing again. He jumped up on the bed beside me, and he whispered in my ear,
Come on, Father. What about it?
And I said, well, at least I'll be with my son forever and ever. And it sounds like a better life than sitting in a wheelchair and feeling guilty. said, do you feel guilty, son John? Not at all. Do you?
Of course not.
Well, then, will it hurt much? It hurt for a moment when I felt those sharp little teeth in my throat, but it was over very quickly, and I thought, I ought to be a dog, too. And I felt something funny. Seeing John laugh, and here I was, a big, slavering Great Dane. And I said, well, it isn't bad at all, is it? And we laughed and laughed and laughed. Because now I've got my son John back. And we'll be together forever. Yeah, but really forever. And I've discovered that hunting is really fine. Maybe my son John and I will come hunting you tonight.
The title of today's Quiet Please story was My Son John. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Warren Stevens played John. The woman was Kathleen Cordell. Music for Quiet Please, as usual, is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here's our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story for you called Very Unimportant Person.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. And now, a listening reminder. 3 signet rings are the clues left in the mysterious disappearance of 3 men. You can learn what happened when David Harding, counter-spy, investigates the case of the 3-ring murder this evening on your ABC station. It's ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Never Send to Know. I wouldn't be caught in an alley with a derby hat. Or with one of those light, snap-brimmed ones, either. Look. You know what this thing is? It's an automatic pistol. It's not a rod, a Roscoe, or a heater. You know where I keep it? In my desk drawer. I can't speak Chinese. I think most policemen are very nice fellows, very efficient, generally courteous, almost always intelligent. I get along with them beautifully. I don't know any stool pigeons. I have never hit a woman in my life. Nobody has ever called me a private eye or a Seamus, or however you pronounce it. And I do not indulge in rapid-fire slang. Oh, and for your information, a pistol does not go ka-chow. I will now fire a pistol so you can see. This is how a pistol sounds. You probably could put that sound into words.
But I submit that it definitely would not be Ka-chow. Would it? Well?
Fool.
I must admit I do have a secretary. Mrs. Radabal.
Well?
Come in, Mrs. Radabal.
Well?
This is my secretary, Mrs. Radabal.
What do you want?
Mrs. Radabal, how many jewel robberies have I solved?
Huh.
We may take that to mean none.
You ain't had any jewel robberies.
Precisely. Do you recall any cases involving beautiful Oriental maidens, Mrs. R?
I do not.
Any in which I was kidnapped by counterfeiters?
Listen, I'm busy, Mr. Kramer.
Now, Mrs. Radabau, if I propose to you that you and I take an automobile trip to an obscure village in New Hampshire to investigate the murder of an elderly recluse, what would you do?
I'd quit.
Ah. And what do you consider the most exciting of all the cases I have handled as a private eye?
A what?
You see? A private detective, investigator, Mrs. R.
You haven't had any exciting ones. And I wish you'd stop calling me Mrs. R.
Thank you, Mrs. Radabau.
I'm going home early this afternoon.
Are you?
There's a parent-teachers meeting.
How soon will you be leaving?
As soon as I finish typing the minutes of the last meeting.
Very well, Mrs. Radabau.
Don't forget to lock the door when you go.
No, the business of a private investigator is not all gunplay and beautiful blondes. There are occasional blondes, yes. But they all seem to want divorces or to escape divorces. And a startlingly high proportion of them are not beautiful. I have never fired my pistol in anger since I became a private detective. I have looked through a number of transoms, and I have guarded wedding gifts a few times. I have even helped a police officer make an arrest of the man who stole safety razors from a drugstore. In my younger days, well, I suppose I was a roughneck. I bummed all over the country. I've seen the insides of not a few jailhouses. Met some very interesting people. But now, in my fat 40s, I'm content to have this small office and do odd jobs for people at a price and relax. Going already, Mrs. Radabau?
It's not Mrs. Radabau.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Isn't Mrs. Radabau out there?
I didn't notice.
Well, what can I do for you, sir?
You're Mr. Kramer, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
May I sit down? Thank you. You're a detective.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I would like to engage you.
I am open to suggestions, sir.
Yes. You find out things.
Sometimes I do, sir. I at least try to find out.
I want you to find out something for me.
Good.
Your fee...
Why, we can discuss that later, sir, when I know a little more about what you want me to do.
All right.
Would you care to give me your name? In confidence, of course.
I don't know what my name is.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what my name is.
Oh, an amnesia case, I take it. I mean, you want me to find out who you are?
No.
Well, I was going to say that the police... What did you say?
I'm not interested in knowing who I am.
Well,
My name's not important anyway.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand, sir. Just what was it you wanted me to find out?
I want you to find out who murdered me.
I beg your pardon?
I want to know who murdered me. so he can be punished.
But my dear sir, you're not...
Oh, yes. I am.
You are what?
I'm a ghost.
I see.
Please don't use the telephone, Mr. Kramer.
I wasn't going to.
Well, you were reaching for it. I suppose you were going to call the police and tell them that you have a crazy man here.
It
wouldn't do any good. Because, you see, if the police were to come in here, I'd just disappear. You'd look very foolish.
I see.
I see you don't believe me, Mr. Kramer. Let me show you. I'll disappear. You see?
You know what? You did disappear.
Yes, of course.
I don't believe in ghosts.
You mean you didn't? Well, I'd like to have you start at once, Mr. Kramer. I want to know who murdered...
I thought I heard you talking. Why, there's nobody here.
I was talking to myself, Mrs. Radabaugh.
Well, I must say, shooting pistols, talking to yourself. Where'd this money come from?
What money?
$100 bills. 1, 2, 3, ick.
Why, what?
You got sticky red paint or something all over them.
Well, it wasn't red paint. But it was real money. From a man who disappeared. Well, I said a private detective's life wasn't exciting. It looks as if it's going to be now. But I don't know how I'm going to find out who murdered a man who doesn't know who he is, nor when or where he was murdered. Do you? I don't even know where to start. I've been sitting here since 3 o'clock this morning. I say to myself, did that man come in here, or did I dream it? And then I see the $300 bills on the desk in front of me. And they're real enough. So I didn't dream it. Yes?
Mr. Kramer?
Yes.
You didn't dream it.
What?
You didn't dream it.
I said that.
Yes, I heard you.
Oh?
Perhaps I'd better come in and talk to you some more.
Well...
Yes, I think I'd better. I'll be right there.
But...
I'll be right there.
This is... Who is it?
Good evening, Mr. Kramer. Yes, I think we'd better talk some more.
But look here. You were just talking to me on the phone. Where were you...
What difference does that make? I don't really mean to haunt you, Mr. Kramer, but I am very anxious, you understand.
No doubt.
I remembered something.
Oh?
Yes. I remembered where I was murdered.
Look. I mean...
Mr. Kramer, you seem to think that I'm trying to deceive you or something.
Well, no, but... Well, really, I've never talked to a ghost before.
Really?
There must be some rational explanation of this, Mr.
I gave you my explanation, sir. You're not afraid by any chance. I don't frighten you, I hope.
No. I don't think I'm afraid, really. But... Well, I'm just not used to this sort of thing.
Oh, you will be before we get done. I was going to tell you where I was murdered. Perhaps that'll help.
All right. Where?
It was near Lindale, Utah.
Lindale, Utah?
That's on the Union Pacific.
I think I've been through there.
Oh, have you?
Isn't that near where the branch line to Bryce Canyon turns off the main line?
Yeah, I believe it is. You think that'll be of any help?
You never know. You don't remember when, I suppose.
No, but I may remember later. Really, meeting you has been very stimulating. I feel that you're going to be successful, Mr. Kramer. I've tried so many years to find him.
Well, that's good. Now, let me see. We might place the time of your...
Murder? My death?
Yes. How old would you be?
Really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Well, I suppose I can wire the authorities at Lindale and ask them about any unsolved murders they have a record of.
That's a fine idea.
We may solve this problem of yours a good deal more quickly than I hoped.
Good. Oh, the money I left...
It was a little, messy.
I'm so sorry about that, but all my money is like that. That is, as long as I have it. It dries, though.
Oh, yes. Yes.
If you need more...
Later.
Good. Whenever you want it, ask for it.
You'll excuse me, I know. But where does this money come from?
I don't know. I seem to have a great deal of it. There's no use to me, of course, so... You find the man who murdered me, and you can have it all.
Well, thanks. What are we going to do with this man when we find him, though? The evidence of a ghost in court.
Yes, I thought of that. I couldn't very well testify, could I? Even if I am the most interested party.
So what?
Well, I thought that perhaps you might take care of that, Mr. Kramer.
Just how do you propose I take care of that?
Mr. Kramer, I know more about you than you might think I do.
Oh, do you?
I know, for example, that you're quite unscrupulous.
So?
Yes, sir. Quite.
Well, what then?
You'll be getting a very large fee, Mr. Kramer. And for that fee, I thought perhaps you might undertake the job of executioner.
You did?
The man will be guilty, you know. You'll only be carrying out a just sentence on him.
Committing murder myself?
Oh, no. Nobody ever called hangman a murderer.
No, thanks.
I'm sure you'll change your mind, Mr. Kramer.
I doubt it.
I told you I know you a great deal better than you think. And there's a large sum of money involved.
How large?
You name it.
In advance?
Whatever you say.
$1 million.
All right. You sure that'll be enough?
I don't like being kidded, Mr. Ghost.
My dear sir.
All right. If I see $1 million in currency on this desk tomorrow morning, you bought yourself an executioner.
Fine. Provided
I can find the man.
Oh, you'll find him, Mr. Kramer. And then you'll execute him.
Well,
Just one thing, Mr. Kramer.
Yes?
I think you ought to swear.
All right. I swear.
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I looked up when he said that. And there wasn't anybody there. I don't know what you think of me. I don't know whether you think I'm crazy or what. Talking to a ghost. You expect people to scream and run and be afraid of ghosts. That's the natural reaction. The one you're conditioned to by ghost stories and all that sort of thing. But you must understand that that's the natural reaction only when the ghost suddenly appears to you and waves its arms and you happen to be in some lonely, deserted spot at midnight. But when a man walks into your office and sits and talks to you for a while,
and then casually tells you he's a ghost, and then proves it to you, well, you see, you're not frightened. Well, I was wondering a little, too, what you thought about my agreeing to be an executioner. Well, take it or leave it, friend. What would you do? See what I mean? I never made any boast of being an angel. I've been a pretty rough character in the old days, bumming around the country. And just between us, friend, this murder won't be the first one that I've... Well, let's leave it there. And you know, I'm not so sure that I will knock the gentleman off, as the bad boys say. I'll have the $1 million, won't I?
I take that very seriously, Mr. Kramer. I shall see that you carry out your part.
I wired Lendale, Utah about unsolved murders. The telephone woke me up next morning early. Hello?
Mr. Kramer, this is Mrs. Radbaugh. There's a telegram here for you to collect. Shall I pay for it?
Where's it from?
How do I know?
Well, pay for it and read it to me.
All right. Here, boy. Just a minute till I tear it open. It's from Lindale, Utah.
Well, read it.
Hold your horses. It says no unsolved murders here. What's that mean?
Never mind. Goodbye.
Now, look here.
How do you like that? Shut up, Radabow. Look, Radabow, I'm not going to answer it, so... Now what?
You didn't answer the phone, so I came over.
What? Oh, you.
You had an answer from Utah.
It said there wasn't any unsolved murder there, my friend.
Yes, I know.
What about that?
You should have let Mrs. Radabaugh read you the rest of the telegram.
What?
There was more to it.
There was?
Perhaps you'd better call Mrs. Radabaugh back.
I will. Come on, answer the phone. Where is that woman? Do you know what the rest of the message was? Where'd he go? Radabow. Answer that phone. Oh, that woman. No, Mrs. Radabow was not in the office when I got there. Someday I shall fire that woman out of hand if she keeps up these high-handed tactics. And what does she do with that telegram? I looked all over the place. It wasn't on my desk. It wasn't in the wastebasket. It wasn't on the floor. If that woman took it with her... You know, one of the worst things about me is an absolutely ungovernable temper. I haven't had an outburst of real red flaming rage for years. It's a good thing I haven't. I could feel it coming on now, though. I could get my hands on her. I ripped through her desk. Compact. What did that old hag want with a compact? I threw it against the wall. Candy bars. Carbon paper. What did she do with that telegram? I went back into my office. When I went out of that office, my desk was clear. There wasn't a thing on it but a blotter and my desk stand with the 2 pens. Now, it was littered with stacks of money. Stacks of money. Did you ever see $1 million? Well, you're likely to use your mind if you ever do. I nearly did. 20s, 50s, $100 bills. Stacks and stacks and stacks. And I couldn't help it. I picked it up and loved it. I got up to my elbows in money. I just wanted to feel it.
$1 million. I was chuckling and giggling to myself. I'd forgotten all about the telegram. And I heard a voice.
How untidy, Mr. Kramer.
I jumped back and dropped money all over the place.
Your hands.
I'm sorry.
You've got blood all over them.
I'm sorry. I was excited. I'll wash it off.
No. Wait.
What?
I brought you the telegram.
Oh, the telegram.
Didn't you say you'd been in Lindell?
Oh, yes. I've been through there several times.
I thought you did.
Why did you ask that?
I was wondering if perhaps you might not have heard about my death, or...
Or what?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry, but we have to explore every angle, don't we?
I fully intend to, sir.
Good. There's $1 million there.
That's wonderful.
Just remember, you haven't earned it yet.
I'll earn it, never fear.
Yes, I shall see that you do.
What about the telegram?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here.
Thanks. I was anxious to see what... Only unsolved mystery here. Several years ago, unidentified hobo killed by train. Well, that couldn't be you.
Yes, it could.
Why, it says killed by train.
No, I was murdered.
Well...
I was a hobo.
Well, so was I once, but...
But what?
I didn't get murdered.
No, I did.
And you think this man is you?
I know it is.
I don't know how we're going to prove that.
I'll tell you.
Well?
When I recognize the man, that'll be proof, won't it?
But you said you didn't know who did it.
I'll know. When you find him.
Now, look. This leaves us right where we started.
No, not exactly.
I'm afraid it does.
I'm going to find the man who murdered me. Or rather, you are, Mr. Kramer.
I don't know where to start.
Think, Mr. Kramer. Please think.
I just think it's impossible.
I don't.
Suggest something, then.
You're the detective.
Go to Lindell?
Would you want to go to Lindell?
Well, why not?
Well...
Why not?
There's a line of poetry I could quote to you. Never send to know...
Never mind poetry.
Well, then we don't need to go back to Lindell, do we?
You take your money and get out of here.
Oh?
You hear me?
You'd forgotten all about it, hadn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. But you didn't even think of it when I told you the place.
Well, I didn't know.
You just forgot. Well, you know the murderer now?
It wasn't murder. It was an accident.
Well, the man died. I died.
Well, that doesn't make it murder.
In my book, it does, Mr. Kramer.
Well, I didn't mean to...
Meaning hasn't got anything to do with it.
We were just arguing in the freight car.
I remember very well now.
Just talking.
And we drank their bottle. I remember.
And the train was going slow.
Just crawling along.
And we got to arguing again.
About Herbert Hoover.
I didn't even know your name.
I knew yours. I'd forgotten it, but
And then we started to fight.
That insane temper of yours, Mr. Kramer.
And you hit me.
I remember.
And I got up.
Yes.
All I did was push you out of the car. How was I to know what happened?
I fell under the wheel.
Anybody could fall out of a car going that slow and not get hurt at all.
I died.
But I tell you, I didn't mean to. I didn't even know.
I'm sorry, Kramer.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm not going to do anything. I'm a ghost.
Well, then.
You've got a job to perform, though, Mr. Kramer.
I won't do it.
Oh, yes, you will.
I won't.
Yes, you will, Mr. Kramer. Sooner or later, because I'll be with you, Mr. Kramer, wherever you go until you do. Every second I'll be with you, and you'll do anything to escape me. But there's only one way, Mr. Kramer. Only one way. Well, that poetry I started to recite to you. Never send to know...
I know. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls.
It tolls for thee. Yes, you were a little too eager, Kramer. Now, the pistol's in the drawer there.
You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. Kramer, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And Nancy Sheridan played Mrs. Ranabow. Edgar Staley was the other man. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
My story for you next week is a true ghost story about colonial days in America, one that really happened. Shall we call it Meeting at Ticonderoga?
And so, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called Northern Light. This is a story about the temporal displacement of mass. It is also a story about teleportation. Do you know what those terms mean? No, I didn't think you did, but you stay right where you are, my charming friend, and you're quite likely to find out. You just stay right there and listen. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And maybe a couple of things you're not terribly anxious to know. Ever see the Northern Lights? Aurora Borealis is their right name. You don't see them very often below the 50th parallel of latitude in this country, but up in northern Minnesota and Canada, upper New York, places like that, they're quite common of a winter night. If you've seen them, you know what they look like. If you haven't, there's no use my trying to describe them. Sometimes they fill the whole northern sky with waves of color, like a fire burning way beyond the horizon. Sometimes they're just long streamers of fire filling up the whole sky. And another time they look like gigantic, fringed curtains of pure light, swaying as if some cold cosmic breeze plucked at them, way far off there to the north. And you can hear them, too, sometimes. Well, maybe not exactly hear them, but there's a sound, a humming, that crackling somewhere inside your head. And there are times when you'd swear it's a voice talking to you, talking in some kind of strange language you can almost understand, filling your whole being with a kind of desperate, inescapable terror. You know what I mean? At night, in the cold night, voices talking and saying things to you that you can almost understand, filling the night sky with signs and portents of inescapable terror. And nobody in the whole world knows what they are, nobody in this world at least, except me. And after I get done talking to you, you'll know too. And you won't be happy. Let me show you something now. This is from a recording I made on, December 13th, 1948, a little more than a month and a half ago. I started the recorder while Norman and I were just about finished with our work that afternoon here in the laboratory. I just set the microphone on top of the file cabinet there and turned on the machine. Listen, I'm going to play it back for you. The quality isn't so very good, but you can recognize my voice and Norman's, I think. Here.
I got the call. Rewind now, I guess.
You ready to test it?
How can I test it when I said I just got to rewind?
Well, hurry up. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, it's dark out. I didn't realize the time.
Hurry up.
I'm hurrying. Be a display tonight, you suppose?
How do I know?
Been a display the last 3 nights.
Well, that was a dinger last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, the machine wasn't ready.
Hey, listen, now, do you think you can do better than I can? Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, I stuck my finger.
Where'd you put the copper sulfate?
Up above the sink.
Huh? I got it. What are you doing?
Testing the coil.
How's it?
Oh, it looks okay. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, it's okay.
I'll be right with you. Hook it up.
What are you going to send?
You try my cigarette lighter. That won't work anyway. I won't miss it if we don't get it back.
I don't know how the thing will work when the northern lights aren't shining.
Well, maybe they are shining. Turn off the room light. Let's see.
All right.
Pretty early.
What's the matter?
Hey, look.
Out early tonight. Oh, boy, that's fine. The whole sky. Look, blue and yellow. See, I never saw those long fringes before.
Never the same.
What's that? You turn on the recorder?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's turning over. Let's see. Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their party.
Now, leave it alone. You about ready now?
What's funny about the Aurora?
Northern Lights?
Listen to this
What's
part
funny?
closely, friend.
Oh, I don't know.
Remember what I told you.
You can almost hear the darn things. Not hear them, I mean, but it's kind of like somebody talking to you in a language you can almost understand. I don't know. I mean, you ever notice it?
Sure. High frequencies, I guess. Something.
Awful lot we don't understand.
Look, you go over there at the recorder and talk into the mic.
Talk what?
Well, just describe what happens for the record.
I'm no announcer.
I know you're not. But just say what you see so we'll have an accurate record.
Okay. Now?
Go ahead.
This is an experiment in the temporal displacement of a solid object. In other words, the first actual demonstration of a time machine, if it works.
It'll work all right. Go on.
Paul is now placing his old beat-up cigarette lighter on the stage of the hypercucambulator, and he is now setting the microchronometer to determine how far into the future he's going to send the lighter. Well, how far, Paul?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. At the end of that time, if our calculations are correct, and we hope they are, the cigarette lighter will reappear. In that period of time, it will have been into the future. We could send it farther into the future if we wanted to, I guess, but we'd just have to wait that much longer for time to catch up with it and make it reappear. But 10 seconds, we can prove our point by sending it 10 seconds into the future just as well as 10 years ahead, and this way we don't have to wait so long. Hey, how am I doing, Paul?
Now go into your commercial.
When Paul presses the little button, the cigarette lighter will turn to nothing.
That's not right. It'll be here, but it'll be 10
Now,
seconds.
listen closely, please.
Yeah. Well, now,
What's going to happen?
Mr. Paul McGillicuddy, a famous mad scientist, is about to press the big old button and send his lighter into the future. You ready, Paul?
Here we go. Stand by. Look, Norm.
By golly, it is gone. It just disappeared. Bang, like that.
Hold your watch up close to the mic, Paul, so it'll record.
Yeah. There isn't a sign of the lighter. The little stage on which Paul placed it is empty, and it should appear again in just a second if it really did work. 3, 2, 1.
It's back! Hey, it's back, Norm!
It worked. We made it. Oh, man, let's see if it's all right. Oh, gee.
Oh, now what?
Oh, the lighter. Oh, it's cold, Paul. Ooh, here. Take it, Paul. Take it. Oh, it's freezing cold.
What do you know? Look, the darn thing's like a piece of ice.
Where the dickens do you suppose it's been in that 10 seconds?
No, wait, friend. That's not the
right.
payoff yet.
You said only in the future.
Listen.
And time's caught up with it. It's back, but...
Hey, Paul, look. Where did that come from?
What?
There on the stage where the lighter was. Where'd that come from? In the middle of winter.
What is it?
It's a caterpillar, Paul. A brown and black caterpillar.
Well, where do you suppose it came from? Well, it wasn't there.
I'll tell you where it came from, Paul.
What?
It came from the same place where the cigarette lighter went.
What What are you talking about?
Well, feel it, Paul. Feel its fur. See? It's as cold as ice, too.
A caterpillar. A little brown and black caterpillar, the kind they call woolly bears. You know, larva of the tiger moth, the Icea Isabella. In the dead of winter and as cold as ice. Where did it come from? Huh? You want to know. Incidentally, you know, the old-timers say that the woolly bear caterpillar is a weather prophet. If the brown bands on his fur are narrow, there's a severe winter ahead. If they're wide, it's going to be a mild winter. Maybe. This one, you could hardly see the brown bands. Tough weather ahead, that's what the old-timers would say. But where'd she come from? She wasn't there when we put the cigarette lighter on the stage. When time caught up again, there she was. She? Sure, Isabella. I see her, Isabella. I told you, remember? Well, she was wiggling happily when she arrived from somewhere in the future. But as she warmed up, she seemed to go into a trance, almost a death-like trance. So Norman said, put her in the deep freeze. Maybe she'll come to again in the cold. So we put her in the deep freeze. And in half an hour, when we looked in at her, she was wiggling happily. At 10 degrees below zero, Fred. Can you tie that? My goodness, she should have been frozen solid. Well, nothing special happened for a couple of days. That, you remember, was a month and a half ago, December 13th, 1948. Where were you on the night of December 18th? Saturday night, a week before Christmas. I'd been Christmas shopping in the afternoon, I remember. I came back to the laboratory to check up on some stuff. And Norman was there, fiddling with things. Hi, Norm, I said. How's Isabella?
You know something funny, Paul?
What's the matter with you?
Well, me?
You look so pale. You sick? Eat something disagreed with you?
Paul, Isabella's singing.
Singing what? Isabella's singing? You're dotty.
She's singing. The caterpillar's singing.
Not tap dancing, I hope.
I'm not kidding you.
Oh, cut it out.
Open the deep freeze and listen.
You been at the C2H50H?
I haven't had a drink since Thursday night.
Well, now, what?
Open the deep freeze and listen.
No kidding?
No kidding.
Well, we don't know where she came from. I won't be surprised at anything. Hello, Isabella.
Hey, don't do that.
What's the matter? Afraid she'll answer me back?
Well, I don't know what.
Hello, Isabella. I hear you singing.
I told you, Paul.
I don't hear anything.
Now, listen, Paul. I haven't lost my buttons. I've been hearing it all afternoon. I couldn't figure out what was doing it, and then I noticed it was louder alongside the deep freeze here. So I opened it up and stuck my head inside, and it was coming from her.
Yeah. What does it sound like, Norm?
Well, I don't know. Only it's kind of like A-E-I.
A-E-I? Didn't she say A-E-I-O-U and sometimes W and Y?
Now, don't rib me. I tell you, I heard it.
I think you better take a Christmas vacation, Norm.
I'm not.
I know, kid, I know, but listen, we've been playing around with some pretty deep cosmic secrets, you and me. We've managed temporal displacement, which nobody in the world has ever done, see? Maybe we both need a rest.
You know what I think, Paul?
What?
I think we've managed teleportation, too, and we don't know it.
Teleportation? You mean like Charles Ford talks about?
I mean transporting tangible objects from one place to another without any mechanical means.
Electronically?
I don't know, Paul. All I know is that cigarette lighter was someplace where it was awful cold. And it wasn't cold here in this room.
Well...
And where did that caterpillar come from?
I don't know.
It came from wherever that cigarette lighter went, Paul.
But where?
I don't know, somewhere. And you know what? I'm going to find out where it came from.
You are? And how, may I ask you?
I'm going to modify this gadget of ours, this hypercubecambulator, so it'll carry a man. And then, my dear boss, I'm going to sit down in it and have you send me out there somewhere in time and space and come back and tell you all about it.
That's all for tonight, Bud.
What?
Come on, I'll take you out and buy you a drink.
I'm not fooling, Paul.
Okay, you're not fooling, Norm. Get your hat and coat and come on. I prescribe hot-buttered rum.
Well...
Turn off the lights.
Will you listen to me for a minute?
Turn off the lights. I want hot buttered rum.
Okay.
Gosh, look out of that window.
The northern lights. Well, they're really bright tonight.
They sure are.
Look how they pulse. Up, down. Up, down.
Norm,
Up. What?
look at the deep freeze there in the dark.
What about?
You see it?
Light, Paul. Light. It's...
I see it, Norm. It's right in step with the northern lights.
And the same colors. Red, red. Blue, blue. Up, down. Up,
Coming
down.
from the deep freeze where our little friend
Down.
Isabella was singing to you. Now, what do you...
Paul, listen.
I don't...
Listen.
We never did get that hot-blooded rum. We stayed there in the laboratory for a long time, listening to the voice of the thing in the box, endlessly repeating A-E-I-O-U, the vowel sounds of our speech, and watching the light that pulsed up from the deep freeze in perfect rhythm with the flickering of the northern lights we watched through the window. And we thought long, long thoughts that I don't remember any too clearly now. I do know we both of us thought of ways to perfect our little mechanism, our time machine. Our machine that brought back a little cold brown and black caterpillar from somewhere. And when it was morning, and the lights had faded from the northern skies, we found that our machine was very different. The stage where we found the caterpillar was larger now. I had only a vague recollection of what had happened in the night. I said to Norman, I said, what did we do last night?
I don't know for sure, Paul.
Did we rebuild that thing? Make it larger?
I don't know. I think I dreamed I was working on it. I think I hit my finger with a hammer.
I see. Thumb's all bruised. Certainly looks it.
Well, nobody could have gotten in here. The door's locked.
The machine's certainly different.
This coil I picked, look, it's rewound different. Did I do that?
My head hurts.
Mine, too.
I don't get it.
I don't either. I wish I could.
Listen, Norm.
What?
Maybe we did change it.
Well, how could we have done all that by ourselves?
I got an idea.
What?
Why, maybe Isabella helped us.
The caterpillar? Oh,
let's see, shall we?
Open the deep freeze.
Well, I opened it. It was empty. There wasn't any brown and black caterpillar in the deep freeze. We took a flashlight and looked over every inch of it. We stood there and looked at each other for a whole minute. Norman said, well. I just shook my head. We went over and sat down. All of a sudden I said, I found her, Norman. And there she was. There was little Isabella, the caterpillar, crumpled up, stone dead on the floor of the laboratory. And you know, caterpillars have little tiny paws. And one of Isabella's paws was the end of a long piece of wire that ran up to the generator coil.
Well, how did she get out?
And I said the thing couldn't be opened from the inside. I said it was fastened down tight when I took the lid off just now.
But she did get out.
Maybe she did help us, Norm, I said. And he just sat there and stared at me. And I got up and put on my overcoat.
Where are you going? Where are you going, Paul?
I said, I'm going to find out something, Norman. Where I'm going, it's cold, I said. I know that, and I'm going to find out what's been going on and where that caterpillar came from. Norm goggled at me. I stepped on the stage of the machine, which would take me away somewhere in time, in space. I said, Norm, turn it on. Finally, he reached over and touched the switch. He didn't say a word. And I braced myself.
I nodded at him. Go ahead, I said. And he pressed the switch. And nothing happened at all. Nothing. Why?
I know, Paul, I know. It's daylight, and there aren't any northern lights.
Well, it was just as well. So I had a chance to think about it a little, and I realized that just an overcoat wouldn't do me any good where I might be going. And so when it was dark night again and the northern lights were flickering and dancing in the sky, I put on a high-altitude aviator's suit that had its own source of heat supply. Norman shook his head as I got back on the stage. Nodded for him to press the switch. Cold. You've never been cold, friend. Dark. You wouldn't know how dark it can get. And then I was standing on an immense plain that stretched so far into the distance, a plain of snow and eternal ice. A dead, cold, white world with the blackest sky above me. And the northern lights reached from horizon to horizon. Even through the high-altitude suit, I could feel a biting cold. And I was afraid. Shivering, abjectly afraid. The streamers of the northern lights reached down toward me and wrapped about me. I heard a sound of voices screaming into my mind. I could understand them. I wished heartily I'd never played around with cosmic forces. I yelled inside the heavy helmet. I yelled, Norman! Norman, bring me back! And there was nobody to hear me. No, I don't know where I was. Another planet. Maybe the North Pole. Maybe the lights were all around me. Maybe that's where it was. But it was the most terrible, awful, cold, lonely place you could imagine in 100 years. The lights, the flickering, living lights crawled over me and beat at me. I could almost understand what they were saying. And then, the crash. The sudden blackness. I was standing again in the laboratory I'd left only a few short seconds ago, and Norman was tearing at the fastenings of my suit and beating at me with both hands. I wondered what in the world he was doing until I got the helmet off. He was rushing caterpillars off me. Thousands of cold, freezing cold, brown and black Isabella caterpillars. I was in bed for a week or more. I don't know how long. Wherever it was I'd been, I'd nearly frozen to death in those short seconds. And at last, I was able to come back to the laboratory. I sat there that night with Norman. And outside the windows, the northern lights were brighter than they'd ever been before. Purple, green, yellow, black lights even. And there was a new rhythm tonight. A kind of code, almost words, thoughts, not quite formed and yet curiously disturbing. Norman, though, didn't seem to be as disturbed as I was. He just sat quietly and looked at me.
Where did those caterpillars come from, Paul?
I don't know. Where I was, that's all I know.
Did they attack you, or?
I don't know. They came from the lights.
The lights?
The northern lights. Where are they, Norman?
The caterpillars?
Yes. Where are they?
In the deep freeze, where Isabella was.
Poor Isabella.
What's the matter with you, Paul?
I'm listening.
Listening to what?
Don't you hear them?
I don't hear anything.
Don't you?
I don't hear anything.
Well, listen. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Turn on the recording machine. I want to see if we could pick up their voices.
There isn't anything,
Turn it
Paul.
on. Turn it on. I want a recording. Quick. Quick, Norman. They're talking to us. Listen, friend. I want to play you another recording. This is what came out of our tape recorder that night when I was listening to the voices. And Norman couldn't hear anything. Just listen.
I still don't hear anything, Paul.
Be still. Listen.
I tell you,
Listen.
What's that?
Look at the deep freeze.
The top's coming open. Look at the light around it, Paul.
Be quiet. What?
How did they... Good Lord, look. The caterpillars are coming out, Paul. Look at them. There's millions of them.
Be still, Norman.
But Paul, your voice.
Be still, I said.
What's the matter with your voice?
We want to talk to you.
You what? You said we.
Why, of course, Norman. We.
Who for the...
It is Paul's voice, Norman. Paul's voice. Voice. But it is not Paul speaking. Listen. We speak to you.
Paul.
Not Paul. We, the people of the lights. We from the cold. We are speaking to you with Paul's voice.
I tell you that...
Paul's voice will tell you what to do when the time comes, Norman. We go to the machine now. Paul's mind is ours for a little time now. We go to the machine that brought us to your world from the world of the lights.
Who are you?
The people of the lights. To take over this world of yours. Only this world of yours is so hot. We must have the cold world. And we know how to make it cold.
What's the matter, Paul? Paul!
So hot.
No.
Quick, Norman. Turn on the machine. Send us to places in your world. No, our world. Hurry. So hot. Hurry, so hot.
Paul!
Hurry. Turn on machine. That's the end of the recording. No, I don't know. I don't have any recollection of it at all. But the recording's there, isn't it? That must be what happened. Anyway, when I woke up, Norman was gone, and there were no caterpillars in the place here. And our machine that took people and things away into time and space, was wrecked. I don't know what became of it. You heard what they said about my voice. They're going to take over this world and make it a cold world, like the one they came from. Whatever that is, and wherever they went. No, I don't know where they went, where the machine sent them. I do have ideas. Yes. Are you cold? It's freezing in here. And just for example, you read the papers? Look at the newsreels. Did you see the pictures of the snow in Los Angeles? In subtropical Los Angeles, where it hasn't snowed for so many years? I wondered about it, too. I wonder if anybody saw any brown and black woolly bear caterpillars in Los Angeles. Larva of the tiger moth I see, Isabella.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Northern Lights. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And my laboratory assistant, Norman, was played by Dan Sutter. The voices of Isabella and her friends was that of Cecil Roy. As usual, Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director, my good friend, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story for you that comes from the steel mills out South Chicago way. It's called At the Heat, Bogdan.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now, a listening reminder. How are your predictions of things to come? What's your batting average? Compare your average with a man who has made predicting his business. Listen to Drew Pearson tonight on ABC. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Not Enough Time. Wait just a minute, will you please? I gotta bust this thing. I'll only be a minute. $40 worth of junk and 4 years' work. Well, here's a bale of notes that the editor of Astonishing Stories would give his eye teeth for. He ain't gonna get them. Yeah, that's just strictly that. No, it was a time machine. Yeah, one of those gadgets to travel in time, you know, turn it on and it takes you back 50 years and so on. You know, like Alley-Oop in the funny paper, like the stories H.G. Wells wrote. You know. Yeah, this was the dial you set for how far you wanted to go in time. And this was a decambulator. Here's a piece of the... Well, never mind what it was. It's none of your business. Sure wish I hadn't monkeyed with a time machine. Oh, this one works. Sure. That's what's the matter, see? It worked. Well, I don't want any part of time machines, not after what happened to me with this one. You can make one for yourself if you want to, and if you can, but you're not going to get any help from me. Oh, they can be made all right. Me, I'm just a bumble-fingered mechanic out of a garage, and I made one. But I'll give you my first and last piece of advice, Buster. Don't you do it. I saved up my dough, and working around a garage, I could climb onto a gadget here and there that Cliff Oswald didn't know about. I had a lathe there and some other machinery, and I did the rough hand work there. Then when I quit and rented this old busted-down farmhouse out here on Cemetery Road, I bought some more machinery, see, some stuff for precision work and some stock. A piece of iridium from that fountain pen factory in Fort Madison, Iowa. 2 or 3 polystyrene plastics that they made for me in Harlan, New Jersey. Special crown glass prisms I have made here in town. And some other stuff. And quite a lot of other stuff. And try and find out what it was. You know, you'd be surprised how easy it is to drop out of sight in a small town. This place here is way out in the sticks past the cemetery, off on a side road that nobody's used for 20, 30 years. And I'd done all my shopping in Peoria instead of here in Pekin. And I never went downtown for anything. So, nobody knew I was here. It was just that easy. I put in nearly 4 years, like I said. And then, all of a sudden, the doggone thing worked. I was just sitting here, and I turned it on, see? Just like that, it was raining. Well, the sun was shining bright when I turned it on, and for a minute I couldn't figure it out. And then I remembered it rained the day before, and by golly, it was the day before, right then. How do you like that? Well, I stayed in yesterday for 10 minutes, and then 6, we came back, and the rain stopped, and the sun was shining again. It wasn't even damp outside. Well, I'm not going into a lot of details that you wouldn't understand if I told them to you, but the net of the thing was I decided I'd really try it. But really. And that's the story. Now, supposing you intended to take a trip back 50 years in time,
How'd you prepare for it? Well, I'll tell you what I did. First, I studied an old history of Tazewell County, paying particular attention to 1897, 50 years ago. So as I wouldn't make any more baubles than necessary. I picked out a place on a map where there wasn't any trees in 1897. I didn't want to find myself hanging from somebody's apple tree when the thing stopped. Then I bought my equipment. I got me a revolver, a camera, and a flashlight. Then some aspirin, and it was all fixed. I moved the gadget out in the back lot where the map said there wasn't any trees 50 years before, and I set it back to 50 years, and I was reaching for the release when I got a sudden fast thought. There I was, dressed in a double-breasted gray suit with white stripes and a blue sport shirt and a pair of brown and white shoes. It was the shoes, I guess. I looked down on them, and I said, holy Moses, would I be a number in 1897 in this outfit? They'd throw me in the can before I could say howdy. Imagine. So I quick disconnected the machine from my wrist and put it back in the house and jumped in the car and beat it for Peoria in a theatrical costume house. Rossi thought I was nuts, but I got the rig I was looking for. How do you like it? This here brown derby's a dinger, ain't it? Even with a dent in it. And get a load of the shoes. Button. Hey, you know what? There ain't any place where you can buy a button. Well, anyway, you want to hear the story. I got the machine out again and set it, and I took a long breath, and I said, well, kid, hold your hat. Here we go. And I pressed the button. Somebody calling me. They couldn't have.
You hold up your hands there, you hear me?
What? Look out with that gun, Buster.
Hold up your hands or I'll be forced to shoot.
Who do you think you are?
You'll find out soon enough. Keep your hands up now, you hear me?
This is a fine way to welcome a stranger, Bud.
This is the way I welcome strangers all the time. Don't give me any sass either. Who are you?
My name's Walter McCoy.
What you doing here?
I'm a visitor.
Visiting who?
Visiting the sheriff.
Oh, you are, eh?
John Stout.
Pleased to meet you.
Huh?
I'm John Stout, stranger.
Oh, my God.
And you sure are going to visit me. Come on, march.
You see? Smart guy, me. I told you I studied that history of Tazewell County till my head hurt. The only name I could think of when this guy popped up from behind the hedge was the sheriff. Well, John Stout marched me over to a horse and buggy, and he buttoned me to a stanchion with the biggest pair of rusty handcuffs I ever saw and said, "Get out, Queenie," and away we went to the jailhouse. And my time machine lying on the ground out there 2 miles from where I was looking out of an iron-barred window. And it was all set to come back to 1947 in just 24 hours, whether I was there or not. How do you like that? I had a very pretty picture of me getting a 50-year jail sentence and getting out of Juliet just in time to come back to the house out on Cemetery Road and pick up where I left off, only at the age of 76 instead of 26. Very pretty, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, they had me up before Judge Curran good and fast, but try as they couldn't get anything on me.
Horse stealing.
I didn't steal any horses.
Lurking and lying in wait.
Well, I was just standing there.
Disturbing the peace?
I didn't say a word.
Disorderly conduct.
Well, I said to myself, I'll buy that. It can't be a jail sentence for disorderly conduct. And I've got $300 or $400 in my pocket, and I can afford the fine, but I've got to get out of here. So I paid off $10 in costs. $11.96. Sure. Oh, I'd remember to get some old, big-sized bills, all kind of dirty, figuring they wouldn't examine the bills close enough so as I could get away if I got in a jam, you see, before anybody looked at the dates. I was the smart kid. It says here. By this time, I've got a lot less than 24 hours before the old machine takes off, and I'm beginning to get a small order of goose pimples on the back of my neck because I'm not exactly sure where the darn thing is. After all, I'd never been here before except 50 years later, you see, and if I missed the thing, oh, man. I thought, though, I'd kind of case the town a little bit, so if I wanted to come back, you know. Well, I walk up Court Street a block, and there on the corner of 5th is Bill Kelly's livery stable, where Connigan's Sport Agency is now. Right across the street, practically, from where I used to work for Cliff Oswald. There's nothing but a vacant lot there. So I go into the stable and hire me a rig. Get me, hire a rig. And pay in advance, and I take off. You ever drive a horse and buggy? Man, I was all over the lot. But I got out there after a fashion. Out where I thought I'd left the machine. So I tied the horse to a tree. Somebody'd come and get him, I figured, and he could eat grass. That is, if horses eat grass. And I started looking. It was just a great big field, see? No landmarks of any kind. I got more and more panicky because that old clock was going round and round and round. And then I saw a hole in the ground, a big hole, dirt piled up around it, and out of the corner of my mind, I sort of remembered seeing it when I landed, when Stout grabbed me, and all of a sudden I had it. This old house I worked in was about 50 years old, and by golly, this was the foundation for it that somebody was digging. Oh, well, sure, I found the machine easy then, south of the excavation, about 50 yards, lying there ticking away as if nothing had happened. Oh, boy, I said. Oh, boy. I practically kissed the thing. And then I jumped about 6 feet in the air.
What are you doing on our land, young man?
Wow, there was the most beautiful girl in the world. Just the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. Red hair, no makeup, match. And I tell you, she looked beautiful even in an 1897 outfit. A brown dress down to her ankles and a white shirtwaist with big red polka dots on it. And a hat that looked like a dog's dinner. And she looked wonderful. And she pointed those big blue eyes at me, and she said again,
What are you doing on our land?
And when I could get my breath, I said, Who are you, lady?
My father and I merely happen to be the owners of this land, that's all.
Well, I was, lady, I'm sorry.
You're trespassing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I used to live there in that house you're going to build.
What?
I'm going to live in, my name is Walter McCoy.
Well, I'll thank you to get off our land, Mr. Walter McCoy.
Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll get off.
Right away.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, go on.
Well, lady, what's your name?
Carrie McKinstry. Miss Carrie McKinstry, so there.
Carrie McKinstry. Gee.
Sir?
We're both Macs, Carrie.
How dare you?
What?
A gentleman would address me as Miss McKinstry, sir.
Sir. Well, I'll be darned.
I don't understand you.
I said, look, we're both Macs, see? Maybe you're Irish, too.
Are you Irish?
Irish descent.
So are we.
Well, what do you know?
About what?
Hello, Irish.
Sir? You're fresh.
You're beautiful.
Take care, sir.
Hey, do people really talk like that?
What people?
You live around here?
On Analyzer Street, down near the firehouse.
Well, what you doing out here?
You ask an awful lot of questions.
Well, I'm interested.
You're a masher.
What?
A masher. Don't you try to mash me.
My gosh, Miss McKinstry, I wouldn't hurt you.
You certainly talk strangely, Mr. McCoy.
Well, I come from a long way from here, see.
Are you a drummer?
No, I used to play a little piano when I was a kid.
I mean a traveling man.
Well, yes. Yes, you might say I'm a traveling man. Yes, I guess I am.
What are you doing here?
Traveling, I guess.
Well, then, you travel.
Listen, Miss McCarry, I have to wait a while.
Why?
Well,
What's that machine thing there?
It's a gadget.
Oh.
Look, I have to wait a little while. Barry, let's you and me sit down and talk for a minute, will you?
I'm not in the habit of talking to persons I don't know, Mr. McCoy.
You know me? You just call me by name. Barry?
Well, what would we talk about?
Let's talk about the future. Did you ever hear of love at first sight? Yeah, I always thought it was fun too. Did I? No. I wish you could have seen that girl. Red hair and blue eyes. Oh, I said that already. Well, nobody's going to see her. Not me. We sat there on a pile of chairs and talked. Now, I don't know what we talked about, so I did most of the talking. I told her about automobiles and radios, skyscrapers, airplanes, I think. I think I did. And she sat there and didn't believe a word of it, but she loved it. We got along toward dark, and we still sat there. And the sun was down across the river, and oh, man. Yes. I think. I forgot for a minute she was Irish. Oh.
I'd have you know that I'm a respectable girl.
And I picked myself up out of the dirt and shoved my jaw back in place.
Oh, Walter, did I hurt you? Oh, Walter.
And the sound of her voice came back to me. Remember when I took off on this trip? Somebody yelled at me. Then I didn't have any more time to think because Carrie had her arms around me and she was crying and kissing me. And yeah, it sure was love at first sight. Double. Carrie McKibsky and Walter McCoy. October 5th, 1800. And then she pushed herself away from me suddenly.
There's somebody coming.
What? Who? Where?
Down the road. Look.
And I looked. I couldn't miss that dapple-gray mare, Queenie. And even if I hadn't known it was Sheriff Stell, I could hear way down the road the gong on the dashboard of his buggy. He was heading right for the place he found me.
It's the sheriff.
Well, let me out of here.
You have to hide. Quick. Oh, my father's here. Walter, hide.
Yeah, but where?
In the cellar. Jump in.
I must go down cellar one of these days and see if my footprints are still down there on the cellar floor. I drove myself right up to the knees jumping in. So I scrabbled some dirt up and squeezed up in the corner. The machine taken away right under the machine. I heard them come in.
How do you do, Sheriff?
Oh, howdy, Gary. Seen anything of the miscreant?
A miscreant? That's the best thing you know, Sheriff.
I figured he'd come out here where I captured him before.
Captured? Who is he?
He's a doggone counterfeiter, that's who.
A counterfeiter?
Picked him up for disorderly conduct, and he paid his fine, and all the coins was dated from 1932 to 1947. 50 years from now.
Oh, no, Sheriff.
Why, goodness, yes. They ain't gonna take me in. Put him in jail for 100 years. Sure you ain't seen him, Gary?
I waited on the sheriff holding that gas. I waited 10 years.
No, Sheriff. I haven't seen anybody.
Well, all right. If you do, though, Gary, let me know. Might even be some kind of reward.
All right, I will. Good night, Sheriff.
Don't forget.
No, I won't forget. You can come out now, counterfeiter.
Did I say she had red hair? Brother, I've been chewed out by experts, that's all. But Carrie, she threw the book at me. And all the time crying, that was right. Well, finally, when she slowed down, I started to talk. I think I was in love with her. That was day before yesterday. That was 15 years ago. She told me she thought she was in love with me. She knew she was in love. There's a fix to being loved. What?
You can't stay here, Walter.
I guess not, but...
Oh, Walter, I do love you. I'm a shameless woman, but I love you.
You see? I looked at the machine. I had the later copy this morning. We couldn't sit there in the field all night. I said, I'll take you home, Carrie, and we can talk about it on the way. So she said, all right, and we climbed into the buggy and started back to town. You know, you can say what you want to about this world we got today, but you've never been riding along an unpaved road with a hedge fence along one side and big elm trees lining the other side, and a lap robe over your knees, and the big round harvest moon shining down above the hills up towards Billingmoor Street, and lonesome little lights from Paris and Love shining out of windows off in the distance, and the girl on one side. That was a pretty good world they had for kids. Pretty good world. I wish we had now. Yeah, I should have stayed. But I didn't. Well, we got to the house. There wasn't anybody home. I thought it was a railroad man who was out on a lunch in Decatur or Springfield or Bloomington or somewhere. We went to the house. I'd seen a picture. She lit a kerosene lamp, and there it was. Brother, I should have stayed. Rag carpet on the floor. A pump at the kitchen sink that went ee-wah, ee-wah when she pumped the water for the coffee. You know, there wasn't a thin hair in the kitchen cupboard. Yeah, I should have stayed. Well, we were having a little supper and talking, you know, low voice, eating pork chops and applesauce, and there was an apple pie on the table, and coffee, and, well, believe it or not, in a mustache cup. It was awful nice. And there was a knock on the door.
Who's there?
Well, the door opened. A great big tall woman walked in. She jumped when she saw me.
Oh, well, excuse me. Why, it's Mrs. Stroud. No, there's company, Carrie. I wouldn't come dressed in like this. It's all right, Mrs. Stroud. Mrs. Stroud, this is Mr. McCoy. Please meet you, Mr. McCoy.
How do you do?
I've been poorly, but I'm tolerable now, thank you. You're a stranger in town, Mr. McCoy? Mr. McCoy is a stranger in town. My goodness. Nice and cozy, ain't it? Think your father approves, Harry? Not that it's any of my business, of course, but it is a little odd. Isn't it, Mr. McCoy?
Yes, it's very odd.
Mr. McCoy is a friend of mine, Mrs. Stout. Well, I should think so. Mrs. Stout lives next door, Walter. I forgot to tell you.
I see, and Mr. Stout lives there, too.
Of course, he's up at the county jail quite a lot. He's the sheriff, you know.
Yes, I know.
Yes, we know. He's out looking for a miscarriage someplace. Is he? A stranger in town.
Is that so?
He'll be home any minute. Maybe he'll drop in.
Oh, well, I got to be going.
Yes, Walter is in a hurry. He just stopped in for a bite to eat. Well, I just happened to see that rig from the big Hannah's livery stable out in front. And this guy put that rig sitting out in front of McKin Street. So I decided to stop in for a minute. Well, where did you come from, did you say, Mr. What was the name?
Why, McCoy, Mrs. Stout.
That's what I thought Jerry said. Well, good night. Good night.
Good night.
Water.
I get it.
Look what I've done to you.
It's all right, honey. If I can get out of here before Stout comes home.
She'll tell him.
You kidding? Sure she will. I want to see how fast that horse of Mr. Kelly's is.
You'll have to hurry, Walter. Oh, Walter, darling.
Yeah, I can't be helped, honey. But I wish...
Oh, Walter, you will come back. Oh, won't.
You bet I'll come back. And I'll make me another of these machines, and I'll come and get...
He's in there. He's right in there with Jasper Kitchen.
Quick, turn out the light.
Come on, that counterfeit. Come out.
That door won't quick.
Hear me? All that, my boy.
I'll come back, Jerry. I'll come back.
Hurry, hurry.
There's somebody in there.
Yes, kiss me quick. Oh, Walter, I love you. I love you. Come back. Come back.
I'll come back.
Where'd you go?
Hurry, Walter, don't.
And I ran. Brother, how I ran. Over a board fence, and I could hear the sheriff yelling right behind me. Then the machine was ticking and ticking, and I was wishing it was 8 o'clock and wondering what had happened when I did come back to 1897, and then... And I was dodging an automobile in a street in Pekin, Illinois in 1947. Yeah. And the machine was set for 8 o'clock, and it was 8 o'clock, only 12 hours earlier than last week. So I walked on out here. I kept wondering what happened to Sheriff Stott when I disappeared. What happened to Bill Kelly's horse and buggy? And what happened to Karen McKinstry? Well, I came in the house. I turned on the light. I didn't see anybody at first, but I heard her voice. And there in my easy chair and she spoke to me.
I wait. So 50 years I've wasted work. And you didn't come back.
When I came to, there wasn't anybody in the house but me. Just me and the time machine. I told you this place of mine is close to the Frontier Road. Well, there's a funeral going by in the road now. No, I don't mean that. It's the date. It's an old lady, 74 years old, who waited and waited and waited for a sweetheart that never came back. So there's no use for the time machine anymore. She said I never came back. And she knew. You have listened to Quiet Please. It is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Nancy Sheridan played Carrie. Sheriff Stout was Donald Briggs, and Catherine Meskill was Mrs. Stout. The music for Quiet Please is composed and played, as usual, by our good friend Gene Classo. Now for a word about next week's Quiet Please, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
I call next week's story Camera Obscura, which, if you understand Italian, means dark room. You may like this story, what takes place in this dark room.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Not Responsible After 30 Years.
I suppose I'm glad to be out again. It's close to Midsummer's Eve again. I've got a date for that night. I've been thinking about the date all the time I've been in Dartmoor, planning how to get back to the circle and everything. And those 3 years have gone pretty slowly. Pretty slowly. Listen, the British prisons aren't like the ones at home. They don't fool around here. Well, they're fair, all right, I suppose, but British prison food isn't exactly what I'd order. And those gray uniforms stamped with a broad arrow are pretty depressing. In for? Why, I was in for stealing. Stealing a wristwatch, to be exact. 3 years ago, just about this time of the year. Stealing a wristwatch off a skeleton's arm. Well, sure, I don't mind telling you. I was in the OWI this last war. I'd been in the other war, first in the British Army. Oh, I'm an American. I just got kind of carried away in 1914. And when this one came along, I put in for OWI and made it. They sent me to England. I'd always wanted to come back to England. All those 30 years since I first came here and enlisted in the Coilies. The King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, Koyli, Coily. But you know how it is. You're in the advertising business. You've got accounts to look after. You go fishing in the summer with a client and all that. So the OWI was what you might call a heaven-sent opportunity. Well, anyway, forget the war if you can. I want to tell you about Midsummer's Day, 1945. This end of the war was over, you see. And so I put in for some leave, as I'd been planning to do for the 4 years I'd been in Britain. I got it easily enough. And I set out for the circle. The circle? I'll tell you about that in a minute. You wanted to know why I got put in jail. Okay. So, when I got to the circle, it was the morning of Midsummer's Day, the 24th day of June in England, a quarter day. The morning after Midsummer Eve. Well, I hardly recognized the place, well as I knew it. At first I thought they were digging some kind of fortification or something. And then I remembered that the war was over, and why should they be digging air raid shelters or whatever it was now? And when I went closer, I discovered what was going on.
That's an old Roman camp or something, sir. They found some old Roman soldiers down there.
My heart turned over. Old Roman soldiers. A Roman camp. I remember the 9th Spanish Legion of Tiberius Claudius. The 9th Snails, the other Romans called them. And I remember the motto on the eagle standards of the 9th, the bronze ribbon below the STQR of the regular army. The words the 9th cherished and fought for. Slow but sure. The 9th that helped defeat Caractacus, king of the Britons, 19 short years after Christ was crucified. And it stayed in Britain almost 400 years afterwards, until the very language of Rome disappeared among them except for the commands of the centurions at parade. I remembered so many things. And I drew nearer to the excavation where a couple of navvies were handing up a long canvas-wrapped thing from the muddy clay. And I wasn't surprised at all when the man who seemed to be in charge unwrapped the canvas to reveal a skeleton of a man, his short bronze sword at his side. And on his left arm, dangling loosely from the muddy white ulna, an Elgin wristwatch of the vintage of 1915. Yes, of course the archaeologists were thunderstruck. No, nobody had lost a watch in the pit. No, it couldn't be anything but the skeleton's own watch. Well, they couldn't slip it off the bones of the hand. The metal band was too small, and it had corroded so that it couldn't be unstrapped. Nobody thought to ask the American in the OWI uniform if he knew anything about it. I could have told him a lot about it. I could have told him what they'd discover if they cleaned the watch and wound it up. I could have told him who the dead man was. And I could have told him that it wasn't his watch. After all, it was mine. So, I stole it. But, of course, they caught me, and that was 3 years ago. Today, they let me out of Dartmoor with a little time off for good behavior. And tonight, I'm going to find that watch, and I'm going to steal it again. Then I'm going to clean it very, very carefully. And I'm coming back to the circle. And when the watch is wound and running, I hope it will run. Well, it's been underground there for 30 years. Or is it... Well, the Roman legions left Britain in the year 411 A.D. That's more than 1,500 years ago. Lance Corporal Edward Mullen was my friend. I was the only American in the battalion, and the hard-headed Yorkshire dalesmen don't take up easily with foreigners. But Mullen, who had been my drill master, took rather a liking to me somehow. Then, between the chores of slope height and Form 4's 2-deep quick march, we found quite a good deal in the way of common interest, particularly English history. We could see the towers of York Minster from our drill ground, But I wish you could meet Edward Mullen.
Aye, lad. The old wall that Severus built in the year 208 ran straight across yon field over there. Aye. York's always been a garrison town. There was Severus, and then Constantius about 100 years later. And Constantius, he died by yonder clump of trees, they say.
I suppose they dig up a lot of Roman relics and stuff, huh? Around here?
Oh, aye. Old pieces of armor, coins, and that sort of thing. And occasionally part of a skeleton. This was a lively place in the old days, Yank.
I wish I had a chance to see more of it.
Well, perhaps we could wangle a day off and have a deco of things.
Wish we could.
Well, Sergeant Major's an old pal of mine. See what I can do, eh?
Oh, boy.
You like it, eh?
Not us.
Don't come that cockney stuff on me, lad. You know, I think bloody coal streamers.
Where could we go, for instance, Corporal? You know some places where we could find some stuff? A coin or something?
I do know. I know a score of places. Hey, ever hear of Druids?
Druid? Sure. Used to go around in white robes with mistletoe in their hair and play harps and do magic tricks.
I wouldn't be quite so flip about Druids, Greg.
Huh?
You know, there's people about that take Druids somewhat serious.
In this day and age?
Aye.
Huh. What'd you ask about it?
Well, I know where there's a Druid circle.
Where they used to meet?
Aye. Well, maybe they still meet.
Oh, now, come on.
You know what tomorrow night is, Greg?
23rd of June.
Uh-huh. Have you got guts, Yank?
Well, I suppose so.
Guts enough to go to a Druid circle on Midsummer's Eve?
Huh? Well, why not, for Pete's sake?
Well, you'll not get frightened and run away and leave me.
Well, of course I won't. Why should I?
It just might be, lad, that you might see something you might not be expecting, like.
What?
Oh, I don't know. But I know a man. I knew a man from Huddersfield, over in the West Riding. He made a wager he'd stay all night alone in Druid Circle on Midsummer's Eve.
And did he?
They found him there in the morning.
Well, what did he see?
They couldn't tell. They could only just slobber like a baby. He was raving mad.
I don't believe it.
Nobby Clark, his name was. From Huddersfield.
Well... oh, I don't know. You have never seen a Druid Circle by moonlight. I want you to picture tall, wide-spreading oak trees, hundreds of years old. I want you to see a circle of great stones, twice as tall as a man, casting long black shadows across the grass. I want you to hear the little night wind rustling the leaves of the ancient oaks, sounding like the far-off, whispered conversation of a great conclave of beings from another world. See the moon, dead pale in the sky above, and feel the oneness of all nature in the whispering silences. And know that you are very close to an infinite something. Sense that you, who came to watch in the Druid Circle on Midsummer Eve, are being watched. And there is nothing to see. Nothing but the grim old monoliths standing in a silent circle and their lengthening shadows reaching out to the two soldiers crouched under the low-hanging branches of the oaks. There is nothing to hear. Nothing but the rustle of the leaves and the quickened breathing of the man beside you in the dark. I looked at my watch. It lacked less than a minute of midnight. And as the hand slowly crept to the hour, a veil seemed to come over the moon, though the sky was cloudless. And there was the sound of a deep-toned bell, clanging thunderously once and echoing across the empty glade. And suddenly the glade wasn't empty anymore. In the center of the circle stood an ancient man, a tall, straight man, robed in gleaming white with a wreath of mistletoe about his head and a long silver-white beard that descended to his bosom. And I heard Edward Mullen's sharp intake of breath and his whisper in my ear, "The Druid." And the majestic old man turned, and I could see his eyes gleaming in the moonlight as he gazed straight at us. And then he raised his staff entwined with oak leaves and brandished it. And from somewhere behind us, I heard the tread of marching men. It was a long time, it seemed to me, before I realized that these were not men in British Army ammunition boots, armed with Lee Enfields and bayonet short Mark III. It wasn't until they marched out into the moonlight in the circle that I recognized them in their tight leather helmets and kilted battle dress, with their lances aloft and their short drawn swords clanking at their hips. But I recognized them as a cohort of the legions of Rome of 1,500 years ago. I have not much memory of what happened after that for a while. I remember how the glade seemed to have changed, how the sagging monoliths seemed to have straightened up, how there seemed to be more trees there than there had been at first. The shapes of the hills seemed altered somehow. And there was a high wall stretching across the field beyond us, a wall shoulder high, built of heavy stones and with guard platforms at regular intervals. I was looking at Severus Wall, built by the Romans in the year 208, and as I was to learn very shortly, now only a scant 2 centuries old. I heard Edward Mullen speaking to one of the legionaries.
We're British soldiers, friends. We mean no harm.
And I heard the legionary reply to him. And the tongue he spoke was
English of the fashion.
We be British soldiers too, man, of the 9th.
Why, you're a Roman.
Aye, so. Civis Romanus sum. I have not the Latin, see. Though I'm a Roman citizen, you're British? Aye, so we all are. All English born, but Romans. There have been no true born Roman in the 9th since days of Constantius, more than 100 years ago.
What year is this?
Why, 1163.
This can't. There were no Romans in Britain in 1163. Why, Henry II was King of England then. What age they?
Wait. Anno Domini?
Ad orbis conditae. In the army we use the old style from the founding of Rome.
Well, aren't you Christians then?
Oh, we're Christians, many of us.
Great.
Let me see. Rome was founded in 753 B.C. 753 from 1163, 410. This is A.D. 410. Look, soldier, the legions go back to Rome next year, don't they?
How know you that?
I just know it.
Aye, it's true. It would be a sad day of parting for most of us, for we have never known any other land save this where we were born.
Yes, I remember reading about that.
What?
Look, man. What about us?
Why, man, come and have supper with us, comrades. There's always room at the mess for a British soldier. And there'll be wine issue later, and our wives and our families are coming to join us. This is Midsummer's Eve, my friend.
I could tell you about that Midsummer's Eve. I could tell you about the songs. And the stories our new comrades told us about fighting the outlaws who swarmed down from the north to shatter themselves against the stones of the wall of Severus. And I could tell you of the women, the wives and daughters of the legionaries, the ones who danced, the ones who poured the heavy, sour red wine and drank with us out of sweaty leather helmets. I could tell you of Lance Corporal Edward Mullen brimming with that wine, drilling a squad of Roman soldiers, teaching them the manual of arms with their lances, even to the aloe of the right foot against the heel of the left when they came to present. And me, I was applauded loudly when I stood forth and declaimed, Arma Verumque Cano, and followed right through in my best Lakeview High School elegance until I fell flat on my face at the 6th line. And flat on my face I was when the sun came up on Midsummer's Day in the year of our Lord 410. Flat on my face with 60 Roman legionaries, none of whom had a worse hangover than the one I sported. That was when I discovered a strange thing. My watch was running backward. Perhaps that was an effect, not a cause. Perhaps the Druid had laid a spell on it that made it, in time, run backwards. Perhaps the going backward in time had affected the watch. I don't know even today. But I have an idea. And tonight, I'm going to find out. The legionaries accepted us. We accepted them, as soldiers are quite apt to do. In time of war, everything is wrong. We were there. We saw no way of returning, so we refused to bother our heads about it. Well, perhaps we were influenced by Elaine. Elaine, the daughter of our friend, the legionary who had first greeted us. His name was Spurius Decius Athelstan Horgreek. Elaine and I fell in love with her. And Edward Mullen fell in love with her. I remember how we talked one early fall day beside the wall. Elaine and I.
I do hate to go.
Well, your father will probably be discharged as soon as he gets back to Rome, and you'll just have to come back here.
I'd like the trip.
Well, I'd take you to Rome, Elaine.
Would you, Greg?
And not in a troop ship either.
I'd like that.
Elaine.
Hmm?
What if I asked your father?
Well,
May I?
no, Greg, don't.
Well, why not?
Well,
Don't you love me? I love you, Elaine.
I like you, Greg.
I try to make you very happy.
Greg,
Well,
no.
when you come back then? Elaine?
When I come back, Greg, Mullen and I are going to be married.
And I talked to Edward Mullen, my friend. And he talked to me.
I don't know what to say, Greg. I know you love her.
Yes. But, Edward, I can't stay here then.
Why?
Well, I can't stay here and see you and Elaine. I just can't do it. It's not... I can't do it.
You'll have to stay, Greg.
No.
But why? Elaine likes you.
Look, old boy. We're friends, aren't we?
Of course we're friends. But don't
Let's always be friends.
Oh, where could you go?
Maybe I should go back, Edward.
How?
I'm going to find the Druid.
You don't know where he is.
I'm going to the circle.
Greg, now don't be a fool.
No.
Well, what if you can't find him?
The Legion will be gone soon. I'll go over the other side if I can't get back where I belong.
You won't do that.
Listen, Edward, I can do as I please.
Greg.
Can't you see that I don't ever want to see you again? Can't you understand that you're taking from me the one thing?
It was a fair contest, Greg.
Fair contest or no fair contest? Do you think I'm going to stay here in this godforsaken place and see you in Elaine every day? Well, don't you understand?
I'm sorry, Greg.
I've got to leave.
I know. I hope you'll forgive me someday, old friend.
I'll never forgive you. I wish I hadn't said that to Edward Mullen. Because I know now I didn't mean it. I knew I didn't mean it a few short hours after I'd said it. I went to the circle that night. At midnight. I stood and looked around me. I could just make out the distant light from the sentry's god fire alongside the wall. I looked up at the moon and at the shadows of the stones on the greensward. And I listened to the rustling of the leaves of the ancient oaks. And I spoke aloud. Druid, I said. Druid, I need you. Druid, come to me. And I looked down at my wristwatch. And the minute hand slowly moved backward until it touched the figure of 12. It was midnight. And again I heard the solemn tone of the great bell. And from the shadows, the old Druid walked slowly toward me. I raised my hand. Druid, I said. Druid, let me go back. Druid, I must go back. And the old man halted by my side. And I saw an infinity of pity in those wise old eyes. And I said again, let me go back. I felt his hand on my arm. And he unfastened my watch and held it up. And from the shadow under the great oak, Edward Mullen and Elaine came toward me. Silently, he fastened the watch on Edward's wrist. And Edward raised his other hand in solemn, final salute. And as the Druid lifted his staff and a veil seemed to slip over the moon, there was a sudden scream from Elaine. And dimly I saw a crowd of shaggy, howling men pull over the wall and race toward my two friends. And brazen trumpets sounded in the darkness as I screamed, "No! No, let me come back!" The wild, savage men of the North had chosen that moment for their attack. And I had deserted my friend and the woman I loved in the hour of their direst need. And it was 30 years ago that the red-capped MPs found me and got me back to camp. But they never found Edward Mullen, once Lance Corporal of the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry, and late legionary in the 9th Legion of Rome, the slow but sure legion. So now Midsummer's Eve is nearly here, and I must have my watch back. And perhaps the Druid will let me come back to the 9th and start over. Maybe I can help if I can get there in time. Maybe not. That skeleton with the wristwatch, with my wristwatch. His right arm was lifted in a very military, final British Army salute.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Not Responsible After 30 Years. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played Edward Mullen. The legionary was Court Benson, and his daughter Elaine was Nancy Sarden. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, my good friend Wyllis Cooper.
The people you heard tonight are not intended to be anyone you know or even anyone you don't know. They're products of my typewriter and as fictitious as all get out. And next week's Quiet Please story will be entitled What the Lilies Consider. It's about a man who loves flowers and vice versa.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Tonight's Quiet Please show was especially written for your enjoyment, with the hope we would please many people with many different tastes for many different reasons. You like Quiet Please for one reason, and you for another. And that's just as it should be. For we in America aren't stamped with a mold. We have our differences in tastes and talents, in hopes and ambitions, in color and creed. Our American differences have resulted in a variety of contributions which have made our country great and kept us free. Today, as America seeks to establish peace in the world and to continue prosperity at home, our differences must not divide us or hamper our efforts. On this Flag Day of 1948, let each of us pledge to wipe group prejudice out of our lives by meeting every American as an individual. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents the first of a series of new and unusual dramatic programs written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and featuring Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. About 5,800 feet above sea level. A little house, maybe 20 feet long, 15 feet wide. It's made of corrugated iron sheets with a high peaked roof. It sort of hangs over the edge of the mountaintop, with nothing but the spikes of pine trees stretching all the way down to Pasadena, better than a mile below you.
Do you ever get out to California? Well, if you do, go up there sometime and take a look at that little house. But look at it through the fence that surrounds it. That's far enough. Through the fence. You go out Foothill Boulevard toward Pasadena, but you turn off on Angeles Crest Highway at La Canada. Just keep on driving up here, and you'll get there. Just keep right on going. The top of Mount Wilson is the end of the highway. You ever look through a big telescope? At the sky at night? At the things up there? Things so far away you strain your brain just trying to imagine how far away they are. With nothing between you and them. Billions and billions of miles of nothing. I don't know what it does to you, but, brother, I freeze. Listen, do you know there are holes in the sky? No, I mean it. I've seen them. There's a thing in the constellation Andromeda. No, wait a minute. I'm not going to get technical with you. Just listen. There's this thing, astronomers call it the Horsehead Nebula. You know what it is? It's a hole. It's a great big patch of nothing. Just nothing. There aren't any stars there. There's just a hole. No, nobody knows anything about it. Astronomers look at it, they take pictures of it, and there it stays. There it is now and tomorrow and the next day and 1,000,000 years from now. And it's been there always. Yes, it has. It's so far away that what you see now is the way it looked 1 billion years ago. Before there was anybody to see it from. And there's lots more of those places. So what's all this got to do with a little house up on top Mount Wilson? I'll tell you. This was quite some time ago. I'd been living in California, see, for several years. I had a couple of bucks. Had a nice little place near Venice. That was before the valley got to be so popular with movie people, radio comics, people like that. And it wasn't bad living alone, waking up in the middle of the night hearing the Southern Pacific Light whistle for a crossing out around Chatsworth, listening to a dog howling way out across the valley, going back to sleep. I don't get back to sleep so easy these days. Well, these people from Cleveland were out there, Aldo Minucci and Hugh Grant. We used to be great friends, Aldo and Hugh and I, so nothing would do but they'd come to stay with me. Well, it was all right. I had a Dodge convertible. The boys got quite a kick out of California. That's how we came to go up to Mount Wilson that day. Aldo and Hugh had been, looking around for odd places. They had some ideas. So one day we were having breakfast, and they were looking at an automobile club bulletin. Aldo said, let's go to Mount Wilson. So we did. I've been up there once before. You know how it is in California. I knew everything. I thought I knew everything. I found out different. We were inside the big dome where the 100-inch telescope is. It's like being inside a giant's watch. The telescope is in the middle, a big spidery framework with ladders climbing all over it up under this dome. The tourists stand on the kind of a catwalk around the edge while the astronomer explains as much as he thinks the upper knuckles will understand. There was just a few of us that day standing close to a little kind of pulpit, listening with our mouths open. Yeah, it is like a pulpit. I got to thinking that day how the astronomer looked like a priest up there. A nice old white-haired fellow, like a priest. And I was thinking he was talking about the heavens, too. I'd seen it all before, but my mouth was as wide open as Hugh's and Aldo's.
The Earth is moving through space, too. It moves around the sun at the rate of about 18.5 miles per second. So therefore, you see, we must, in order to keep this telescope focused accurately on the celestial objects we are observing, neutralize those motors mechanically. The telescope itself, as you will observe, is controllable in any direction by this motor. Watch it at the notice the motion of the telescope. And the final movement, the rotation of the entire dome, exactly synchronized with the speed of the Earth through space. Watch through the shutters above the stage.
Look across. Yeah, I see. Look outside. We ain't moving. The sky's gone by. Look at you.
I see it. It's an optical illusion, Aldo.
No, it's not an optical illusion. In relation to space, this spot we are on is standing still. Through these motions here in the dome, the mirror of the telescope is kept aimed exactly at one spot far out in space.
What's space, mister?
It's nothing.
What about the air?
You're a few miles of air, my friend, and then nothing.
Well, stars.
Yes, stars. And the places where there are no stars.
My skin twitched a little when he said that. The places where there are no stars. Did yours? Well, the show was over. We went outside into the sunlight. We walked across the long wooden bridge. There's a deep gully in front of the dome. And down a little path past the thing they call a coelostat. A small dome on legs about 100 feet high. Thing they study the sun and sunspots and things like that with. It was quiet up there along toward the middle of the afternoon. There was a chill in the air. We were just talking. It's an odd place, and you get kind of impressed. The people impress you. The astronomers. They live up there all by themselves. They look at the sky. They see things. You always get the feeling they know a lot more than they're telling. Like doctors. Like priests, I guess. I said that, didn't I? Well, that's what they're like. The path leads through the woods. Biggest live oaks you ever saw. Leads through the woods over to the old hotel. So I said, hey, how about a beer before we start down, huh? A beer? That's for me.
Can you get hard liquor up here, Ross?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, I wouldn't want to drink, not with all that mountain road ahead of me.
No, sir. Don't take no drink, Ross. I don't want to ride that road with nobody's had a drink of liquor. Maybe you shouldn't have a beer even.
Oh, wait a minute. Beer won't hurt me.
Hey, what's this fence for?
Yeah? I never noticed that before.
That's quite a fence. Have a hard time getting over that.
What would you want to get over it for?
I don't know. What do you suppose is on the other side where they got this heavy fence?
I don't see anything. Except that little house out there on stilts.
Yeah, funny looking place.
Fence goes right around it.
And get a gate?
No, come on, let's get a beer.
No, I want to look at this, Ross.
Probably they got something valuable in there.
Sure, scientific instruments or something. This place is all full of that stuff.
Hey, look. Sign.
Huh?
Where?
Here.
Oh, come on.
Oh, wait. What's it say?
The public is forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
At all?
Yeah.
What do you suppose they got in that place?
Don't know. I don't care.
Hey, there's a door up at the end of that trestle. Maybe we could get back and get into that other shed where the trestle starts, huh?
What do you want to go in there for? Oh, come on, we got to get going.
I'm just curious. You know what I mean. Place might come in handy.
Oh, yeah.
See? Especially if they keep everybody out like this.
Well, the thing must be full of stuff, like Ross said, scientific stuff.
Yeah, it might be, might not be. Hey, here comes that fellow that made the spiel up there.
No, ask him. He'd know.
He won't tell you.
Well, we'll find out. Hey, fella.
How are you?
Hey.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah. What's in that funny-looking building?
Over there?
No.
Yeah?
What's the idea of the fence, then?
You don't want people to go in there.
Oh, I'd sure like to see what's in it.
Said there's nothing in there.
You sure, mister?
Yes, I'm absolutely.
Could we get a pass to go in there, maybe?
No. You saw the sign, didn't you?
Yeah, it said something about the penalty of the law.
You didn't read it very carefully.
He didn't read it. I did.
Read it again.
Right. The public forbidden to pass beyond this fence under severe penalty.
See? I see what he means.
He didn't say anything about the law.
Ah, that's right. Well, then, there are other fellows.
Oh.
Tough guy, huh? No, not at all.
Well, what does it mean, then?
I'll give you a little friendly advice. I wouldn't try to find out if I were you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Do you really know what's in there, mister?
Yes.
What?
Nothing.
Okay, lads. Let's go get that beer.
Well, of course, you know it was up. You're way ahead of me. My Cleveland pals weren't in California just for a vacation. There was a bank I'd had my eye on for a while out in Pacific Palisades. It wasn't the first bank that Minucci and Hugh Grant and I had worked a deal on. I didn't go much for this place up on Mount Wilson with nothing in it and a fence around it. Aldo and Hugh, well, after all, could you find a better place to stash away some dough? Nobody could get in, they said. And if we could, well, so I bought the idea finally. And to make a long story short, we took, I think it was $53,000 out of the bank. 53, 54. What's the difference? It's all gone now. It's a long drive from Pacific Palisades over Sunset Boulevard, then up Beverly Glen to the valley, through Venice to Sunland, down past the sanitarium on Foothill Boulevard to where you turn off on the Angeles Crest Highway. The long drive, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning. That was when we pulled out of Pacific Palisades. It was summer. After you turn on the mountain road, you're not allowed to smoke. You see, a fire warden might come along, and those guys can tell somebody's smoking in the car a half mile off. They throw you in a can for it, forest fires. Well, we didn't want anybody stopping us. It was risky enough anyway, because practically nobody ever drives up there late at night. Well, early in the morning, I mean. Well, we didn't meet anybody. All three of us were jittery with no cigarettes. That road. Stepping up in daylight. Boy, in the dark. It was 4:30 when we got to the top. The hotel was dark. Cabins were dark. What the sky? It was just like solid stars. Why you could put in and reach up and touch it. I remember the old guy in the 100-inch dome. Nothing between us and the stars. And down below, well, if you've ever been up there at night, you know what I mean. That's like looking down at the stars. The lights are 17, 18, 19 pounds. Pasadena, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Venice, San Fernando, Culver City, Santa Monica. It makes my hair stand on end like that. And I haven't seen it for never mind how many years. Well, we stumbled through the pitch dark. We got off the path 3 times, nearly fell downhill. And, brother, that'd be a fall. We still couldn't risk a cigarette. It was dark. Hugh Grant was in front, then me, then Aldo. We each had briefcases. Hugh had a pair of those big string wire cutters that'll get through a steel cable. All of a sudden, he bumped into the fence.
Ouch. The fence.
Where are you?
Stand still, will you?
Dark.
Shut up. Listen for a minute. Hear anything?
Yeah.
No.
See anything?
No?
Look.
What?
The dome over there.
You see somebody?
No. Them 2 big windows up there. With that big round dome looks like somebody watching us.
Sure does.
No, cut it out. I'm going to try the fence with a cutter.
Want the flashlight?
No. I wish we what?
Nah, forget it. Just don't like that place, though.
Get out of the way.
Want some help you?
Just keep out of the way. Wait. Hear anything?
Well, that wire made enough noise to...
All right. I'll try another strand. See if you can slide under there, one of you.
Me. No, can't make it yet.
I'll try another. Look out for your arm there. Now try.
Wait till I take off my coat. All right, now, let's see.
How about it?
He's through.
All right, go ahead.
Me?
You.
All right. Cut another strand, please.
Make it now?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Where are you, Aldo?
Right here. Come on, Joe. Hey, slide the briefcases through first.
Coming up. Got him.
Got it.
Here I come. All set?
All set.
I'm all set. I'm as all set as I ever will be, I figure. I don't like any part of this place. I don't like the dark. I don't like the stars up above us. I don't like the lights down below. I don't like the silence. I don't like climbing around the top of a mountain with nothing under me but thin air for a mile or more. All I can hear is you and Aldo in front of me, cracking through the weeds, cursing when one of them whacks a shin against a sharp rock. All I can see is two black shapes in front of me. Blacker shape, that's the building, the little house with nothing in it. Aldo and Hugh are panting. 6,800 feet, you know. Your breath is pretty short. It's tough going, especially when you're dragging a briefcase full of money, too. You're scared and sweating and tired. And then all of a sudden, we're under the building, alongside one of the struts that hold up the little trestle.
Loose me up, Aldo.
Aldo boosts him up. He was a little guy. He's spry. A lot sprier than I am up there a mile in the air, and I guess he's not as scared as I am. So I look up, and he's sprawling on the trestle with 9 million stars behind him, reaching down to me.
Grab my hand, Ross.
I scrambled up. I'll never know how I made it either. Here we are in a second. Aldo's up there with us.
Now, keep quiet a minute and rest. I'm knocked out.
Yeah. You hear anything, Joe?
Just the wind. Ross.
No, I thought I heard something. Guess it's just the wind.
Listen. It's the wind.
Well? So we stood up. So Hugh walked the rest of the way down the little trestle. We followed him, stumbling over the planks, and there was the door. We rattled the bar on it. It was padlocked. So Hugh took the big cutters and he wrenched away at the bar. We shivered there in the cold, waiting to see if anybody heard us. There wasn't a sound. So Hugh tried again. And the bar fell off. Kept still for another minute. And then...
Open the door. Flashlight.
Wait.
Nobody can see us. Put your fingers over it and turn it in there.
Okay. I don't see anything.
Well, the guy said there was nothing in there.
I can't see a thing. Open up the light a little more.
I got it open. So black in there.
There's something the matter with the light.
Oh, there ain't. Look.
Turn that light off me.
Well, look now when I shine it inside.
Nothing.
Well, there's got to be something in there.
Nothing, the man said.
Can't even see the floor.
Well, I'll find out if there's anything in there.
No, don't go in. Can't tell what's liable to be.
Well, look out. I'll toss a briefcase in.
No. Throw the wire cutters in.
Well, where are they?
Here.
The might. Look out, will you? Keep still. You'll wake up the dead. Well, nobody heard us, I guess. We're shot with luck tonight, no kidding. I'll give you them cutters.
Here.
And shine the light in there. Sure can't see anything, can you?
Throw 'em in.
Get out of the doorway. Keep the light in there.
Go ahead. Throw 'em against the far wall.
All right. Look out.
Where'd they go?
Tossed them hard enough to bounce. Move the light around. I can't see a thing.
I can't either. There ought to be. The light just kind of seems to...
Oh, cut it out. There's probably some kind of stuff on the floor. Powdered. Maybe they fell into it. Here, stand to one side, Ross.
What are you going to do?
I'm going in to look around. You got a gun, Aldo?
Just this little 32.
All right, come on. Ross, you stay here and watch and listen.
I wouldn't go in there, Hugh.
Nobody asked you to. I'm going. Come on, Aldo.
Now listen, you.
You've got the screaming Mimis, too. Come on with that gun. There's nothing in there.
Look, you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, shut up. Here. Might as well take the dough, too. We can stick it in there. Well, go ahead, Aldo, with the light.
You go first.
All right. Now stand there and keep your ears.
Hey, Hugh. Where are you? Can't see him.
Listen, Aldo, don't go in there.
I got to. Hey, Hugh. Hugh. Where are you?
Listen, Aldo.
Keep your eyes and ears open now. We'll be right back. Hey, Hugh. You all right? You coming in, Hugh? Hugh.
Aldo.
What's in there? Hey, Hugh. Okay, Ross. Something's the matter with him. Here I come. Hugh. I'm gonna...
Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Aldo. Hey, what's in there, you two? Hugh.
I can see you. You can stand up now. They won't come out, I assure you. Come on, stand up.
I've got a gun.
No, you haven't. Stand up.
When my friends come out...
They're not coming out, my friend. Stand up. You wouldn't believe me when I told you.
What's in there? What's in there, I said?
I told you there's nothing behind that door.
My friends went in there.
They're not there now. There's nothing in there. You understand me? There's nothing in there.
Listen.
No, you listen. No, I suppose to do no good to tell you.
Tell me what?
I'd better show you.
Show me what?
Come with me.
No.
Come with me.
I won't. You got it. Wait. Wait for me. Across the little trestle, away from the door, he closed down my friends. Through another door. Into a long shed in the dark. And I was glad I couldn't see the stars. Out another door at the end of the shed. Down the path past the seal staff, reaching up into the sky, shining in the starlight, looking like one of those visitors from Mars you heard about on the radio. Across the little wooden bridge with the two eyes of the 100-inch dome staring down at me in a cold wind coming up the other side of the mountain. Up the ramp. Into the dome itself. And up the iron stairs.
Follow me.
A little yellow light at the head of the stairs, and then out on the catwalk in the dark with the floor 40 feet below us. Up another ladder. My legs are getting tired. Up.
Follow me.
Up another dizzy ladder. And another. And across another spidery walk.
Here. Sit in this seat.
I can't speak. My throat is dry. My legs are trembling. I'm icy cold in that great dome out far above the floor. I can't tell you.
Sit still. You won't fall. Sit still, I said. You'll have to be sure. Wait. Magnetic destination. You can look now.
Look? At what?
Look through the telescope.
No.
Look, son. What do you see?
Stars. Millions of stars.
Wait. Look again. What do you see?
Nothing. Nothing.
What?
No, a black cloud.
Now?
Nothing.
That nothing, you see, is 1,000,000 light years away.
What is it?
There's nothing there to see. My friend, there are scores of places in this universe where there's nothing. Far places, near places. You understand what I mean?
Is that what you meant when you said...
When I said there's nothing behind that door? Yes.
Well, where?
Your friends? Your misguided friends? I don't know. Perhaps. Take your eye from the telescope. Wait. Look now, if you dare.
Well, what?
Look.
Yes. You guess what I saw. You guess what I saw clawing through black clouds of nothing. You guess what eyes I saw. I saw nothing. Yes, the little house is still there on Mount Wilson. You can go look at it if you want to. But don't go too close. Maybe somebody will tell you it's just a place where they store equipment. Maybe. Why do they keep the door locked then? Well, just one other thing. Don't you go around opening doors you don't know anything about. There might be nothing behind one of them.
You just heard Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who talked to you is Ernest Chappell.
And the man who played Aldo Minucci is Martin Lawrence. Pat O'Malley was Hugh Grant and James Van Dyke, the astronomer. The music was composed and played by Gene Palazzo. And now for a word about Quiet Please for next week, here is our writer-producer, Wyllis Cooper. Bill?
I've written what I think is an exciting and unusual love story for next week, Chappie. We'll welcome as our guest the charming star of stage and radio, Claudia Morgan.
Quiet Please for next week is entitled, I've Been Looking for You. Until next week, then, quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please.
American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called One for the Book.
Once upon a time when there were more lieutenants than lieutenant colonels in the Air Force, and when you could tell a cadet by his blue suit like a mailman's, a thing happened. And if you think the boys from the bright blue yonder got snafu'd sometime in this last war, brother, I'm here to tell you ain't seen nothing yet. Because this was the largest, the most comprehensive, the doggonedest. Well, I have to tell you. And the thing about it is, this snafu isn't over yet. It won't be over for 9 years. Listen, I'll tell you. Ever hear of Muroc Dry Lake? Well, you go out San Fernando Road and you turn off at Fremont Pass onto 6 instead of going up over the ridge route. You go up through Mid-Canyon, see, and on through Palmdale and Lancaster. And then you take a road off to the right by the SP station. After about 40 miles of Joshua trees, you get to Muroc, and a big, tough MP tells you, turn around and go back where you came from. Because that's where they got the jets, where guys are ringing them out so fast they sometimes get where they're going before they've started. And they tore up the welcome mat a long time ago. But back in the early part of 1937, well, it was kind of different. Muroc, which incidentally is not an Indian name, it's just the name Coram spelled backwards like on the radio. Coram Brothers was ranchers that owned a joint. And it's just what you think it is, the bottom of an old dried-up lake. It's flat as a billiard table, flatter than the one in the officers' club at Maxwell. And back in those days, you could take your car out in the middle and open her up to 80 and sit back and watch. Look, Mama, no hands. Which was quite a lot of fun till some newspaper guy blew a tire and did 108 snap rolls with it, with the customary results. Well, it ain't like that today. I mean, the lake's still there, but it isn't a lonesome place anymore. The Lobo wolves and the coyotes and the rattlesnakes and the roadrunners have scrammed. They got an installation there that... Well, never mind. You're not going to see it, but it's a biggie. And the lake itself is about the biggest landing field in the world. You could set down anywhere, practically. Well, the Air Corps decided back in 1937 to have them a big air maneuvers there at Muroc. So in came about everything they had that could fly. Martin B-10Bs from Langley, P-26s from Selvidge and Maxwell Randolph. A bunch of skinny blue things they call PB-2As that came from... I don't have any idea. And over at Marchfield at Riverside, they had a flock of A-17s, attack jobs, two-seaters that Northrop made. They had holes in their flaps, I remember. The first ones to have holes in their flaps. And there was a lot of other miscellaneous stuff. It was quite colorful. P-26s painted OD. The bombers black and yellow. They all had yellow wings. The PB-2As were blue and the A-17s shiny Doral. Everybody had the red and white stripes on the rudder and the big old white star and a blue circle on the wings. Well, all 300 of them. All we had, practically, in 1937. And anti-aircraft, complete with the 1937 version of radar, a cluster of big horns on a trailer with a guy wearing earphones in the middle of them. You couldn't spit half a mile away if the horns was pointed at you on account of you bust the guy's eardrum. And there was a bunch of movie guys taking pictures. They had plenty of expense money. They didn't shoot crap so good. So, one way and another, it was quite a thing. And, brother, it was hot. Yeah, it still is. It'd get down to 40 or 50 in the early morning, and by noon it was up to 115 with the sun bouncing off that white lake bottom and mirages everywhere you looked. Well, I was a crew chief in a P-26 squadron from Selvidge, see? Oh, excuse me, I didn't introduce myself. Westlake's my name. Max Westlake, Captain USAF. I was a staff sergeant in 1937. Up there at Muroc, I got acquainted with a guy. Of all things, a sergeant in an anti-aircraft outfit named Bill Carrot. And I remember how this snafu started. Bill and I were sitting in a bar in Lancaster one Saturday drinking beer, listening to Pancho Barnes, God rest her soul, telling about buzzing a church steeple in Long Beach and a Jenny. And a couple of elements of B-10Bs went over. Bill Carrot, he said he'd buy another beer.
I'll buy another beer, Max.
I'm going out and sit on the porch and read.
Read? What do you want to read for when you can drink beer? Free beer.
Well, I found a couple of magazines.
Let's see.
Go on, drink your beer.
Super science stories. Miraculous stories. You like that kind of junk?
Well, what if I do?
A lot of hooey.
No, they're not.
Guys flying rockets and taking off for the moon and malarkey like that.
Yeah? Listen, in 20 years, the stuff in these books will be ancient history.
What do you mean?
In 20 years, people will be flying rockets.
In 20 years, they'll be writing the same kind of guck, and people will be flying old-fashioned airplanes, Bud, and we'll be shooting them down.
And you wait and see.
Yeah.
In another 20 years, rocket planes will be going so fast you won't be able to see them, much less shoot them down.
How fast?
Oh, a couple of 1,000 miles an hour.
A guy couldn't fly that fast.
Why couldn't he?
Well, he'd outrun himself. He'd come in for a landing, and 15 minutes later, you'd hear him.
You can fly as fast as sound.
You're nuts.
Well, bullet flies faster than sound.
But there ain't anybody riding it.
Well, they get a big enough bullet, somebody will ride it.
Bring me another beer.
They get me one, I'll fly it.
You'd feel pretty funny starting out someplace on Saturday and getting there on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, well, listen, it'll happen.
In them magazines.
These magazines told a lot of things that have come true, Bill.
For instance?
Well, I couldn't give you an instance right now, but they have.
I'll take beer.
Well, you watch and see. One of these days I'll come bouncing in someplace in one of these rocket jobs and you'll be right.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll kiss your foot at high noon right in front of everybody. Now, you want a beer? You're going to sit there reading about buzzing the man on the moon in a skyrocket. Or what?
I did both. Then we bummed a ride back to the lake after a while, and I went to bed. Bill Carrot was pretty disgusted when he got there and found out he had to stand guard because the sergeant that was supposed to be had broke out with the measles. And he put on his overcoat and stopped by my tent for a cigarette before he went off where it was cold. We talked, and he left, and I went to sleep. Well, I woke up in the middle of the night, see? I couldn't get back to sleep. So I got up and put on my pants and shoes, a flying jacket. I went out to the anti-aircraft battery. I said, "Hey, Carrot." "Hey, Bill Carrot."
Who's that?
"Me. Westlake, Max Westlake."
What are you doing up?
I couldn't sleep.
Well, I wish I could. I'm about froze.
How much longer you got?
Half an hour. Wouldn't have a bottle, would you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gee. Pretty night, ain't it?
I'll give it to you.
Millions of stars.
Yeah.
Ever fly at night, Bill?
And I ain't going to. I ain't going to fly at all.
That's swell up there with the stars.
I'll stay here.
I wonder what's up there.
I got no curiosity at all.
Yeah. I'm going to find out some one day.
In your skyrocket?
No, probably. What was that?
Search me.
Sounded like it came from up there.
Probably one of your skyrockets.
Well, I don't think there's anybody up tonight.
I don't see anything.
I wonder what it... Hey.
What?
Look up there.
Where?
Right there, by the Big Dipper. What is it?
I don't see anything. Say, you know what that is? That's a parachute.
Right. Say, that's what it is. Only that's the biggest. Parachute.
There goes the searchlight. They saw it over at A battery. Gosh, that is a big one.
Yeah.
Wonder who it is.
That's a funny-looking thing.
Looks like a box or something.
It looks like part of an airplane.
There goes the crash truck.
I didn't see any airplane, Bill.
Maybe it was one of your skyrockets.
Oh, shut up. Give me your field glasses.
He's gonna hit awful hard.
Give me the glasses. Oh! Oh, he sure did. Yeah, that's part of an airplane, Bill. They're pulling a guy out of it. In some kind of funny suit.
What, soup and fish?
It's kind of like a diver's suit, kind of like a space flyer's suit.
I know where he came from.
Where?
He bailed out of Goofy Stories magazine.
I handed back the glasses to Bill Carrot, and I walked over to the infirmary. That's where they'd take whoever he was, I figured. And in a minute, the crash wagon came back, and they carried the fella in. I sat there a minute and talked to Daniel Webster, the medic that had the duty. They were fussing around with the fella inside the ward, the doc and everybody. I sat there talking. There was a piece of metal lying on a stretcher that one of the medics had picked up where the thing crashed. I looked at it. U.S. Air Force it was stenciled on it. U.S. Air Force and a number and XF-131. What's XF-131 mean, I said. Why, I said to myself, U.S. Air Force. This is the Army Air Corps. What's the U.S. Air Force? Something new? And what's XF131? I know what a P26 is, and a PB2A, and a B10B, but what's an XF131? And then the doctor called me, and I stood up, surprised.
Sergeant Westlake, come in here.
Sir?
I said come in here.
Yes, sir.
In here.
Yes, sir.
Ever see that man before?
Why, no, sir.
Sure?
Well, he looks kind of familiar, but is he,
He's got a slight concussion, and I've given him a shot.
Who is he, sir? Is he from here?
You don't know him?
Why, no, sir, but he sure looks familiar, but...
What's your first name, Sergeant?
Sir?
Your first name.
Oh, Max. What's the matter, sir?
Sergeant, that man's name is Max Westlake, too.
Huh?
Only he's a major in the United States Air Force. What do you make of that, Sergeant? Eh?
Huh? What would you have made of it? I looked at the guy more carefully. And then I saw why he looked familiar. I'd seen that puss in the mirror every morning for 22 years. There was the scar on the eyebrow where I drove the car into the lamppost. Only it was on the wrong eyebrow. Then I remembered I wasn't looking into a mirror. I said, Doc, I don't get it. He said, don't you? And I said, well, sir. So I went out. And just as I was going out at the tent, in walks Bill Carrot. And I must have looked funny because Bill grabbed me by the arm.
What's the matter with you, Max?
Huh?
Well, you look as if you're too...
Wait a minute, Bill. I think I've got something figured out.
What are you doing, for the love of...
I'm taking off my shoes, Sergeant Carrot.
What for?
Well, it's not exactly high noon, Sergeant, but you're going to kiss my foot just the same.
Huh?
That's right.
Why?
Because, Sergeant Carrot, that guy in there, that guy that flew in here in a skyrocket, that major in there, is me. And so the snafu began. I got called over to the colonel's tent right after breakfast. He was sitting there with the doctor. They looked up when I got my heels pretty close together and placed my hand, fingers extended and joined against my right eyebrow.
Sit down, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The doctor tells me this fellow who bailed out last night has the same name you have.
Yes, sir.
Looks a lot like you, too, Sergeant.
You know him, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Said last night you didn't.
Well, I got it all straightened out in my mind now, sir.
Well?
He's me, sir.
Sergeant, have you lost your buttons?
No, sir, I don't think so, sir.
Say that again, Sergeant.
Sir, I said, no, I don't think so.
No, what you said before.
Oh. He's me, sir.
Cross your knees, Sergeant.
Sir?
Cross your knees.
Yes, sir. Ow!
Reflexes are all right.
Sergeant, do you mind explaining what you're trying to give us? I've got a tactical program on this morning, and I... Go ahead, Sergeant.
Well, sir, it's perfectly simple. Aviation is progressing, sir.
So what?
Well, sir, it's perfectly simple. This Major Westlake, who is me, flew in something like a rocket plane or something quite a long time in the future. You understand, sir?
Go ahead, Sergeant.
And he flew so fast, he just got here before he started, sir.
Sergeant.
Sir?
Nothing. Go on.
Well, sir, that's all there is. Sometime I'll be a major like he is. I mean, like I am. No, what do I mean? I mean, if he's me, I'm a major. But I'm still a sergeant. I mean, I'll be a major and I'll take off. And when I get here, I'm still a sergeant.
Sergeant, please. My head hurts.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's what happened, sir.
Somebody around here is crazy.
Oh, no, sir, not me.
Let's try that again, shall we?
What, sir?
Your theory. I just want to be sure I'm not hearing things, Doctor.
Well, if you're hearing them, so am I. Go on, son.
Well, sir, some day in the future, I'm going to be a major.
You're not if... Well, never mind.
Yes, sir. Someday I'm going to be a major, see, and I'm going to fly a rocket plane or something.
How do you know all this, Sergeant? You got a crystal ball?
No, sir. It's obvious, ain't it, sir?
Not to me. You, Doctor?
Well, you're going to be a major, son.
Yes, sir. Well, I must be. I'm over there in the tent, ain't I, Doctor? And I'm a major, ain't I? You see? Sir? And someday when I'm a major, sir, I'm going to get into this rocket plane, see, and boom, I'm going to take off, and I'm going to go so fast that... Gosh, I sure must have been rolling last night.
Sergeant, you must want to get out of the Army awful bad.
Sir, me? No, sir, I don't want to get out of the Army. Well, what makes the colonel think that?
Well, if I ever heard of anybody asking for a transfer to the loony bin, this is it.
Sir, I assure the colonel I am not nuts.
Well, then, why the dickens are you telling me all this?
Sir, the colonel asked me.
Okay. Go on. You were taking off in a rocket ship.
Or something like that, sir. And boom, like I said, I go so fast that I just run out of time, and I landed last night.
You believe that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you, how did you fall on this theory?
Well, sir, I read science fiction magazines, and...
Ah,
you do?
And I just deduced it.
Oh.
Sir, rocket travel is perfectly possible.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting theory.
Doctor, are you nuts, too?
I'm really not sure, Colonel.
Well, what are you talking about, then?
I was just looking at this identification card I took out of the Major Westlake's pocket.
What about it?
It's dated November 24th, 1951. 15 years from now.
Snafu and snafu and snafu. The colonel, he didn't have any guardhouse or anything. He confined me to my tent. That is, he confined Sergeant Max Westlake to my tent. Major Max Westlake was still out like a light. He couldn't talk. And me, I didn't have anybody to talk to, but I thought. And the harder I thought, the surer I was right. And the second day I was in there, the colonel came to my tent, and he looked about 18 years older. I stood up.
Rest, Sergeant. Now, listen. I had the doctor take that major's fingerprints, and I flew them to Washington to be looked up in the big file.
Yes, sir.
The dope came back this morning.
Yes, sir.
I'll read you what they say. The subject fingerprints are those of Staff Sergeant Max Westlake, and so forth and so forth. There is no record of a Major Max Westlake in the Army Air Corps. By directions, so forth and so forth.
Well, yes, sir. That's the way I figured it.
Westlake, if you're running a Sandy on me...
Not running a Sandy, sir.
Come with me.
Where are we going, sir?
Right into the infirmary tip.
Yes, sir.
Now then, you sit here behind this canvas wall and you listen to that fellow talk. And don't say a word. Just nod your head if he's right, or shake it if he's wrong. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Listen.
Major, where did you come from?
Here at Muroc, sir.
What outfit are you with?
I'm chief test pilot here.
I see. And what happened, do you know?
Yes, sir. I was flying an XF-131. That's the newest experimental rocket job. Speed of about Mach 7.
What's he talking about?
Sir, 7 times the speed of sound.
What the?
See.
Suddenly, the needle flew way over beyond the mark. I got scared. pushed the automatic cockpit release and bailed out.
And, how fast do you think you were going then?
Well, I should say about 12 times the speed of sound.
I see. And what was the date of your takeoff, Major?
Why, December 21st, 1957.
Now, look here.
You see? You see, Colonel? You see? Snafu. Wow. Tafu. Fubar. The Army never saw one like this before. They sent us to the General.
Oh, sit down, gentlemen.
Yes,
sir.
Now, Westlake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Your brothers?
No, sir. No, sir.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute, I mean. Westlake.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Stop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sergeant Westlake.
Yes, sir.
Who is this Major Westlake?
He's me, sir.
Sergeant,
We can't prove otherwise, General.
That will do, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Now, Major Westlake, who is this sergeant?
Sir, I don't know.
Well, isn't he your brother?
No, sir.
Well, who is he then? Answer me.
Sir, I think he's me.
Doctor, are these men crazy?
Not as far as I can tell, sir.
Well, what ails them then?
Sir, I just work here.
Well, now, Major, how come I don't know you?
Well, that I couldn't say, sir. I don't know the General either.
Young man, I have been in the Army 28 years.
Yes, sir.
29. I was at Bliss with Lord George Langren when he had the 8th Cavalry.
Yes, sir.
And I know thousands of officers in the Army.
Yes, sir.
But I don't know you.
No, sir.
Young man, do you know the penalty for impersonating an officer?
Sir, I'm not impersonating an officer.
Here's his identification card, General.
Is that your picture, Major?
Yes, sir.
And doesn't look like you.
Well, sir, these pictures never look like the people.
That's right. Mine looks like a... Well, this seems to be in order, all right.
It is, sir. I know that.
Are those your fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
They're the sergeant's, Washington says, General.
Now, how could that be?
Well, sir, they have to be me. He's me. I'm us, sir.
Colonel, has this man ever demonstrated... has he ever had attacks before?
No, sir. He's always been rational, sir. He's one of my best men.
He's rational now, General. That is, I think he is. Kind of, I mean.
Sergeant, do you know that a board may be convened and that they're liable to throw you right out of the Army?
Sir, I'm not worried about that.
Oh, you're not, huh? Why not?
Because they can't, sir. I have to stay in.
Kindly tell me why.
Because, well, don't you see, sir, I'm going to be a major and I'm going to fly a rocket plane. The XF-131.
What makes you think so?
Well, I'm here, sir, after all.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to solve this problem once and for all in a military manner. Major Westlake, you are subject to orders, aren't you?
Yes, sir, of course.
And I want this to be a lesson to you other officers, too. You gentlemen are expected to use your intelligence and initiative and not come bothering me with all sorts of details that could just as well be handled in your own bailiwicks. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Silence. That is a very simple way to solve this problem, as I said. Major Westlake, you are ordered to return to your base.
Sir, I'm at my base. I'm stationed at Muroc Dry Lake. This is Muroc Dry Lake, sir.
Well, how did you get here?
I flew, sir.
But how did you... how did you get here now?
Sir, I just flew so fast I got here before I started.
I didn't ask you, Sergeant.
That's right, sir. I flew so fast I got here before I started.
Doctor, do you have an aspirin on you? See who that is?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I found something I thought might be important.
Who are you?
Sergeant William Terrence, sir. I'm Sergeant of the Guard today.
What have you got there, Sergeant?
I don't know what it is, sir, but I found it out there where the Major landed.
Major Westlake?
Yes, sir.
Well, let's see it. Let's see it, Sergeant.
I never saw anything like it before, sir, and I thought I'd better bring it to the General.
May I see that, please?
Well?
It's my Mach meter, sir.
Your what?
Mach meter, sir, an instrument that measures speed.
Sergeant Westlake, please.
Excuse me, sir. That's what it is, General. It measures speed in terms of the speed of sound. Mach 1 is sound speed. Mach 2 is twice the speed of sound.
Yeah, let's see it. Very curious. Yes, very, very curious.
All of a sudden it got jammed, General. You see the needle is jammed way over here on the pin? It indicated probably 12 times the speed of sound, and that was awful fast, so I bailed out.
See if I can't unjam the needle.
There's a ratchet underneath, sir.
Oh, I see, yeah. It's like a speedometer, isn't it? It turns hard. Ah, there. Hey, where did Major Westlake go?
Why, he was right here.
I seen him, sir. I was looking right at him. When you turned the thing meter back, he just turned all transparent, and then he disappeared.
What?
Sir, I think the general just unscrewed him right back where he came from.
That was it. The general turned the Mach meter backward, and that's all. But I'd like to never got out of all that snafu. Well, I'm a captain now, and it's only 9 more years, and I'll be a major. And I'll fly an XF-131 here at Muroc, and my Mach meter will go haywire, and... My gosh, have I got to go through all that again?
The title of today's Quiet Please story is One for the Book. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Dan Sutter played Sergeant Parent. Melville Ruick was the colonel. The doctor was played by Charles Eggleston. General, Floyd Buckley. As for Major Westlake, well, we leave that for a guess. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for next week is called My Son John.
And so, until next week at the same time, I'm quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
And now, a listening reminder. There's an exciting story waiting for you this afternoon on David Harding Counterspy. See what happens when a flood of counterfeit currency threatens to disrupt the entire financial structure of a South American country, and the counterspies are called in to investigate. Tune in David Harding Counterspy on your ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called The Bond. You would think that a man going home after more than half a year here in a little town in France would be happy. I came over here in November on one of those post-war jobs. I've been here in Vignecourt ever since. The house here was built in 1341, and the old cemetery out near the abandoned airfield can tell you how many generations of Rocheforts have lived and died here. It was, of course, the oddest kind of coincidence that I, Andrew Pierre Etienne Rochefort, whose family had been American since the days of Lafayette, should return to his ancestral home. I am the first Rochefort who has stepped inside this house since the First World War, when Colonel Paul Marie Rochefort died at Chemin des Dames. Madame Simone, who owns the house now, has been a most satisfactory doyen to me and to Ahmed Ali ibn Musa, my Algerian assistant. Even if she does have difficulty comprehending my French, and I hers. I have succeeded in having the ancient piano tuned. There's an American cook here in town who was a piano tuner in civilian life. And Ahmed Ali and I have spent some pleasant evenings, alternately at the piano and in long and complicated discussions of Christian and Mohammedan theology. Ahmed shares with me an inordinate admiration for the works of Ravel, and in particular the one called Pavaner pour une enfant défunte, Pavaner for a dead princess. You remember? I remember that this night we'd been talking about the curious quality of fatalism that colors the whole life of the Mohammedan.
It's all prescribed for us, the prophet said, before we're born, you see.
But you do admit that individuals can alter the patterns of their own lives and of others, don't you, Ahmed?
We only think we alter them, Andrew. Whatever we may do is merely bringing to life the cosmic play script that is already written for us. We're bound by the script as actors are. As a matter of fact, we are actors, playing parts in a drama.
Or a comedy.
Yes, or a comedy that we've never rehearsed. That unfolds for us, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day.
Yeah, it's reducing life to a pretty uninteresting formula, Ahmed.
No, by all means, no. On the contrary, I find it provides me, at least, with a consuming curiosity to see what's on the next page.
Well, it certainly simplifies things, doesn't it?
It occasionally provides a surprise.
Such as the fact that I'm not going to play the Pavaner again for you tonight.
What is written is written.
In that case, I'll just cross up the prophet and play it for you then. See who it is, will you, Ahmed?
Of course. Sorry, Andrew.
What's the matter?
Well, it seems the old gentleman is in some kind of trouble and needs me again.
Can't he get through one evening without calling for help?
I'm sorry. I'll really have to go, you know.
Well, all right. See you in the morning, then.
Right. Good night.
Ahmed.
Yeah?
Was that written, too? Turn out the lights, will you, Ahmed? Thanks.
Right.
Who's that? Who are you?
Moi? Je suis la princess.
What?
I am the princess.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm sorry. heard you playing my song. And I wanted to see you. You play very nicely.
Well, thank you. Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm right here. I can see you.
I'll turn on the light.
Oh, no.
What? Well, why not?
Well, if you turn on the light, I'd have to go away.
Go away? Go home, you mean?
It isn't exactly home. It's where I'm staying.
Did you run away from your mother?
No. I don't have any mother.
Oh.
Could you play some more, please?
Why? What would you like to hear?
My song, please.
The one I was playing?
Yes, please.
Why do you call it your song?
Because I'm the princess. I think.
You have a name, though.
Oh, yes. Joan. In French, it's Jean.
That's a very pretty name.
Yes. Please play.
All right. There now.
Oh, it was beautiful.
Well, thank you.
I must go now.
Wouldn't you like a chocolate bar to take with you?
I don't know what that is.
It's nice to eat.
No, thank you.
Well, maybe your folks would like it.
I don't have any folks. Do you have?
Me? Oh, yes. I have a wife.
You don't have a little girl?
No. Not yet.
I could be a little girl if you wanted me to.
You could.
Maybe you wouldn't want me to.
Well, I don't know, Joan. I haven't seen you yet.
Well, someday you can see me. If you really want to.
I'd like to very much.
But now I have to go.
Would you like me to go with you? It's awfully dark out. And it's late.
Oh, no. I'm not afraid of the dark. I will kiss you now.
In the dark, I felt the touch of the child's lips on my forehead. And I was conscious of a sweetness and a sadness that was almost a physical blow. And she spoke again in the darkness.
Oh, what?
I called to her. Joan, wait. Wait, child.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
And then the door closed. And I was alone. I sat for a long time in the dark, thinking of what the war had done to so many thousands of children. Nameless, homeless, hopeless. And it was a long time before I began suddenly to wonder. This little girl, this little princess spoke English. Where did she learn that? And where did she learn the name of the song? Why was she afraid of the light? And I smiled to myself as I thought vaguely of a little girl ghost. But my dreams when I'd gone to bed in the dark were of a little girl who skipped by my side and called me father, but who faded into nothingness when I reached for her hand. I questioned Ahmed about her. He knew nearly all the unhappy, skinny children of Vineyard Court.
None of that description, Andrew. I'm sure I remember.
I asked Miss Lewis, the Quaker girl at the little hospital.
No. I'm certain I've never seen a child that answers to that. You say her name is Joan?
Joan. That's right. I've never seen her.
Well, new children appear almost every day. I'll watch for her, Andrew.
I watched the children of the town from my office window. I found myself paying only half-hearted attention to the ponderous trivialities the town dignitaries brought to my desk. I found myself listening for a certain voice in the clamor of children playing somberly in the street. You will pardon me, I am sure. I've always considered myself a practical, down-to-earth person. And I wish you to consider the effect such an occurrence has upon such a man. You can understand, I am sure, that I was forced to two almost inescapable conclusions. The first, that I had seen a ghost, I discarded at once. Almost at once. The second, that I had had an extraordinarily vivid dream. This conclusion I accepted. But Ahmed...
I'm not so sure you're right, Andrew. There's a way, you know, to make sure.
I had almost forgotten that.
Play my song some other night and I'll come back.
It wasn't merely curiosity. Something about this sweet, childish voice had aroused sentiments in me that I didn't know I possessed. Margaret and I have been married 7 years. We had resigned ourselves to the fact that we should probably always be childless. But Joan, the homeless, fatherless, motherless waif who had come to me in the darkness, might she not be the child Margaret and I wished we could have? I determined to try to bring her back. Yes, I admit I felt foolish as I sat down in the dark at the piano. And I placed my flashlight beside the keyboard. I was to regret that. It was very dark and very quiet as I began. Won't bring her.
Oh, but I'm here.
Joan.
It was so beautiful.
Where did you come from?
I just came in.
Where have you been all this time, child?
out there?
I've been looking everywhere for you.
But you didn't play my song?
I was afraid it wouldn't bring you.
Did you really want me?
I wanted you very much.
I'm very glad. I was afraid nobody would want me.
Joan, where do you live?
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm just not sure. I don't remember very well.
Well, but... Well, Joan, haven't you any parents?
Parents? No.
Are they...
Well, they're not dead. They're just not.
I don't understand you, dear.
Why did you call me dear?
Well,
Is it because you love me?
Why...
Is it? Do you love me?
Yes, Joan.
Do you have a little girl of your own?
No.
I wish I could be a little girl.
Well, perhaps you could.
I could call you Moped.
Why, yes.
And I would have a mama, too.
Oh, yes.
I would like it. Oh, I would like it very much.
Shall I turn on the lights now so we can see each other?
No. You couldn't see me if you turned on the light. Are you afraid I'm not pretty?
I'm sure you're pretty.
I don't know.
You'd have blue eyes and dark hair.
Yes.
And you'd have a pretty little snub nose.
With freckles?
With freckles.
Is that the way you want me?
Exactly.
Would my mama love me, too?
As much as I do, darling.
You might not love me if you knew all about me.
Oh, yes, I would.
I would love you and Mama very much. All my life I would love you.
Then it's settled. Now, let's have a look at you, shall we? I picked up my flashlight and pressed the switch. I called, Joan! Joan! But there was no answer. I sprang up and flicked the wall switch. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling threw every object in the room into bright relief. I was alone. And as I stood there, dazed in the sudden brightness, I heard a small sound. I need not tell you of the bitterness in my heart when I realized what I had done. I need not tell you of the agony that sent me racing into the night outside, calling frantically for the child. I needn't tell you of the doubt and wonder, the wild thoughts that clutched at me. Was it a dream? It couldn't have been a dream. Was it a ghost I had seen? I couldn't bring myself to believe that. And yet, I took leave of absence. Lackmann and I and Miss Lewis searched every corner of the town. We took long trips into the country, delved into ancient, deserted houses, questioned hundreds of people.
There is another single place to look, Andrew.
It was a dream, Andrew. But I knew it couldn't have been a dream. And though my friends tried their best to dissuade me, I could not give up my search. Night after night, I sat at the piano. But never the sound of a softly opening door, never anything but silence. and solitude and an overpowering sense of guilt. And I fell ill. Ahmed and Miss Lewis were with me a great deal,
Very good, Miss Andrews.
watching me, nursing me, stilling my delirium. At last the fever passed, and I opened my eyes to the same dingy, ancient room in the house of my forefathers. Then, lying alone in my bed at night, I came to the final, inescapable conclusion. Joan did not exist. Joan had lived in this house in some other time. Joan did not exist. This was a haunted house. And I remember how I wept alone in the dark one night, thinking how I had banished her from me forever. I whispered her name in the darkness.
Joan. I was afraid you didn't want me, really.
You did come back.
Do you want me?
I don't know how we can do without you, darling.
I know. I heard you crying in the night.
I did cry, Joan.
I know. I cried, too.
You know what I thought? You know why I cried?
Yes. You thought I was a ghost.
But you're not.
No. Father.
And you are going to be our little girl.
You're sure you want me?
More than anything else in the world.
Would you swear it?
Yes.
No matter what happens?
No matter what happens.
And you'll always love me?
Always.
And you won't mind if you can't see me for a little while?
Whatever you say, Joan, I can't lose you again.
And if I'm different when you see me?
How old are you, Joan?
Why, I'm not old at all.
You're... Well, I don't understand you. Of course you're not old.
No, I don't mean that.
My darling, I don't understand.
Well, you see, you have to take me the way I am. If you really want me.
Of course. You sound like a grown-up when you said that.
I know what is written.
Joan.
Then you take me for your very own, no matter what happens.
And I spoke with all the deep sincerity of a man entering into a solemn compact involving the lives of three people. I do, Joan.
I will love you as long as I live.
Now turn on the lights and let me see my little girl.
No.
Why not, darling?
Because if you turn on the light, you can't see me.
But why can't I?
Why? Because I'm not born yet, you see.
Joan.
But I will be. I'll be your really, truly own little girl.
Is this true, child?
Yes. It's true. Now I can tell you the rest of it.
The rest? What?
You said I would be your little girl. No matter what happened.
Yes. I meant it.
You have to mean it. You said it. I couldn't tell you before.
Tell me what? Darling, what?
Oh, Father. I loved you so much. And I deceived you. I wanted you to be my father.
Well, what is it? Child, what is it?
I'll be your little girl. But not for so very long.
Well, what do you mean by that?
It is written, Father. I have to die when I'm 8 years old.
And it was the next morning that Ahmed brought me the cablegram from Margaret. He read it to me.
Our daughter, born this morning, 7 o'clock. 7 pounds, dark-haired, blue-eyed loveliness. How do you like Joan for a name? Love, Margaret.
You would think that a man going home after 8 months in a little town in France would be a happy man. Going home to see a newborn daughter. You think so? Wouldn't you? Tonight's Quiet Please story is Pavaner. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. And the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Joan Laser played Joan. Donald Briggs was Ahmed Ali. And Ann Seymour was Miss Lewis. Albert Berman played the music for Quiet Please. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
Next week, after more than 2 years, this series of Quiet Please comes to an end. And for our show next week, number 107, I'm giving you a play based on the title of the series, Quiet Please.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for today is called Portrait of a Character.
Mister, you suppose you can fix this horn for me? I don't know. The mouthpiece is kind of worn, I guess. There's some dents in it. See, here on the bell? I dropped it one day. No, I don't want a new one. This old horn's good enough for me. I've had it a long time. It's got sentimental value, you know. Huh?
No, I don't care what it costs, but I need it pretty quick. Got to play a big job, see? Me? Well, I haven't exactly played for some time. Huh? Well, that's why my horn's so out of shape. I stuff a mute into it once in a while and give it a toot, real soft so as not to disturb folks. But I get complaints just the same. Noise, 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 people say. You know how it is. But this job I'm going to play there, this is the thing, believe me. How soon can you get it fixed? No, don't toot it. Excuse me, but you know how it is. A fellow doesn't like to have other people blow his horn. You a musician? I see. Oh, I thought you might be. Got all these instruments hanging around here. Nice harps you got there. You sell many harps? Don't, huh? I like harp music. Swell instrument, the harp, but... give me the old brass thing. I'm a trumpeter, boy, that's me. Nothing like the trumpet, I always say. Old-fashioned? Well, sure, I had it a long time. No, you can have those fancy new jobs. I'll stick to the old-fashioned one. Nice balance, beautiful tone. Even with a mute. No, you can't sell me a new one, thanks. The boss gave me this, and I don't know, he wouldn't like it if I swapped it for a new one. He's got old-fashioned ideas. And so have I. I got a lot of respect for the boss. He's got a tough job, but he handles it. The only thing is these characters. Well, I suppose I'm a character, too. Aren't we all? Sure. You got people working for you? Well, you know how it is. You can take this so much and then, boom, that's all, brother. Yeah, I admire the boss's patience. He stands for a lot. Yeah, even from me. Why, for instance, I don't know if I got any lip anymore. But the boss, he doesn't care. I got a job as long as I want it. Good job, too. Practically nothing to do. And now I'm going to get to play a big date. I think I am. I'm pretty sure anyway, so that's why I want to get the horn fixed, so as to be all ready for it, Huh? Oh, something the boss said the other day. Sure hope my hunch is right. Anyway, I want to be prepared. A week? Oh, can't you fix it sooner than that? Well, all right. Do your best for a broken-down old trumpet player that's got a big job coming up. Thanks. You don't mind me bending your ear while you work, do you? If you got anything more important, just say so. I like to talk to people. Boss says I go yada-yada all day long. He shuts me up. But people... Yeah, most people give me a pain. Yeah. Like last Sunday. Huh? You run across a lot of odd characters in this racket. I overheard this fellow and this gal. No, I wasn't what you call it, eavesdropping. I just heard it. I was sitting on the back porch polishing up the horn there. Pretty near polished right through it, haven't I? Waiting for the boss to give me a chance to play a job. I'm just sitting there with a can of brass polish and a rag, and pretty soon I hear voices. They couldn't see me on the porch. Boy, give me a kiss, man, she said.
Give me a kiss, man.
You love me, hon?
I sure do, man.
Well, I love you, woman.
Ain't you scared, man?
Scared of what?
Scared, I mean.
Well, scared of what?
Well, if he comes back and finds you kissing me, he's going to give you lumps on your head.
He ain't going to give me no lumps on my head.
He's awful hardy, man.
So am I. I wish you'd come marry me.
Can't marry you. I'm married already.
Said you loved me.
Sure.
Well, if you never had no husband, would you come and marry me?
Well, I might, man. But I got a husband.
You have now.
What do you mean?
I said if you hadn't got no husband, would you marry me?
I said yes.
Well, all right.
What you talking, man?
I ain't just talking, woman.
You know you oughtn't to covet your neighbor's wife.
Why not?
Good book says not to.
Does, huh?
Sure does.
Well, I sure covet you.
You hadn't ought to.
Oh, that's for the birds.
Don't talk that way.
Why not?
Well,
You see? You ain't got no answer. See?
if my husband comes back...
If I hit him on the head with a limb off a elm tree...
Now, what are you talking, man?
I said I wasn't just talking.
You hit him on the head awful hard?
Well, pretty hard.
You kill him?
Kind of.
Dead?
Sure dead.
What for?
You know what for, woman.
You tell me what for.
You know what for.
You tell me, man.
Why, for you, woman.
To marry me?
Sure to marry me.
Oh, big dog.
Would you come marry me if I hit him on the head with a limb off an elm tree, woman?
Why, if you killed him dead, man, why, sure I would.
What do you know about that? Huh? Yeah, it's just the way I heard it. Whilst I was polishing this little old horn out there on the back porch. Hey, I forgot the middle valve sticks a little bit. Dry, maybe, huh? Yeah, that's the way I heard it. Last Sunday. Huh? Do? Well, I thought I'd better tell the boss. You know, people plotting to murder somebody, people running away with each other's wife. That's not good, I said to myself. What? Sure, I knew who they were. Yeah, a couple of the boss's people. Well, I recognized their voices. So I went to the boss and I told him. I said, boss, there's goings on here you don't know about, I said. I say that boss of mine is smarter than all get out. He heard them, too. Well, what are you going to do, boss? I said. What are you going to do? Look out, you're putting your drop the horn. I said, what are you going to do? Well, sir, he just kind of sighed. He said, son, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just can't figure it out. I've been a good boss to all these folks, haven't I? He said. I said, sure, you're the best boss anybody ever had. You're too good, boss, I said. They take advantage of you. I said, look, you keep me sitting around doing nothing. I ain't played a job since I don't know when. So wonder I don't get high someday and blow my stack, I said. You're so good to everybody, I said. They take advantage of you. My son, he said, where would you get reefers? Why, I said, they're selling them all over the place. They're just a bunch of ungrateful... Well, I said a word I wouldn't repeat. And he just sighed again. He said, I got a lot of work to do. Then I come away. Huh? Oh, busy. Oh, excuse me. Well, I'll be back. A week, you said? Thanks. Take good care of the horn. It's a keepsake. You got my horn ready yet? Oh, take another week, huh? Oh, that's a shame. Can I take a look at it? I feel funny without it. Oh, thanks. It feels good. Oh, boy, will I make a big old noise with you. Okay. Thanks, mister, but hurry it up, will you? Busy? Oh, I got time. Besides, I can watch you working on the horn. Thanks. Don't mind me. Remember I told you about that couple I heard from the back porch? Yeah. I was sitting alongside the window last night. I heard them again. Oh, man. I heard her first. Just whispering to him.
What'll we do with him?
Don't need to whisper. Pa and Ma is asleep.
Sure hit him over the head, man.
I sure did, didn't I? I can hit pretty hard.
Sure dead one, man.
I said to him, hey. When he turned around, I hit him over the head.
What are we going to do with him now?
Hide him somewheres.
When we go get married?
Sure. When they find him, they'll think he just got hit with something. Nobody'll know we done it.
We done it?
Sure. You got him to come out here, didn't you, woman?
But you hit him over the head.
Sure, I hit him over the head, but I hit him for you.
How soon we going to get married?
As soon as we find him.
When'll that be?
Right soon, I hope.
You want to kiss me, man?
I sure do, woman.
Now you don't have to covet me anymore.
I sure don't, woman. How you feel?
What do you mean, how'd I feel?
How you feel since you got no husband no more?
How you expect I feel, man?
Tell me.
I don't feel no different.
Don't he?
Should I ought to feel different?
No.
You feel different since you went and busted him on the head?
Me? No, I never feel different.
Yeah, he does.
He don't feel anything. Not him.
I guess not. But he sure looked different.
When you're dead, you're dead.
Reckon he went to heaven in a handbasket?
Reckon he didn't go no place.
Not the other place, neither?
You talk foolish, woman.
Well, anyhow.
What anyhow?
We're going to get married.
Why, sure.
You know any preacher?
Preacher?
To get married with.
Oh, I don't know no preachers.
What are we going to tell a preacher when we go to get married?
We don't tell him nothing.
Have to tell him something. He won't marry us.
Like what?
Like who you and me is and all that. Was we married before and stuff?
Ain't you never told no fibs, woman?
Told fibs? I told whoppers.
Well, then, we tell the preacher some whoppers.
You're awful smart, ain't you, man?
I guess there ain't nobody no smart, I guess.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Say, you tell 'em whoppers when you say you love me, man?
Wasn't no whopper.
Better not be.
I wouldn't have hit him over the head if I was telling whoppers to you, woman.
That's so, ain't it?
Sure is.
You want to kiss me again?
I don't mind.
Wait a minute. You sure you love me?
Up to bust, I do.
Well, then what are you waiting for?
I ain't waiting. Gimme.
Yes, sir, man.
Thank you kindly. Hey, who's that there sticking his head out of that window?
Where? Oh, it's Paul.
Paul, you fool! You stop sticking your long nose into our face, you hear me?
Is that the way to talk to your pa, honey?
Paul, you're no fool!
You hadn't ought to talk that way to your pa, woman.
You know what I'm going to do, man?
What?
I'm going to take and throw my pa and my old lady out of this here house now.
What for?
This here's my house now. Now that dead thing is dead. And I'm boss in my own house. Not a pair of old fools like my pa and my old lady.
You hadn't ought to do that, woman.
Well, I hadn't, man.
Seems like it says something in the good book about honoring your old lady and your old man.
Well, it ain't no worse than killing, man.
Just about the same as killing, I figure.
Well, that's a horse apiece, man. I bust one for man and you bust another. It's a horse apiece.
Doggone if it ain't. You're as bad as me. Kiss me, woman.
I said to the boss, that fella killed that other fella, I said. He murdered him, I said. I heard him talking about it. He just shook his head and he sighed again. I said, boss, what are you going to do about it? And he shook his head. Well, I said, I guess we ain't really got evidence to stand up in court, I said. I just heard him talking about it. I can't prove anything. But I said, boss, don't you think we ought to have him arrested or something? And he just shook his head. I said, boss. And he looked up at me. He looked at me and I could see he was mad. You get out of here, he said. And I never saw him look so mad. What? Oh, I took a powder. What?
No, I don't want to buy a new one. You fix this one up. That's the best horn you ever saw, believe me. Sure, it's old-fashioned. I told you that, but it's mine. I want it fixed. Yeah, I'll be back. Them people, what's the world coming to? Haven't you got it fixed yet? Well, what are you doing to that horn? Listen, I got a job to play coming up, and I need it. Well, you said a week. It's been in there a week right now, and you still haven't got the dents out of it. Well, I need it, I tell you. What do you want me to do, play a oboe or a bassoon or something? I haven't got the embouchure for that. I'm a trumpeter. Well, I used to be anyway. My lip's all right, I think. Well, could you lend me a mouthpiece so as I can practice on it in my room and keep my lip in shape till the job comes up? Huh? Oh, he won't hear me. He's gone. I don't know. Vacation, he said. But he's coming back. Certainly I get paid whilst he's away. What kind of a boss do you think I got? What people? Oh, them. Mister, there's something. I don't know whether I ought to tell you. You'll think I run around listening to keyholes and such. I don't. I just hear things once in a while. Boy, do I hear things. Like yesterday.
Where's your folks?
I told you I was going to kick him out.
Did, huh?
My pa bawled a lot. My old lady bellowed, too. But I just said I wasn't going to have any useless old folks standing around eating up my food, getting in my road. I pushed him outside.
Whilst it was raining?
I sure did, man.
Give me a kiss, woman.
I won't need it.
You come on, give me a kiss.
What for?
Well, you're married to me, woman.
When you gonna bring home some money, then?
I ain't got no job.
Well, you get one.
I won't neither.
Well, you won't get none of my money, man.
Well, I will.
How you gonna get it?
I might hit you over the head with a limb off an elm tree.
Yeah? And when the boss finds out, he'll have you strung up. That's what he'll do.
The boss.
Yes, the
You won't
boss.
never do that to me.
Well, you look out.
I'm not afraid of the boss.
You better be, man. You hit me over the head.
I'll hit you over the head and the boss won't do nothing at all about it, woman.
I hear you talking, man.
Well, then.
Kiss me, man.
You come here and kiss me.
Listen.
What?
You ain't scared of the boss?
I ain't scared of nobody.
He's easy going.
Sure he is. He don't do nothing about nobody.
No, he don't.
He never done anything about us killing your man.
Maybe he didn't know, though.
Everybody says he knows everything. But he don't.
He sure don't. Listen.
What?
You want money?
Why, sure.
Boss got all kinds of things.
Valuables.
He don't set no guard over things.
What are you talking, woman?
I ain't just talking, man. You take a dare?
I don't take no dares, woman.
Then I dare you, man.
Dare me what?
Go robbing and stealing in the night when nobody's looking?
I don't mind.
The boss won't miss it.
Of course he won't. He's rich.
Tonight? Tonight, man?
You coming along, woman?
Sure, I'm coming along. You think I'm afraid of the boss?
Am I boring you? Okay. Well, I sat up all night waiting for him to show up. Yeah, I'm a smarty. I was going to catch him red-handed, you see, and I was going to drag him into the boss and say, "Here, boss, look what I found." Yeah, and there they'd be with their hands full of stuff they'd stole. The boss, I figured, he'd cloud up and rain all over him. What? Yeah, I guess I must have fell asleep. I woke up and it was morning, and I looked. The safe was wide open. Boy, what they took. Yeah, I was scared stiff. Oh, here I am watching for them, and they robbed the boss right under my nose. Huh? Well, I expected the boss would fire me anyway, so the best thing I could do was go to him and tell him. Sure, I told him. You know what he said? Yeah, he just shook his head. I know what he said. I know it, son. I said, boss, look, how long are you going to let this go on? I said, lying and murdering, boss, and kicking their poor old folks out in the street and coveting other people's wives and everything, boss? I said, you know about it, boss. I told you all the things I know about, boss. You letting them get away with murder, boss. And he just sat there and looked at me. He looked at me a long time, and I said, yes, and boss, on top of everything else, here they come and rob you. I said, that's all, boss, when they rob you. And besides, boss, I said, you know, me, the clever guy, besides, they said they're not afraid of you. I don't think I ought to have said that. He looked at me and he said, son, you're not afraid of me either. Are you? And I busted right out crying. I know it sounds like I'm a sissy or something, but I said, no, sir, boss, I'm not afraid of you. I love you, boss. Well, I said, boss, that's the trouble. It makes me so mad, these people. And you sit there and you take it, and you know they're guilty, and they go right on and... Well, after a minute, I kind of run down, I guess. So he waits a while, and he says, well, son, one of these days I'm going to lose my patience, I'm afraid. Man, you should have seen his face. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was closing time. Here I sat and made yada to yada. Didn't catch you from working on my horn. Okay, I'm sorry. Tomorrow, maybe? I sure need that old horn, you know. Well, good night. The horn ready yet? Ah, well then, I'll wait. It sure looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, you got the dents out all right. It's a nice job. Oh, sure, they're still at it. Since the boss went away on vacation, it's been something, brother. I was going to tell you about the other day. The day he told me about the job I'm going to play. You're not a musician, you said. Well, you haven't got an idea how good it feels after you've been on the shelf so long. How it feels when you got a job to play coming up. Ah, man, it's wonderful. Huh? Oh, them. Yeah. I was asleep under the apple tree, you see, and they woke me up talking. Yeah, if I had my way, I'd... Yeah, but I just worked there. That woman.
Neighbors. I say neighbors, man.
I'm going to pop that fella any day now.
Uppity ways, sashaying along the street as if she owns it.
And him. He's got 3 suits of clothes.
The way she talks, man. Mrs. Uppity, Lord de Door.
Him and his horse and buggy.
We got no horse and buggy, man. And she invited me to tea, don't you know?
Tea?
Well, give her tea.
Know what I done, woman?
What?
Know that there dog of theirs?
That measly little feist.
He's dead.
How he dead?
Poison.
Serves him right, man.
I hate him.
I hate him too, man.
And they hate us.
They sure do.
One thing, they don't like the boss, though.
The boss.
We're sure making a fool out of him, ain't we?
You know what I think, man?
What do you think, woman?
I don't think there is no boss.
You don't?
Don't never see him. Don't never hear him.
Just hear about him.
Never does nothing.
We bust alone, he don't do nothing.
All them things in the book.
Them's for the birds, woman.
Wish we had a new boss.
We ain't got no boss at all.
Yes, we have.
Who's this boss?
Reckon we're the boss ourselves.
Why, sure, woman, we're the boss.
Do like we please, man.
Do like we please.
Storm coming up, I said. I got up to the ground. I went into the house. I tell you, mister, I was fit to be tied. Mad. I went into the house and I said, Boss, listen. Boss, listen, this has got to stop right now. I said, murder and coveting and lying and stealing and kicking the old folks out. All that's bad enough. But when they get to talking like this... Look, boss, I said, what are you going to do about it? It was thundering again whilst I talked. But I couldn't see any clouds. And I said, what are you going to do about it, boss? Well, sir, he looked at me. I could see tears rolling down his cheeks. But at the same time, I could see he was mad, too. He don't get mad often, but when he does. Then he got up and he said, Son, I want you to take a little gift out to those people. I said, gift? He said, yes, take them this for a gift, a play toy. And he handed me this thing. He said, what is it, boss? What is it, I said. Well, he said, well, I tell you, I've been awful patient, if I do say it myself. Then I said, sure you have, boss. So, I'm going on a vacation, he said to me. Then before I go, I want you to give this thing to the people. Well, what is it, boss? I said with my mouth hanging open. Well, son, he said, it's just a little old Adam. Adam, I said. Like Adam and Eve? No, quite the opposite, he said. Then he wasn't smiling at all. This one spelled A-T-O-M. So I said, well, I don't get it, boss. But what you say goes. And I started out. Then he says, wait a minute. I said, yes, sir. He says, if I were you, Gabriel, I'd get that old horn of yours fixed up. I have a hunch that there'll be a big job for you to play any day now. So, how's about it? Can I have it now?
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Portrait of a Character. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the woman was Athena Lord. The man was Charles Eggleston. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, our writer-director Wyllis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. I have a story for you next week called Is This Murder?
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Wyllis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Presto Changio, I'm Sure.
Excuse me. You really must excuse me. It's an old joke I haven't thought of in years. A joke that Johnny Martins and I used to kill ourselves over, and to me it's still funny. Probably you won't crack a smile even, but I must tell you, I really must. You say to me, Sarsfield, can you make an elephant disappear? And I say, sure, where's the elephant?
That's all. Really. Well, I told you it wouldn't sound funny to you, but to me, it brings back memories. I wonder where poor Johnny Martins is. All those years, Johnny and I used to have fits. Just fits, laughing at our pun joke. That is, we did till I made an elephant disappear. Well, it takes longer to tell than that. We were standing there by the Illinois Central Freight Depot, and it was early in the morning, and the circus was in the building. And Johnny and I were watching. We were about 16 years old, I guess, and when the elephants started to come down the gangplank from the big car they were in, Johnny grinned at me, and he said, Sarsfield, can you make an elephant disappear? And I said, sure, which elephant? And Johnny said, that one. And I pointed the thing at it, and I said, Presto Chancho, disappear. So it disappeared. And that's what set me on the first rung of the ladder to success. Well, I admit I didn't know it was going to disappear. I was pretty surprised, but if you think I was surprised, you should have seen those circus people. I never saw such a hullabaloo in all my life. They just looked everywhere for that elephant. I saw Eldred Vogelsang, the deputy sheriff, looking into the depot platform for it, even. And I never liked Eldred Vogelsang because he used to chase me for stealing mushmelons. So I pointed the thing at him, and I said, Presto Chango, disappear. But nothing happened. And Johnny said it didn't disappear. What didn't disappear, I asked him, and he said, the freight depot. Well, I said, I meant Eldred Vogelsang. And zip! Like that, Eldred Vogelsang was gone. Scared. You're darn right I was scared. So was Johnny. I didn't know what the thing was when the old man gave it to me. I was just standing in front of the Standard Theater down there on Capitol Street when this old fella came out. I know who he was. He was Professor Cagliostro, the world-famous magician, and he'd been in the show the night before. Gee, I was excited seeing him in person. I hoped he'd do something magic right there on the street, free. And by goodness, he did. Well, he stopped and looked at me, and he said, hello, Sarsfield. Well, now, how in the dickens did he know my name? I know it's a funny name. My grandfather named me. He was out in California in the gold rush in 49, and he was a member of a militia company in the town called Sarsfield, and they were the Sarsfield Grenadiers, and they carried big battle axes instead of guns. So my grandpa named me Sarsfield Grenadier McCutcheon, after the Sarsfield Grenadiers. And here was this magician calling me by name and handing me this thing and laughing and walking away. This thing, this little stick with the 5-pointed star on the end. That's the foundation of my fortune, as you might say. And I've had it since the 14th of May, 1916. How does it work? It's very simple. You just point it and you say, Presto Chango, disappear. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you disappear? I didn't mean to. Well, somebody disappeared. Oh, that's too bad. I can't do a thing about it. That's the trouble. I haven't found out yet how to make it work in reverse. I can turn things... Darn, this mosquito... Presto Chango, mosquito. Be a dog. Oh, darn it. Presto Chango, dog. Disappear. You have to be careful with this thing. I remember what I did to Johnny Martins with it. Well, we were having one of those kid quarrels. Nothing serious. Just arguing about whatever it was. I've forgotten. But I said to him, you poor fish, and then I pointed the thing at him, and I said, Presto Chango. And you know what? I had to run 6 blocks, lickety-split down Court Street to throw him in the river in time. 6 blocks I had to run. I just made it. He swam away. I never did know what became of Johnny. Some snapping turtle ate him, I suppose, or something. The things kids will do. Oh, sure, all this stuff created quite a sensation, but nobody ever suspected me, and naturally I wasn't going to volunteer anything. Heck, no, not me. Not when I can make elephants disappear. Elephants? I can make anything disappear. Anything, by golly. Even you, if you get smart with me. Because I'm not a kid any longer, see. I'm a grown-up man. I can do as I please. I'm the only guy in the world that can do just as I please. Me and the thing here. So what do you want done? No, you better not ask for it because you're liable to get it, and maybe you wouldn't like it when you got it. So just keep quiet and listen. Wait a minute. I think there's somebody at the door. Yes, there is. Sit still. I'll be right back. And if it's somebody I don't want to see, I'll make him disappear for you.
Hello, Sarsfield. You remember me?
No?
You ought to, Sarsfield.
Well, I don't. What do you want?
I want this thing back.
What thing?
The thing I gave you on May 14th, 1916.
Huh? Why, for goodness sakes, it's the professor.
Yes.
How are you, Professor?
Well, I'm a little tired, Sarsfield. Have you got the thing here?
Sure, I've got it. And I'm going to keep it.
Now, Sarsfield, I didn't give it to you to keep.
You didn't say that about it, Professor, on May 14th, 1916.
May I come in, please?
No.
Oh, please, Sarsfield.
You gave it to me, and I'm going to keep it.
What if I take it away from you? So you know the trick, then, eh?
Trick? What trick?
That I can't take it away from you. That it has to be given.
Well, thanks for telling me.
Oh, I wish you would give it to me. I need it.
No, thanks, Professor. But I got uses for it.
Well, will you give it to me when you are done with it? Then?
I'm not going to be done with it, Professor.
Well, if you ever are, may I have it back?
Sure. When I'm done with it.
Thank you very much, Sarsfield. So long.
Well, hey, where'd he go? Well, how do you like that? I didn't do a thing, and he disappeared just like... Gosh, he must be a real magician. Excuse me. Yeah?
Yes, I am a real magician, Sarsfield.
Who is this?
Cagliostro, Sarsfield, the professor. And I'll have you know I was a practicing magician nearly 200 years ago, Sarsfield. I'll have you know that Marie Antoinette was my friend. And I nearly lost my head over that necklace of hers. And if you look up the record, you'll see that I died in Rome in San Leone prison in 1795.
You did? You say you died?
That's what people say, and that's the way it is in the history books, Sarsfield. But just between you and me, I didn't die.
You didn't?
No, so keep a civil tongue in your head, and don't forget that you promised me this thing when you are finished with it. You hear?
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir. I mean... Gosh. Now, who, for goodness sake, is that? I'm not going to the door. It's probably that old magician again. Hello.
No, it isn't, Sarsfield. It's a customer.
Oh, well, thanks. How did he know? Well, excuse me. Excuse me. Yes, sir? Why, hello, Bernard.
Hello, Sarsfield.
Was there something?
Yeah. I got business with you.
Now, Bernard, that business has all been transacted.
No, it ain't, Sarsfield. Let me in.
Now, look here, Bernard. Oh, well, you're in.
Yeah. Now, kid,
What?
go sit down.
Don't point that gun at me.
Why not? It's loaded.
It's liable to go off.
It might at that.
Now, Bernard.
Sit down. Here.
What's that?
That's money.
Oh?
Yeah. You remember our little deal?
Yes, I certainly do, Bernard.
This magic thing of yours was going to turn $1 bills into $100 bills.
Well, of course. I did it.
You sure did. And Larry Blockman's in jail.
Larry Blockman's in jail.
Yeah.
Why, what for goodness sakes?
For passing phony $100 bills, for goodness sakes. All this dough you fixed for me is counterfeit.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's what I said, too. I just came here to blow your head off, Sansfield. You and your magic.
Well, I can't help it. I did my best.
And it ain't good enough. So I'm going to knock you off.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Sarsfield.
Wait, Bernard.
Put that thing down.
Oh, no, I won't.
That phony magic gang, put it down.
You think it's phony, Bernard? Why, you big gorilla. Presto changeo. Help! Help! Oh, the Presto changeo disappeared. Man, I made that just in time. Darn him, I thought I said disappear, but I turned him into a gorilla. My goodness, was he ferocious. Well, he disappeared anyway.
You nearly made a mistake, Southfield.
Huh? Where did you come from?
Oh, out there.
Where?
You wouldn't want to give me the magic wand now, Southfield, before you make a really serious mistake, would you?
No.
Well, you might be sorry. Making counterfeit money, turning the man into a gorilla. I wouldn't make any mistakes like that, Southfield.
You wouldn't, huh?
Oh, my, no. I very seldom make mistakes.
Well, here's one for you. Presto changeo disappeared. Presto changeo disappeared.
It won't work on me, Southfield.
Well, why?
I am a professional, Southfield. Look. Abracadabra!
Goodness gracious. Now where did he go? Well, now you see what I have to go through. It isn't all beer and griddles when
you... Skittles.
What? Who said that?
I did. Excuse me.
What did you say?
Skittles, Southfield. Beer and Skittles.
Oh, well, what are Skittles if you're such a magician?
Skittles is a game, something like ninepin, Southfield. I used to play it with King Louis XV of France. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Don't let me go on.
What was I saying? Oh, it isn't all beer and Skittles?
Skittles.
Skittles, when you get hold of a magic thing like this, you see, you make one false move and you're in a jam. How did I know that money would turn out counterfeit? And again, I might have been murdered by that gorilla. If I wasn't such a sharp character, I don't know what I'd do. What?
I merely said a hen, Southfield.
I wish to goodness you'd go away, Professor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Southfield. I'll go. I'll probably see you before long.
Oh, my gosh, this is my day for... Oh, I know who that is. Are you gone? Professor, are you gone? I know who it is because she rings the doorbell instead of knocking.
It's his girl. She's very pretty.
She sure is. Hey, you said you were gone.
Oh, I am sorry, Sarsfield, really. I'll really go this time. Honest Injun, Sarsfield. Really and truly.
Well, goodbye. Excuse me, please. Genevieve.
Well, you certainly kept me waiting long enough, Popsy.
Well, I'm sorry, Angel.
I bet you had another visitor.
Well,
A feminine visitor, Sarsfield?
Oh, my goodness, no. With a beard?
Look at all the money. Where'd you get the money, Sarsfield?
Why, a man gave it to me.
Come now, Sarsfield. Do you expect me to believe that?
Well, he did.
Oh, I wish a nice man would give poor little me some of the nice money.
Well,
Poor little me has only got $1 bills. You've got $100 bills.
Oh, yes, I know, Genevieve, but
Nice man wouldn't miss a little teensy bit of the money now, would he?
Well, Genevieve, you see, you know,
Is it really yours, Sarsfield?
Well, in a way, dearest.
Oh, I wish I had some, too.
Well, you see, No, I can't let you have it.
My goodness, Sarsfield, I didn't think you were stingy.
Well, I'm not. but
You're mean.
No, dear.
You stole it.
No, I didn't.
You murdered somebody for it.
Oh, gosh, no.
Then where did you get it?
Well, honey, it's
Blood money.
It's magic.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Yes.
How is it magic?
Well, I did it with my magic wand.
Why, how nice.
But it...
Can you do magic, Sarsfield?
Well, sure, but...
Do some magic.
Well, I don't...
I bet you can. I bet you're kidding.
Oh, no. No, indeed, Genevieve.
We'll do something magic, then. Make some more money.
Excuse me, Sarsfield.
What?
I didn't say anything, honey.
Well, what is... who is it?
Oh, me?
Your wife is coming, Sarsfield.
Oh, my gosh. Well, how did she know...
How did you know what, Sarsfield?
How did she know where I was, Professor?
I told her, Sarsfield.
Oh, my gosh. What'll I do now?
What's the matter, Angel Face?
Oh, you got to get out of here.
Well, I like that. I certainly appreciate that.
Now,
Why do I have to get out of here?
Oh,
Don't you love me?
Genevieve, meet my wife.
How do you do... Well, for Pete's sake!
Now, dear...
I really must go now. Nice to have met you. Oh, no.
Sarsfield, the magic wand.
Huh?
Help! Sarsfield!
Oh, Presto Changeo disappeared.
Well, where'd she go?
Wow.
Sir?
Oh, I did it just in time.
Oh, that's the magic thing.
Yes. Wow. Just in time again.
I want to see it.
Don't touch it, Genevieve.
Oh, now, Sarsfield. I won't hurt it.
Please, honey.
Is it really magic?
It really is, dear. Please let me have it.
I don't see any trigger or anything.
But there isn't any. Please put it down, Genevieve.
Well, then what makes it work?
Genevieve, please. Please.
You just pointed it at her like this.
Don't point it at me.
And you said,
Genevieve, don't.
You said,
He said, Presto Changeo, young lady.
What? Presto Changeo?
Genevieve. Professor.
He said something else. Oh, I know.
Give me that.
I know. You said disappear. Why, my goodness. He certainly went away in a hurry.
goodness, what happened to me? Oh, Genevieve. Oh, my gosh. Oh, where am I? Hey! Where am I?
Hi, Sarsfield.
Who's that? I can't see.
It's me, Sarsfield. Professor Cagliostro.
Oh, good. Let me out of here, Professor, will you? I'm scared.
Well, you can't get out of here, Sarsfield. You're here to stay. Remember, the wand won't work in reverse. Too bad. But I told you you'd make a mistake.
Oh, what is this place?
Why, that's just what it is, boy. This is the place where things go when they disappear.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you're going to have a wonderful time with the people here.
What people?
Why, don't you remember? An elephant, and a deputy sheriff, and a boy you turned into a fish, and a very, very angry gorilla.
Oh, no.
And your wife.
Oh, no.
And, oh, boy, Sarsfield, is she going to be tickled to see you? Well, you asked for it.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story was Presto Changeo, I'm sure. It was written and directed by Wyllis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell.
And Edgar Staley was the professor. The distasteful Bernard was the immaculate and talented Mr. Ed Latimer. Charming Miss Peggy Stanley played Genevieve. And the masterful dog and the gorilla were by the one and only Brad Barker. As usual, music is by Albert Berman. Now for a word about Quiet Please next week, here is our writer-director, Wyllis Cooper.
You didn't recognize anybody tonight, did you? Well, you shouldn't have. They're all natives of my typewriter, and they never did exist before. Next week's story is called 3,000 Words.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
As much as we would like to forget about the last war and turn our hopes and efforts away from the death and destruction caused overseas, the situation in many European countries demands our attention. You've heard it on the radio. You've read it in your daily papers. Men, women, and children in war-devastated areas are slowly starving to death. Most especially, the children are suffering. Their daily diets are often inadequate to sustain life. As always, in the midst of starvation, disease reaps a horrible toll. Tuberculosis, rickets, pellagra, and other diseases are spreading, with children the chief victims. Many private American agencies have been sending as much help as they could. Now, 25 well-established relief agencies have combined into a single drive to save the next generation. We ask you to send your contributions to the Crusade for Children in New York. This program is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.